Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Marvel Rivals Season 3, Day 3. I am Cozy, joined again by Vicky. Kitty, Vicky, it's great to have the dynamic duo back, and I'm happy to be here.
Reunited, and it feels so good, and it's so great to go through another MRC with you, Cozy. We're back here with the action, and we've had a lot of changes since the last time we saw some of these teams in MRC.
Absolutely. We definitely have since we saw the mid-season finals and Ignite. There's been a lot of changes hero pool-wise and meta-wise, but also we have seen some roster shifts that we'll be going into pretty soon, but we've got a lot of great teams in this MRC for Season 3. We've had a couple of great days so far, and today's going to be absolutely stacked. I know you had the privilege to cast one of the days before here, and what have you seen from that day? Some of the teams, who are you looking forward to see today? Let me hear it.
Keyword: GOATs. We've been seeing the triple vanguards, we've been seeing the triple strategists, and we've been seeing what that's been doing so far within the meta and how some of these teams have been able to really lean into their strengths. We've been also seeing a different form of bans too, universal bans, not the very same thing that we usually see in the MRI, but this also means that, you know, both teams wouldn't really be able to lean into what they end up banning with those universal bans. And of course, with the latest news, Cozy, we have a new Vanguard joining the crew.
A brand new Vanguard, the One-Wing Angel, Angela, is coming to Marvel Rivals. And if you guys have seen the trailer, she looks absolutely incredible. Just having a flying Vanguard, being able to displace and go crazy. The hand of heaven unfurls her angelic wing, and it's Angela's time to shine. I'm excited to see what she'll bring, especially once we get to Ignite. Once again, we're going to see a lot of Angela.
I can't wait. I mean, everyone was asking for it, Cozy. Everyone wanted to see a flying Vanguard. Well, you asked and you shall receive. Cannot wait to also dip my own toes into trying out Angela. And for those of you guys watching from home, don't forget to log in and play. We get double the Chronostorm tokens happening right now until September 12th.
That is double of them. Absolutely sick to see Rivals do that as well. So go play, have some fun, and while you're doing it, get those missions done and grind it out. Vicky, we've got ourselves a great matchups today, as we're going to be looking through a lot of the teams that we will also see in Ignite, and I'm excited to see them match up. We even have some teams coming from the MRC Season 2 and what they were able to prove, and not, just narrowly making it into the Ignite mid-season. Now they'll have the chance to prove it here in the qualifying stage. But MRC Season 3, we've got to wrap this up first, and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I can't wait to see, what else we have in store for us. Already what we've been able to witness here, Penny Parker and the new skin, the Wasteland Mech 2, traverse through the chaos of the Wasteland, and team the Mech Monster yourself. I know a lot of Penny fans in the chat want to see some Penny shenanigans out here too. And maybe with those triple Vanguard lineups that we've been also seeing throughout the MRI earlier on, MRC now going forward, maybe we'll be able to see the new Penny Parker Wasteland Mech skin.
Yeah, from Wasteland Scrap to a dashy new version of the experimental mech suit. Penny's Wasteland Mech is going to be a good one to see. And listen, Penny Parker just got buffed up a good amount. Her new spider drones are going to be slowing, and I believe they're going to be refreshing that slow up to like 40%. She's definitely going to be a lot better, and I love what they've done with both the Vanguards. Kind of looking at all the roles from Strategist to Vanguard and kind of buffing up the small pieces. The buffs and nerfs that they just released in the patch notes, they're going to be crazy, and I can't wait to see those after this MRC in Season 3.
Yeah, what is that going to mean, right? Moving forward into the next season, what is that going to change up for the teams that may be leaning into the same strengths that I keep mentioning about, right? Making sure that if you have your strategist that is nerfed with their entire hero pool, well, that's going to be something you have to adjust to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're a huge Loki main, go ahead and just relish and enjoy it now, because what we're going to see today, a little bit of a nerf coming his way. So you're going to see some heroes get a lot more play in these last coming weeks. Kind of saw that with like the triple res comp before that was said goodbye to as well. And so it'll be cool to see some of this. Even the Magic and Black Panther team up, that's going to be no longer moving forward. And so, if you're someone like Thor or Jeff main, you're probably very excited for this next batch to hit. But Loki mains, maybe a little bit of Luna, hold on and enjoy the action.
Yeah, you know what? And if you're a Black Panther, look, you at least have your own Gamma Dash. So you can enjoy that, bask in it as you take a look at our schedule here within the Americas. Thank you guys for joining us throughout this journey. We're now going through round 12 through 14. And then tomorrow, that's where we wrap everything up as we go through that lower bracket finals all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, we've got a lot of heated matchups today. And Vic, we know a lot of these teams, obviously, from the Ignite series. And I would say a good amount have stuck mostly together, but there has been what they like to call roster mania, right? So we are going to see some familiar names, but on a different team potentially as we head in. And some were so close to punching their ticket to that midseason. So I know they're playing with that much more eager and determination. We saw in the EMEA scene, obviously Virtus Pro, they just went 3-0 to continue their dominance that they've had. I know they're playing to get the total prize pool, what the MRC is showing right now. Total 14,500, Vic.
That's beautiful. I mean, hey, if you and your friends feel like you could take on these pros, if you feel like you could play better, don't forget to look at this total prize pool here, because first place gets to walk away with $6,000. You could gather up your friends, try your own hand next season to see if you guys could buy your chance in the money.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of the players while in China, and it's so crazy that so many of them going from the couch to pro, right? And that's what the MRC can do. It can highlight you as someone who is just a gamer and is able to get the job done while you can punch your ticket. As we look at the bracket look at how stacked this is. We have Dark Zero and Dreamland. You're going to know Dreamland from prior when we were at Ignite. They were Citadel Gaming before that, I believe. We have Team Nemesis versus Cafe Noir, and Noir was the winner of Season 2, Vicky. How about that lower bracket?
Yeah, we got Shikigami versus Dubai Matcha, two teams that we got to see play off just the last time we saw these MRC. Shikigami being a team that you and I are very familiar with. Intergalactic versus Atlanta, and that's another one that I'm looking forward to, especially with Intergalactic making some changes themselves.
Yeah, Intergalactic being what you guys known as Shroud X, but a couple changes up there as well. And a lot of these teams, like I said, I believe Atlanta, Intergalactic, Shikigami, and more do have their ticket punched to the next series of Ignite. But we do have ourselves our first matchup. It is going to be Noir versus Nemesis, Vicky. And again, the previous winners, we've got a player that can do it all on Noir, who we've talked about, we've casted about, 7.62, kind of that flex duelist role. But then Nemesis, we know what they're about. We've seen what they've done to teams previously.
Exactly. Team Nemesis, a team that also has a lot of experience under their belt to figure out what they need to do differently against a team like Noir. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, because then you look on the other side, Team Nemesis, why this team is so scary. Ricky being the crazy Luna that Ricky is. Mello, of course, the Torch being the first one banned out alongside the Magneto, so you won't have that Emma Frost team up with the Magneto. But we'll see with them banning out the Human Torch, you know how Mello really goes crazy there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys don't know, this is going to be the old ban system, right? We love how they do it in the Ignite system, but this is global ban. So one hero's ban is banned for all. And yes, Human Torch out of this match in particular, but Magneto, Mantis to join that as well. With the Punisher save, yeah, looking towards the next ban, we have Psylocke right before her next nerf she will be getting as Noir is looking for their save. In Black Panther, 7.62 did play some Panther yesterday. I expect to see more today.
Okay, the Panther gets saved here. I'm maybe expecting, are we going to see the Hulk, the No More Protect here, just to try to counteract that Black Panther? Of course, remember, it is universal, as you already mentioned, Cozy, so this will be pertaining to both of these teams, as the Protect does go through to prioritize the Hulk. So maybe expecting on the other side to get a ban on the More, or do they want to prioritize another strategist?
Yeah, they could get the... Yeah, there's the new boy band. Made it very easy and quick pick there. They don't even want to mess around at all with it. As Nemesis, we've seen what they've done. As you said, Mello, just such a great flyer across metas. Doesn't matter what flyer. I mean, heck, does he go Angela in the future? We'll have to see. Ricky and Dinks, we love that strategist duo. But it really comes down to Scatter and Kraz. What can they do against Tones and Iffy? Having Venom and that ability to dive in coordinated is definitely going to be something they have to deal with. But they might swap off, it looks like.
Leaning into that triple strategist, as we highlighted before, even with the Mantis getting banned out. We've been seeing it side by side with the Ultron as well, as we get to take a look at what our teams are going to be rolling out with. Looks like Scatter, Kraz, maybe running with that double Vanguard here. I don't expect to see the Penny perhaps here instead, maybe trying to go for something cheeky with the lineup.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of familiar picks that we saw from the previous day. Madian did play Punisher as their hit scan hero, does Jean Grey a lot as well. Kraz, we've seen go kind of all over the place, a lot of Hulk love, but in addition, yeah, okay, we've got something interesting cooking up here. This is definitely going to be an interesting, a good fight here.
He hit Tones, by the way, with the bombs out here, and now Tones is just going to wait with the rest of North and just heal him when the game starts. Now that's just going to be free, a support ult charge for the strategist. Just for the meantime, after Team Nemesis try to get a little cheeky.
Love to see it here, as we've got Scatter with the non-Doctor Strange into Emma going up to the top side here, and they're looking to go down Main Street here, seeing if maybe they can get a all-in pick with the group wall. They see Black Panther right off the bat here and trying to get something rolling. His Melophobia, as he's not going to get deceived by the King of Wakanda this time.
I'm wondering here, yeah, the Namor is not on the table, but Mello being on the Bucky is just as scary, especially when you get the freeze frame, you get the uppercut out as well here, stunning so many of the opponents now as Team Nemesis roll right in. Noir forced to back away in time, playing very split up, trying to split the attention of Team Nemesis.
Yeah, really just making their presence known and going right to the point, getting with the knee, but Coach does get the Terror Cape out and stacks the damage, and that's going to allow the snowball to happen as Jones is going to follow Scatter. And at this point, you're going to have Team Nim do a bit of a reset here. Hopefully getting at least something going here. Mello does get a pick, but it's going to be a little too late, and really shout out there to the Terror Cape that gets things going.
He ain't going down without a fight before going in for the reset, but good call out right there too onto a Median who was incredibly low, so Noir going to be able to win that first team fight already.
Yeah, definitely. It was actually looking good for Nemesis as they just strolled right up, but then, yeah, things can quickly go away. And if you look at the ult charge, wow, we're looking good here. We've got Eternal Bond ready. We can go with the Loki ult as well. So they're going to be able to have a lot of sustain here. And then just in case they do have the Jean Grey to get some disruption going.
Konya already posted up with his clone right up on the high ground. The Phoenix ultimate right now as well. The end song Inferno before the Toad Slam up on the high ground before Tones takes care of Mello, takes care of Median. No DPS lineup available here for Team Nemesis, and it looks like it's going to have to be another reset from Team Nemesis.
Mother Toes just jumping up using an ability I haven't even seen, essentially, with him as he floats up, gets the choke and the push, and shutting down Mello early. Mello is a big heartbeat of this team, and so that's definitely going to help them out, ice in the veins, as White Queen does. And now they're looking comfortable, have all the ults ready to go. But this does give time for Nemesis to charge up what they have into what is going to be the offense of a Groot ult going into potentially that Kraken impact.
Remember when that vertical grab box was even bigger before? I remember, especially the Scarlet Witches, as the Psionic Seduction is online here, as you mentioned, the ultimate economy for Noir. Looking great, but a nice little sneaky snipe here from Ricky on the invisible one to find 762. Psionic Seduction is going to go out first from Tones, but a nice root wall is going to help out Team Nemesis without forcing them to burn out any other strategist ultimate. The final judgment online for a Median here, as the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond is going to try to keep Noir alive.
Yeah, the Hunter turned into the Hunted there. Great pick to open things up really fast here. Now Ricky going up with the shields up, trying to get things rolling. Armor Day just goes down and up. He does get the reset. Now he's going to look for the next spray here, and he's going to craft on the strategist and get the reset on potentially the Loki clone that's left alive through it, but they don't need it as they continue the again song that we hear time and time again, and they're going to get this point with ease.
I hear it in my nightmares sometimes here in Mello now, trying to isolate Hopeful, but doesn't win the 1v1 on the side. Hopeful gets the reset here, but it was worth taking him down in the process to build up some more of that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, 762 as Black Panther absolutely could dominate. And Black Panther usually the one disrupting team fights early, but getting that pick, Ricky, really set up the team for success there. And Nemesis just playing full aggression, already pushing in. We've got Groot. We're just trying to get the contest early here. Loki clone setting up top. Dinks knows where to go, and they're trying to contest that early.
If you're already trying to be a menace up on the high ground, while the end song Inferno from the Phoenix still finds Dinks there in the back, does enough damage as a Median is also called out. Nice stun, it's going to be able to find two. Kraz unfortunately becomes the victim on the other side of Tones as he finds another one onto Mello. And if the Vanguard lineup right now for Noir looked great.
Getting that little revenge pick there on Ricky. Quite definitely, you are nothing. That was a insane ult to get rid of both the clones and Dinks in one all swoop here. 7.62 is looking for the hunt though. Vicky, this time, can he get the best of Ricky? It's been 1-1 at this moment, but Hopeful open things up on Mello, shutting that down quick.
Looking like a Michael Bay film with all the explosions happening. Hopeful caught him lacking over to the side now, and they feel the pressure too. But while Hopeful's up on this high ground, does the animation cancel, the attack cancel rather. Kraz looking to try to hail down. A Median had now swapped over to that Ultron while Hopeful tries to get away.
Yeah, Hopeful is the telepathic takeover, just absolutely reading minds and erasing health bars. Going in, Mellophobic does get the uppercut and get some great separation. Going down with the Kraken impact, does land on Tones, going to get another. He does go on the lantern for the reset, and he's going to take this ship all the way to the spawn as he's pushing towards Iffy. Gets another one, Vicky. Can he make it? The whole team, he's looking for it, but he does get the pressure to push him back.
And Hopeful at least was able to get away before the next slam came down. Well, after the 4th, 5th time that we saw right there too, that's what's scary when you're Loki on the opposite end of a Bucky ultimate. That reset so strong here as Noir now, Konya and Coach both have their ultimates. Sonic Seduction though on the side of Scatter Genji, and a Median falls low, but a nice invisible boundary from Ricky keeps everyone from Team Nemesis alive to the Eternal Bond from Coach. But Coach from the back end still finds Kraz before he's able to use the Groot ultimate.
Yeah, Coach coming up clutch with these Terror Capes, and even with an amazing push there from Mello, they were able to get the point stalled. That's going to be massive to slow down. I mean, they barely even got up that hill, Vic. That's going to be a tough thing to make up here as they used a lot of resources to do it. They still have Dinks and that ult, and yes, you know, they'll be able to match on Noir's side, but they're going to have to get something cheeky and quick here.
If they could try to run up that hill maybe here with Iffy having the Feast of the Abyss ready to go for a reset. Tethers onto everybody here before diving into Team Nemesis, but diving right on top of Scatter Genji. An Emma Frost who has the choke slam available. 762 also making that swap over to the Magic. Very close to having that ultimate, but still being able to isolate Mello first.
Yeah, Mello going down is going to really slow down this team as they have triple support right now, so they're lacking the damage, and he is going to be the ticket that gets them through this point. 762 joining the team. We do have Loki now on Noirs, getting the defense up early. Good patience by Nemesis not to use everything up at once. This is going to have to be a Groot ult for the Aegis. He throws it down, gets the connection. Amazing on top gets one. Mello gets two with the strange portal in, and that is exactly what they needed, Vicky, to get this point. They played it off perfectly.
Oh man, it's just a matter of time right now. Team Nemesis looking to wipe out the point to finally get to the second checkpoint. But talk about staggering those ultimates. Nice little stop, but too little, too late. Unfortunately, as Nar cannot keep it contested, the Venom goes down, and now Team Nemesis already creating space.
We've seen Nemesis really come from behind plenty of times in the Ignite series. They're just so comfortable in that position, and they're able to continue to not fold under pressure. Noir absolutely being the Season 2 Marvel Rival Champions. Know what it takes to get the job done as well. Vicky going to this next fight. 762 and Hopeful caught in the trap.
911, I just saw a crime. Both of this DPS out of here. No duelist in sight as Kraz holds up. Mello and Scatter Genji, they've now swapped over to the triple Vanguard for this last point, and they have their ultimates online.
Oh my gosh, the Haunted Woods coming at it here now, giving them plenty of space to push forward. Tone's trying to go with the Fennec Seduction, just gets eliminated early. Mello's going to go with the big Agamotto to get things slowed down, and at this point, they're getting plenty of push, but there is going to be a little bit of stall here. Nice eyes trying to keep things at least contended there from Iffy.
If they can get some progress out here, they also get a stagger as Ricky finds Hopeful. Listen, that Invisible Woman primary attack, it feels like a tickle, but when it matters as Ricky shows another KO here onto Coach, making a 2K here as Scatter moves all the way up alongside Kraz, and they are pushing them into their spawn room gates. Nobody left here to contest on the point.
The Vanguard disrespect is working out massively here, just pushing all the way into Median, keeping their eyes on the prize. They also have the ult to push them back as well. Right now, it's going to have to just be Iffy to try to stall this thing a tad. Going in, there's no ults for Noir. It's going to be tough. They're almost there for the Loki to get a little bit of stagger and sustain, but it's not going to be long.
Nope, he gets the duplicate though. He gets the God of Mischief, and he gets the copy in the form of the Cloak and Dagger and the Eternal Bond. Phoenix does the same thing, except it's in the invisible boundary, lasting a little bit less than that Eternal Bond instead, but you have to avoid the Psionic Seduction as Ricky keeps everybody alive. Great timing by the endpoint of Kanya and that God of Mischief, but is it enough to deal with the final judgment? The Psionic Seduction, Mello getting stunned, so much damage as Ricky finds another KO onto 762.
Ricky is going crazy here. Big Age of Ultron elimination there on Hopeful has been big with those Punisher ults and trying to get this final push in here. Scatter trying to get the hit against the wall to get the Eland. There goes the Agamotto. He lands a big one. Ricky with the follow-up on one. Kraz with the second. And this is going to be rough here for Noir to get things stopped.
Oh, I mean, they're even still stalling here, too. They have really nothing. 762 is going to come out on the Wolverine with just a last Hail Mary. Push here looks like can he even touch the point as Team Nemesis are walking the dog. They contest right on time as Tones makes a desperate swap over to the Captain America just for that mobility, but they still have to deal with the Median and the Ultron Exterminator.
The Desperation 1940 special Captain America Steve Rogers trying to do it all day and get the hold, but no, it's going to be Mello with the quick pick. Mello under pressure, though, as now we have a Medium with the pick on Hopeful, and at this point, it's just getting the scraps left over. This is Nemesis to take.
Yeah, this is just a matter of time. When Kanya had gone down right there with the God of Mischief, he's back now. Let's get that to touch the point, but now Tones can't hold it on for any longer. Kanya can't make it in time, cannot get the stall opportunity, and cannot use the God of Mischief.
We talk about it all the time. Such a game of momentum, and you saw it right there. I mean, really, Noir was doing a great job holding them back, and heck, it looked like they had him on that second point, but all it took was one team play through the portal, and the push happened. The rest was just on overdrive. They're right through straight point 3. We're going to have to see if Team Nemesis can hold Noir to do the same.
Man, I mean, the focus on Takanya at the very end, that was the win condition that Noir had to lean into, honestly, to keep that stalled. I really like the change up from Tones to the Captain America just to keep the mobility, just to stall for as long as possible. But man, once Team Nemesis rolled out with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, it was really difficult to deal with a Median up in the air. Then you had the Doctor Strange, the Emma, and the Groot on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, definitely right now, early shout out to Ricky for just what has been insane picks. The Invisible Woman strategist, no duelist in this time around. Iffy, I do like the Venom play. I think it's going well. They have had the answer to it, though, Vicky, for the most part. So we are seeing a bit of a potential swap up here. 762 can play anything. So I do like the magic play. We've seen them be successful on that, hero. But looking at it, what do you want to see Noir do? Anything kind of outside of the book? Do you want them to kind of run what they've typically done in the meta standard?
I feel like right now a big problem has been the way that Ricky has just been able to stay alive, especially being on that Invisible Woman. It could get a lot trickier. Remember, they did try to focus ban Ricky when they decided to ban the Luna Snow. Now, it could benefit both these teams, but Ricky does show that it doesn't need the Luna right now. You have the Invisible Woman that could tickle you as the Doctor Strange portal comes out now from Noir. And get the jump! Onto Dinks! You caught him lacking the favorite Loki spot, especially on this map, as Dinks is taken out from the equation.
Holy golden god of elimination there. Just a triple tap and elim'd. It goes to Loki. God on god violence. Love to see it. We've got Hopeful now standing very firm on the point. Melo looking to get that pick early. Does get the pick. He does have the passive. He's going to go up to that high ground and activate it, but Melo can potentially get another pick to slow things down of Noir's attack. I like what they're doing so far. Hopeful back up with the res. They're putting the pressure. Tones goes down.
Oh, so much damage coming out from Kraz, who's, by the way, is about to have the Strangling Prison. Meanwhile, Scatter at 100 damage with that beam gets the triple, looking to find everybody else left from Noir to wipe the points low. A Team Nemesis, once again, plant their feet on this defense.
Kraz, man, absolutely dominating on the group. We've seen him play Hulk to a huge level, and we obviously they try to get the save there with the ban that came. So hey, we'll play Groot. We don't need it, right? Ricky going Invisible Woman. This team has flexibility, and I think that's what they learned when they got eliminated in the mid-season, is to really learn flexibility and not get stopped with one or two bans.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, too, about Marvel Rivals. That's what I love about this game, right? It forces you to have to understand everyone's weakness here, understand how these different roles are played alongside each other, and having that flexibility to deal with these counter picks as Melo looking off to the side angle here. The Eternal Bond now to get things going for Noir. Coach on the back end, though, is going to avoid any sort of command grab from Scatter. He had it available, but as the Magic Ultimate comes out, look to maybe see if you could get that grab. The other side of Seduction here, Team Nemesis looking to take over Noir.
This is incredible support. I mean, just the stretch, just keeping the team alive. You had 762 in there as the Dark Child, and it was like nothing even happened there as the whole team stayed alive. Again, as Melo throws it down, does get picked, but get the pick in the meantime, and they're going to be able to wipe up the scraps here, and they're going to have to get another reset. But I mean, shout out right now to the strategist of Nemesis, just keeping this team alive and healthy.
Can you imagine being dinked and getting jumped like that, like within the first 5 seconds of the game starting for the second round? I mean, like, the fact you come right back in, Ricky staying alive, keeping everybody from Team Nemesis alive while Dinks comes right back in, and now has the God of Mischief to add.
Absolutely. And we've just seen this, Vicky. The Groot ammo with triple support is just such a solid combo time and time again, and very hard to stop, especially when you have someone like Kraz at the helm, throwing the deep balls there, pushing in and getting the walls behind. What a beautiful setup there, as now they're just putting the full gas onto the pedal.
Where do you go? You have a Median using the Exterminator from the high ground there. Then you have the Groot walls to your back. You're sandwiched between a whole bunch of damage here, and you're getting pressured right back to spawn, it looks.
I mean, they don't even look phased at all. Just pushed in, held W, and got that job done. Those walls and the timing of it is what really makes Groot such a high skill ceiling hero. And we saw it to perfection right there as we're just trying to get early poke damage. 69 going to 70% here. Up to a whopping 80 quick on the Kraken impact. Melo's farming that ult.
Yeah, that damage output, I mean, I'm scary. Just tears in my eyes seeing that as a Psionic Seduction, just trying to clear the point here as Noir come in with 3 more ultimates available. Konya's going to be able to copy maybe the Eternal Bond here to move forward here, create that pathing as a Psionic Seduction wraps up around the Groot wall. Great of Alter, and from North to just actually create a pathing to the left side instead. They try to delete that of the Bucky ultimate, and now the final judgment instead, but it's not going to be enough healing, enough pocketing, as Melo just burns right through that final judgment.
Both duelists gone in a flash of an eye, and that's really been the difference of this match so far. We've seen Punisher ult, Magic ult, get nothing done, and even with great plays of that Gru wall stopping Scatter's ult, it's really going to come down to the duelists not able to get those eliminations. We know 762, they're great. We know what they can do over there, but it just did not get enough done. Hopeful didn't get the Punisher ult, and now it's going to be over. That's a quick map 1, Vic.
Talk about getting ready for the Doctor Strange portal. They knew it was coming. They knew it hadn't been used before. 3 minutes, no cooldown, and coming right back over. You have to worry about the Emma Frost roundhouse kicking you back to the spawn room gates.
I mean, there's just so much to highlight on that one map, and I would say really coordination, I think, is a good one with Nemesis and getting that opening, just absolute demolishing, of the teams we've seen through the portals and really just having the team in sync together. But it came down also Mello. Mello just is so different in the duelist role and incredible. 762, love the diversity. We'll see if they can match it in the next map.
I mean, there was even a point where even if Mello had gone down, there was still a trade in favor for Mello's team. And it was Mello who had been able to get that even after he had gotten down. As we take a look at the stats, look at this. 20 final hits, 16 final hits on Scatter, the Emma Frost, 25,000 damage across both Vanguards, and then almost 30,000 in favor for Mello, 42-7.
Yeah, that'll do it. That will get the job done. Ricky there with 10k damage, 32k healing. I mean, come on. And I think Coach played a really good game, too, for what they could up there for Noir. Noir, again, they're coming off as champions of the EMRC. They're a name that they want people to get to know a bit more, right? We know Nemesis more from Ignite. I know Noir has what it takes, but right there, it looked like a very dominating game as Nemesis was just narrowly left off of making it into Ignite. We know what this team can bring.
I mean, what does the stats speak for you, Cozy? I mean, when you see the strategists are getting bullied and you see on the other end, Ricky and Invisible Woman is doing 10.1k damage on board while still keeping up with 39,000 healing, that shows you the impact of the strategist, whereas Loki on the other side didn't even break 10,000 damage. And you know, Loki being able to get that ultimate online, being able to keep everybody alive, especially when you have an eternal bond on your side, that damage output could still be there, but you could tell that the strategist didn't really have the opportunity on the other side of Noir.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, really, they didn't even phase. You didn't even see a Dark Child come in, and it's like they just, another day at the office, right? They just did not care. They had a Groot ult to at least counter that a little bit, but there's so much damage being able to be output in that time. Between that and both Hopeful, Punisher, ults, I mean, every single time it was Judge, Jury, and I'd even hear Executioner, Vicky, because he was eliminated that quickly. And so that's going to be a big difference maker, obviously. Then on the other side, we have Kraken Impact getting 1, 2, 3 in a full push.
And then you have to worry about the Ultron up in the sky, which, by the way, remember, Ultron getting buffed next season. So just seeing that and seeing how the triple strategist, triple Vanguard also still is able to have their own pressure. It's very peeving to beat, but obviously we see sometimes a lot of these pro teams, they try to match that together.
Peeving is a great word, by the way. What a way with words over there, Vic. I like what they're doing with the strategist role, how they're going to make them each unique and have their own different, flavor style. Ultron is going to have bonus health damage, up to, I believe, 150%. Jeff now has his healing capabilities. Invis is also getting big ups. Loki's going down. And so you're going to see that change a lot. But Ultron with that Groot and Emma is such a solid comp right now. But here we go. We go into yet another matchup. And we've seen a lot of great games on Celestial Husk, especially in that Ignite. Nemesis with 1 up, and the bans are already rolling. We don't have Human Torch or Magneto in this one.
All right, but are we going to deal with the Emma? Because that Emma was a problem from Scatter. I mean, being able to have 100 damage output, like uptime, for as long as we saw Scatter have, was on another level. So wondering here what the saves are going to be, because obviously that target ban, when they saw the Hulk being saved, could have also just been a mind game right there alone to waste a ban on No More as a Protect onto Punisher comes out.
Yeah, it's like I'd almost expect maybe a group ban here because Emma, so many people play Emma well that's like they don't want to ban her because they just enjoy playing her as well. And like maybe that's part of their strategy. Maybe they do go with Emma here. They do like, obviously, the Venom. It's going to play a bit different in Domination. Love the save there for Punisher. Psylocke ban going away as well. Just trying to get rid of those lethal top tier duelists as now Nemesis looking to get another ban in. If you were to try to shut down something from Noir, what would it be? What did you see that really kind of stood out there from that team, even though they got kind of dominated?
I'm trying to think that maybe, I mean, Hopeful was dealt with a good amount by Mello. I feel Hopeful had their own moments of shining. We know how strong Phoenix is, especially if you let the Phoenix and Wolverine come out. But I also felt like Mello started to keep his eye on Hopeful specifically. So if anything, if Hopeful could get a little bit more enabled, and then at the same time, the strategist Kanya being also enabled, not really getting mollywopped and focused on by the Loki, and then the clone resets that we saw from the Bucky, I think that's something that Noir may want to be able to try to keep themselves stabilized. What? As we don't see a protect on Noir's side.
Can't make that. Listen, you can get that. You can get away with that in the MRC. Got to clean that up by Ignite without question. We got one more ban heading their way, and again, I would expect that hopefully they end up getting something here, ban, because they definitely gonna need. There we go. We got Hulk ban. Yeah, again, as crazy as Kraz was on Groot, you can't let that man have Hulk. He can just go absolutely ballistic here on Domination. Luna getting banned as well. We're gonna see. Yet again, you know, we saw Ricky pretty comfortable there on Invisible Woman, and he locks it again.
I'm not judging.
I mean, Ricky had no issue dealing out that damage as Invisible Woman, which is crazy to say, as you know, Invisible Woman's a lackluster primary fire. I mean, just imagine if it was strong. But with no Luna on board, Ricky has no issue, and it looks like we may be leaning into that triple strategist, triple Vanguard. Again, we're going to have to see if Mello wants to lean into this Bucky as well all over again.
Yes, we're going to see the Ultron up there, who I potentially thought maybe would get the ban, but hopeful, yep, going to try to match that on their side of things. And really, Human Torch, Psylocke, that's respect to Mello. Amadian does play a lot of Punisher, so that save is going to be, if they switch off Ultron, you could expect to see Punisher on that side. But right now, listen, it's a brand new map. Domination can go either way, but this first point is just so important, Vicky. We'll see if Noir can lock in.
I've still personally have been trying to find the best positioning on this Domination map too. That high to low ground disparity makes it great for, you know, if you want to have your Ultron fly forward, be able to get more out of cover, get out of the line of sight of the enemy team, utilizing the rocks, you could get away with that, as if he's going to be able to have a good time being on that Venom, throwing it back here, having a good time with the rest of the squad, as Noir are going to try to portal forward.
Yep, that loss didn't do anything to the morale there, as you see Venom just dancing away there, throwing it back, as Vicky put so elegantly. We've got the portal now coming out, and they're taking the fight right to him. As it is they're nailing these portals, Vic. They're absolutely getting these picks early here now, as that's going to be a huge one. Kraz going down fast.
Oh man, literally took so much damage in that one instant. Amadian 2 is going to be able to get right back to health. That's Kanya, and the rest of Noir coming out with the triple strategist lineup themselves, but it's not going to be that triple Vanguard. Instead, with 762 being on that magic, you can see Kanya now having a lot of a better time being able to have mobility, while Tones does enough damage to isolate Dinks.
We're seeing a lot more of Satan's greatest soldier and Jeff Baby Landshark now out here, just absolutely dominating in Marvel Rivals now. 762 back on Magic, going to see if they can make a difference. And right now, it is just Kraz. It's that, what we like to say, Vic, the 99 woodcutting, right? We've had now Groot down back-to-back, and 762 is just going to get a heated start here on Magic, and the first cap is a big one.
And the way that Noir are just trying to reverse this too, I mean, they have to. They lost out on the opportunity to have a ban on board, and they're down an entire game. It's best of 5 opportunity here after they were able to get that point first, and Hopeful with the Ultron ultimates could keep the rest of his team alive. Tones too. Eye of Agamotto almost on board. Amadian on the other side to match that with Hopeful, as now Team Nemesis are stuck inside the cave, and Hopeful is able to keep the rest of the team alive. But here it comes Amadian, activating the Ultron ultimate second, keeping Nemesis alive for this next upcoming fight.
Yeah, I love the patience on Extermination there, trying to push down and react. You have the Kraken impact to avoid the Jeff ult, and it does just that. What a great use of it. My goodness, as Scatter gets that pick and they push forward. That's where having the Agamotto coming out here, Tones trying to get something working for the team, but Jeff down is going to be tough as they get pushed back, and Nemesis is just not even phased.
Not the Agamotto that Noir wanted to really rely on here. Tones gets taken out for it, and now the Eternal Bond from Coach. When you already lost 2 members out from Noir, they are stalling for as long as possible because they do have that point first. But the Strangling Prince is going to bring everybody together. They're staying alive in this, as Coach had the Eternal Bond right before, and now the Psionic Seduction from Scattergen to get everybody off the point from Noir.
Noir showing why that Jeff Baby Landshark has earned multiple MVPs here, just trying to be slippery and tricky, and getting that, again, that point just held for such a long time, forcing Nemesis to use so many of their ults. I mean, Zing's popping theirs as well. They only have an Extermination, and Mello about to be back around here. 762 does have Dark Child, 81% to 5. That's a heck of an opening.
I mean, if they could deny the extermination from Hopeful and 762 gets shut down with that magic ultimate, Team Nemesis are looking great for the next two team fights. Median can keep everybody alive through this magic ultimate as he does activate the extermination. Mello gets a grapple in, does have the reset available to him too, but wants to find a low opponent first. Could work out as Toads now finds Kraz on the other side as Hopeful keeps Noir alive.
Wow, great hook there on 762. And, you know, listen, what's scarier than Magic and Darkchild is with a jet bubble and being that much faster, right? 762 yet again gets scattered down, and they clean up. What an absolute showing after what was a struggle fest there in Wakanda. 762 cleaning up the rest as well, and this is what we expected to, you know, see from them. We know that they can handle their own. Nemesis is a very good team, but, you know, I thought Noir could show up like this.
It looked way better here when Kanye gets to stay alive. Does have a Jeff ultimate for a playmaking opportunity here. Everybody being stuck closer to the offside of the map, but then the dive down here. The Kraken impact as Kanye manages to get away. A slight stun onto Iffy, who falls incredibly low, looking to reset here. Overtime ticking away in favor for Noir, and with Iffy going down first, this opened things up for Team Nemesis and Amadian.
Yeah, Mello shouting again, and not just for the ultimate, but getting away from that Jeff ult twice. Had it locked in. Elimination now pushing towards getting that pick, and it's kind of the same story as we just saw in the first point. Yes, 99% over to Nemesis, but we saw plenty when we casted this team at Ignite, Vic. They are so good at these reverse 99s, right? From what was Shroud X at the time, and now trying to do it to Noir.
They just really like feeling the pressure, it looks like. You know what? Better late than never, as they say, as Team Nemesis approaching this next fight. 5 ultimates. You could really make it 6 with the damage output that Mello has been putting on. Crash just waiting for the opportunity, and Noir do have Hopeful and Coach with the Eternal Bond if he's about to match that too, with 4 ultimates on board for Noir.
Yeah, we're about to be a 99 battle for sure here. 71 pushed up Crash. They're just putting full spawn pressure, and it's tough at this point to get anything. Oh, wow, you're right. It's probably, is it 762 most likely back there, if I had to take a guess, and now they're forced to push back. Even though they don't get the cap, that is great for positioning, Vic. Good call.
Exactly, yeah, it's the... He said, shut up real quick. Sorry about that, Venom. No more. As Mello claims the head of Coach right at the beginning of the Eternal Bond. Ricky comes in throwing hands, gets the push onto Tones. And remember, Noir was at 99%, and now there's nobody that could touch to contest as Team Nemesis flipped the first round in their favor.
We are dead, and then us against the dead. I mean, just insane there from Mello, shutting down both ults. Very good job from Nemesis just to flip that completely. I mean, it was looking like it was all Noir there at the beginning, but oh man, Mello, it just absolutely locked in here, ready to go. They still have Scatter and Dinks with the ult. Ricky as well with the support, and if you look on Noir, they used a lot to try to get that last point hold.
I mean, it's just so scary when you know the reason why you see that Human Torch as like the first ban is the way that Mello performs on this duelist role, whether it be the Torch, whether it be now on the Bucky. It's having that flexibility, and Mello's still proving to be the threat that he is. Now, going into this next round, though, Noir does have 762 Tones with their ultimate online, but we did also just see Coach get taken down at the very start of the animation of the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they go in with the portal into the Dark Child, maybe a jet bubble with it. We'll see if they go that route here as we're on the eyes of Nemesis right now. So the battle would be brought to them. Look for the strange magic to pop up. Don't know if we saw that portal to end the last one. Looks like they are all together, so the portal is coming.
There it is. Tries to get the jump here. Great positioning on the lanterns with the Loki, though. Going to be able to keep everyone here alive for now. Dink's taking a good amount of damage. Amadian's going to match that, though, having to be careful. At least Scattergun is here with the Silent Seduction, bringing people in. Going to be able to catch Tones in the process. Nice fruit wall. And Team Nemesis looking to take over this point first.
And that just all but shuts down 762 in the Dark Child, right? Can't do anything when you are absolutely seducted by Mother there in the ultimate. We've got now Amadian with the quick pick on Jeff. Massive here, trying to keep Dinks alive. Great follow-up and peel. Amadian showing why he's different now as Scatter pushing in, and it is just all Team Nemesis right now.
Konya is just getting shut down. I mean, we saw it on the Loki. Now it's happening to the Jeff. Now Mello claims Efi coming up right afterwards here. And now Noir gonna have to make some swap-ups as Konya now recognizes the Jeff. Oh, not worth it. The stagger here onto Hopeful. Very unfortunate. But even better for Team Nemesis as that's time dwindled away from Noir.
Yeah, Konya had multiple MVPs too playing that Loki. So it is definitely, you know, we're seeing there's some struggle there. Maybe they'll get it back together, as now it is 20% for the point. They've got plenty, and they're going to be pushing in. Why not? Why not be aggressive? It's been working for you here. They can go with the good old We Are Groot to open things up. They go with it into the Kraken Impact, forcing then an extermination to follow. They're going to get the team wipe here.
Oh, no, it's a shish kebab, a Mellow shish kebab. The scatter here coming in. Mellow following up. Mellow had the wombo combo lined up with the strangling prison. I mean, how do you live through that? And that was right after Kanye had made the swap over to the Loki, so that's going to delay the ult charge even more.
I am Groot. You are gone. We have another Kraken Impact ready to go. Throwing down. He does hit. Kanye, can he get the pick for the reset? He does get it. My goodness, Becky, this man's unstoppable too. We'll see 3. He's going for Tones here for the quick pick. They're trying to get him down for that reset, but they do get a hopeful down in the process, and it is gonna. This is tough.
Wait, how long did he have that Kraken Impact for? That was like, for what, over like a minute or so? That was crazy. He had the reset. Ricky gets the pull in onto Coach, just enough damage to get that KO here. And now Team Nemesis are pulling Nor into their spawn room doors. Cozy, the team who had taken on the MRC Season 2 right now, is getting pushed into the spawn by Team Nemesis.
Absolutely. Here, a lot of the teams that were in Ignite weren't in the Season 2 MRC, so that's why we're seeing this new team together. And, you know, it's interesting, Bucky did get that buff, and Loki getting the nerf. I wonder if we see less Loki in Ignite, and that's going to make maybe Winter Soldier a little less viable, because we're seeing him feast on these clones, and there goes the shields up, and everyone alive and healthy, as we've seen them be with Nemesis. Now they're just, oh my gosh, punished in the Storm 762.
It's even scarier when you have to forcibly use a Storm ult just to be able to touch the point, and even then you're still freaking out because they had 2 invisible boundaries ready to contest you. You have Deeks, you have Ricky here cycling side by side with these strategist ults, and now you have the Kraken Impact again and again as Tones does at least find scattered here. This sets things up for Nor, but then the strangling prison bringing everybody together as a Median follows up, finding a 2K. Ricky follows up, finds everybody else, and now there's nobody left inside from Nor to stay on this point as Nemesis looking to take another game in their pocket.
Dormammu has come to bargain and just completely won the deal there. Strange getting it done, and the finished job of Nemesis. I mean, dominant really from start to finish on these first 2 maps, Vic. And listen, when you have best of 5, you have time to reset. We've seen reverse sweeps happen. I think actually Noir is famous for the reverse sweeps, but Nemesis, they just seem so locked in.
It's scary. It's scary to see what level Team Nemesis is standing at right now, because you could see them playing with a lot of confidence. You can see them leaning to their strength, but also you could see the intimidation with the way that these teams are playing around each other, the way that Nora has to avoid Mellow. Look at this, 21k damage on the board. Look at the other side. I mean, nobody even reaching close to that 20,000 level of damage output, but then you have 27 and 2 with 14 final hits thanks to that Kraken Impact.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hopeful getting 0 final hits is not gonna get it done. Ricky to even, get eliminated there. So we're seeing it. It's a really tough job. Really just great sustain from Nemesis. And again, we're gonna have to look at the pick ban phase when you're missing a save, but you definitely need to land. And a lot of the fight is won there. So hopefully we do see some change up, because yes, right now it's all them, and especially Mellow at the helm. Both tanks, those scattered crabs. We've seen what they can do. This team has, you could tell, put that practice in since back in June, and is really showing up a new team.
Yeah, I mean, and you're also forcing the strategists too from Cafe Noir to be, I don't want to say heal bots, but more focused on healing than being able to do damage output because of that pressure. I know we've all been in a situation here where you're able to keep everybody alive, but no one is dropping, and eventually when you start building up these strategist ults, you're gonna have to try to cycle around it, and there's just too much damage being put out from the other side for Cafe Noir to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And it's tough to do that when, one of their best players, 762 and Hopeful, they don't even have a chance to use those ults. They always have an answer, right? Scatter with the Psionic Seduction. You have the quick grab. I mean, Mellow hit... They're so fast that you miss them, but the grabs that Mellow was able to get with Bucky were just absolute perfection. And so it's tough to get anything going when you can't get the picks rolling from that, right? You can have all the setup ults with the tank Vicky and the Vanguards. You can have the healing there for the strategist, but you have to get those eliminations.
Yeah, it can be difficult sometimes too when you're dealing with a strategist, like even Ricky in this case, right? Just the survivability of the strategist from the other side. Always having to cycle through these invisible boundaries. At one point, we saw the back-to-back boundary, and it's really difficult when it forces so many of your own ultimates out, Cozy.
Well, we're going to have to see. We'll see if we'll be able to have a comeback from Noir or if Nemesis can go ahead and just get this best of 5. We're going to go and see that game in just a second, but we're going to take a quick break first. Be sure not to go anywhere.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Welcome back, guys. Marvel Rival Championship Season 3. We've seen now Team Nemesis put a pretty good matchup against Noir and winning 2 firm matches. We're heading into match number 3, Vicky. And there's a lot of things to point out, but tell me something that jumps out to you that you think Noir can change here.
Magic. Yeah. Jeff. Kanya is just trying to survive. Like, it looks like Kanya is trying to play the game a few times. And it's hard because, like you said, Kanya's had their standout moments. Like, we're talking about a player who has taken MVP so many times that we've seen in the past, but you're also dealing with a very strong team right now. You're dealing with also, like, Melo's on the other side, who's just playing insane. So it's difficult. It's difficult to deal with, but it's also like you're trying to figure something out. You're trying to go for something different, and nothing you're throwing out is working out.
From here, shoot it to a survival game. That's not a fun one to play at this moment for the strategist over there. And I agree, Magic, hey, great next patch. Not working out at back-to-back games. And 762 has such a wide hero pool. You know, we've seen Wolverine, Winter Soldier, Black Panther, Storm. Maybe mix it up a bit here. Maybe even the Winter Soldier and match Melo. You know, it's going to be tough. Melo being as, as good as they are. But we do head into the big band. We are in Convergence at Central Park, and we're seeing kind of the same story. However, they don't want anything to deal with now with Iffy. They're just going to shut down the Venom.
All right, yeah, they don't want to entertain it here as a protect over onto the Punisher on the other side, while they do go for the ban on the Torch. Again, Melo having a very diverse hero pool too, but I think that also comes down to it. Cozy, you and I in the green room talking during the break, you know, 762's job to try to diff that of Melo. Obviously, your strategists are not having a good time, especially when you have these resets. If you're forced to play Loki, these clones just allow Melo to just run away with the rest of the match. What are you going to bring something differently here? Are you going to still try to lean into the Jeff? Are you going to still rock the triple strategist here if you're Norn?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're already seeing a difference. Definitely, Nemesis has seen that the first save goes to Venom, so they get rid of that immediately. We get a Mantis save, which could go into the old, you know, boost up our best player, 7.62. Can they get the job done? Groot getting banned. I do like that. I think Kraz has done a good job, but then are they going to ban the Hulk as well? Because there's only so many bans out there, right, Vic? And they want to be able to have their choice of heroes too. But shutting down Groot is going to be pretty important here as Cap. A lot of Vanguards off the table.
Exactly, and that, you know, it calls to us reminding the viewers at home, this isn't very similar to the MRI ban system. This is a universal bans here. So no Groot, no Captain America, wondering who we're going to be able to protect over on the other side. Team Nemesis really have showcased that they are flexible here as Thing. We've seen this before. Kraz being all crazy Thing. You could ban the Groot, but you can't ban them all, as you already mentioned, Cozy.
Yep, Kraz has played plenty of Thing in his time, and now even better than what we saw before with the new, you know, jump over to Flyers, jump over to Heroes. He's become such a diverse Vanguard in that respect. And Magneto not banned, Emma not banned. This is such an interesting Vanguard decision. But yes, Ultron with the Mantis makes a lot of sense for the save there. But I think Nemesis, they're plenty comfortable with Ultron being available. Amadian did fine on the hero. And in fact, I think they're probably more comfortable with it. We'll see if this goes to Hulk here, the final ban. It's either that or Luna.
I mean, that's the fact that you see the protect on the Thing. I'm just expecting the triple... Oh, all right. The triple Vanguard as the Emma is the one that's banned out. Okay, I like this here, too. You don't want to prioritize the Magneto because the Emma gives the power-up since you don't have enough bans onto the Psylocke with the team-up as the Loki is the last one banned. So they're forcing Kanya maybe take out the Jeff. I mean, maybe the Mantis here is Kanya actually has accessibility to the Luna Snow, but you also know if Ricky ever wanted to swap over, Ricky also would have a Luna Snow. Same thing as Dinks as they interchange within their strategist hero pool. I'm excited to see how this is going to roll out because this also opened things up with the Namor and Hulk, literally.
They are thrilled with this pick ban result, right? Because not only that, they, you know, Melo can go Psylocke if he wants to as well. We saw a lot of Psylocke. But Kraz and Namor, they were ready for this is what they want to see. And on this map in particular, just a tough point to go against these Gamma Squids and get this point down. I think Kraz is pretty happy with what they were able to switch into. Melo going over to Jean, again, showing that flexibility. Amadian, you know, typically loves to play those hit scan heroes, but this time around, going to go with the Namor swap. And then Dinks is now, yes, going to be comfortable on the Luna. So we'll see if Noir can go up against what I would say Nemesis' most comfortable team comp.
Yeah, I like this too because Ricky's already warmed up on Invisible-Man. We've already seen Ricky pop off getting those final elims. And I feel like at this point too, with the way that the strategist backline of Team Nemesis has been playing side by side, it's going to be really difficult to dismantle this Hulk and Namor setup. But you got the fastball special, hopeful being on the Wolverine here, kitty, as Thing comes out, if he's going to be able to also lean into that, as they're going to yeet this Wolverine and hopefully get a kidnap.
Logan launches in the air, tries to go for something quick here. Let's get the pull, and a great hit there on Namor to open things up quickly for the team. They have to now capitalize on this, show the aggression. And really, we saw 762 play a lot of Torch. I think obviously Melo, you can't give him access to that, and that's the difference of these global bans. But he does play another Flyer here in Ultron. I do like the swap here, something a little bit different, as with that opening pick really opens up the lane for them to push it immediately.
No, Cozy, I never get tired of watching these Wolverine kidnaps. It's like watching a horror movie, except you're not on the receiving end of it, so it's a lot more enjoyable to see. And now you get to see Scatter come right back around after Madian broke his neck, having to follow around. Scatter comes right back, gets the revenge, gets 2 picks, doesn't fall off the map here, though, as a Madian finds Hopeful, giving him a taste of his own medicine.
What an insane, easy comeback there again. Kanya just playing a survival game, getting picked off from Scatter and showing, just look at everybody wants a piece of the pie, Vicky. If it wasn't Scatter, every single name showing up on the Elim feed. Legitimately, I think we saw all 6 of them here. Ricky now just climbing pillars, having a good time, and they're pushing towards the spawn. They've got their ults ready to go. Oh boy.
I mean, this is best of 5, right? Team Nemesis are in winning territory at this point. They just need to win this last map, and they'll be able to move on through that bracket with that nice hefty prize pool that we were able to see earlier as Amadian getting set up with these squids, finding another pick, making a 2K. Can I see a 3K? As he's got the squid ready to go. He's got the ultimate from the Namor. He tries to cut off their entrance, and Team Nemesis have literally everything in the bank once Nor is forced to break through this choke.
Let the ocean sleep. Let the whale stay out of it. He just uses the Tritons against 2 of them and the pressure. Yes, look at everything unlocked for both teams. About to be what we like to say, the old Michael Bay special. Kraz now hiding here, looking for the early pick. I mean, if Amadian lands this whale for any type of stagger, it's gonna be another wipe.
Uh-oh. Look at this positioning. Kraz looking to try to get the stun. Tries to harass and separate the backline here between the whale and the follow-up. That's what Team Nemesis were waiting for. Kraz has the reset available as he's going to be able to go berserk now. Mello moves all the way up, finds another pick onto Hopeful, and this is just a mollywop right now, Cozy. Like, Nor are literally getting pressed into their face. Yes, they were able to get that 1 tick, but at what cost with Team Nemesis not even having to expend more than those 2 ultimates alone?
Yeah, minute 24 seconds left. They put all their focus on Kraz, who then just ulted, right? And got rid of all that effort. Was able to go right back up to 1,000. And then Hopeful, I mean, we got to see Hopeful get a pick here. Mello just getting that diff once again happening now as the team's pushing in. We're going to see everything launch at the same time. Undefeatable going to get the pick in here to Noir. And we have the, oh, Dinks matching that easily. And every color is shown here. It is New York on New Year's Eve, Vic.
It's a fireworks show here, and it's a nice celebration with the dance-off while Coach is off to the back end. Invisible Boundary does not save Amadian. Nice headshot here. The Mantis Coach sneaking away. The pullback, though, between Ricky and Scatter. The duo that has been deadly over to that back left side, camping out that health pack. But Coach finds another victim, does get stunned in the meantime here, thanks to Kraz being on that Hulk. Nice peel away, though. They back away in time before trying to go for the re-engagement because Nar, they're going to be able to try to get this point. Nice freeze, nice sleep here, too. But then the recontest right when they're about to get this point moving.
Yeah, the small patience there for the reset. They know the time that they had. It was a good freeze, too. Maybe it was going to stop it, but a little too late here. Just 1 tick left, forcing them now to push back just a tad here. They only need an inch of a pixel to get this point made. And if we're looking at it, Madian about to have Eye of Agamotto. We do have the Phoenix. You are nothing slamming down, but that's a great thing. That's going to set up Hopeful and Coach with a 1-2.
Oh, no, everyone's getting taken out, though, here. Now, Norv, with the rest of Hopeful and close to that Endsong Inferno, you won't need until that next choke. They're able to get the point moving. Team Nemesis now look for that reset.
Oh, man, just a breath of relief there as they were able to get it with no time on the clock. And great job there. Just really ults, re-ults. When you have 6 ults versus 6 ults, it is a tough battle to win, especially when momentum is not on your side. Hopeful, can they get the pick? Oh, my, Dinks in the freeze.
Help him. Hopeful manages to get away. Also, again, has that reset in case he needs to use that Endsong Inferno, but doesn't want to burn it in a case like that. Tries to isolate Ricky here if you're going to be able to go right back to the rest of his teams. Remember, Team Nemesis, look at these ultimates. They have 5 online, although 4 ready to go, making 5 with Coach having that Mantis ultimate online here. Still trying to keep everybody alive. The Endsong Inferno, another freeze this time onto Scatter. Dinks with the right timing, though. Luna still ultimate the dance off. Dinks gets taken out, though, in the middle, and Kanya tries to keep the rest of Nor alive.
Wow, we are undefeatable. Might need a change on the dialogue there as just Mantis gets erased moments after saying it. Put on a show, didn't help either. Hopeful now getting the picks they need to push forward. 762 does have the extermination. Scatter to match it. This is going to be a great .2 push regardless, Vic. Not a lot of time on the clock, and they're making every single tick of it matter here now as extermination comes out. But Mello with the oh my goodness.
Mello, another shutdown. Amadian's gonna match that. Hopeful is off the table. Iffy close to having that clobbering time, but you won't have a team to help you out as it's 3 out here from Nor and Team Nemesis looking fantastic. This is exactly why you saw Nor ban out that Namor earlier too.
Mello was put to sleep and Madian could have woken him up and they're like, nah, let's just leave him asleep. Gave him a little wave and moved on. Absolutely some teammate on teammate trolling here as the Tritons rain down. And oh, this is going to be a big whale. The Moby Dick coming out here, pushing him towards the spawn. Here comes Meteor M. They need the pick here. The purple meteor up, slam it down, connects with the oh, wow, beautiful stuff.
Ooh. Beautiful follow-up at the very least. Scatter was incredibly low, but did not get reset right on time. While now, Clobber Time comes in and opens up the gates for the rest of Nora. Everybody out from Team Nemesis. They have some space, but still some time for the recontest could come out from Team Nemesis.
Showing what a Meteor Imp can do just to open up the floodgates, right? Tones gets the pick, and they're able to push through from there. We got the portal opening from Kraz. They're going to try to touch yet again, but no, the point is taken with seconds on the clock yet again. If you're going to finish the 1-2 punch combo, Mike Tyson finish, and the stagger, great job as it, wow, that's got to hurt, man. A punch right in the face.
Yeah, right. You can't do anything. You're just a poor strategist trying to get back to the safety of the rest of the team. Well, hopeful. Another statement onto Mello buys enough time for Noir to at least clear that space over by the bottom side of the stairs.
Hopeful now trying to get the picks, and really that's been the difference. Hopeful's been able to get a couple picks to open up the lanes. Obviously, we're coming from a 0 elimination game from them, so love to see the step up here as Nemesis has everything they need to get the stop. 55 seconds. You've got both support ults. You've got the Whale, the Phoenix. They're looking good to get what they need done here. 7.62, getting some good pick damage here, charging up that ult. Here comes the Phoenix down, Vicky, and they are able to delete it.
Oh, nice. You're not only able to take care of it, but Hopeful was ready too, just to be able to back away with that dash. Does have that end song Infernal too. Talk about that damage output. Perfect Magneto bubble to stay alive. Deeps was ready too with the Luna Soul dance off here as Coach keeps everybody alive with the Soul Infernus as Hopeful dives down onto Dinks. The rest of Noir now. Coach is angry. Kanya follows up, and they wipe out Team Nemesis.
This is why you don't give up on this game. I mean, seconds left in point one, and this is a different matchup. It just took a reset, a refocus, and they even look from getting that Phoenix out in the sky to Coach locking in, hopeful to follow. This is what you want to see here. Now they're hulking out, jumping in. Ricky does have the ult to stall. 7.62, though, getting rid of Scatter quickly. Tones with the other pick. It's going to be Noir, who looked lifeless, showing that life on the very last potential matchup between the two, getting the point.
Overtime away as Noir at the very end. It looked grim at the very beginning before they got that first checkpoint, before they got that payload moving. But quickly, this is one of those maps too, Cozy. I feel like that if you do not regroup, if you do not find that momentum to just flip the tide, it is so difficult to stop a team that has just not been stopped from the very beginning, especially once you get through that second checkpoint.
For sure, and they did exactly what they didn't do on the previous two maps. They won the ult fights pretty handily, right? We've got the opening Meteor M. The Whale with the damage boost, I don't know if you saw that on the ramp, did nothing. They backed up perfectly, and the Whale just went right into the ground of nothingness. I mean, that was a very good clinic put on there, and just being able to showcase the viewers right now. That's why, listen, you don't hit that surrender button, even though sometimes it does look hopeless, because as long as you got Hopeful on the team and maybe a random Q person in your matches, you got a chance.
When there's a will, there's a way, I always say here, Cozy. And Noir being able to make those adjustments, looking really nice here. But now the main thing is preventing Team Nemesis from running away with a speed run. You don't want them to be able to flip this first point as quickly as they have in the past. Noir being able to do it with very little time in the time bank, and Coach really waking up. We even saw them do the chain CC onto the freeze and then into the sleep right afterwards. But then they woke up the sleeping Hulk at one point. Luckily, though, the rest of them were able to regroup after that.
I'm glad you point out Coach. I think Coach has done an insane job in the strategist position. And we're seeing, you know, Coach, like you said, you didn't want to call them heel bots, but they were kind of stuck in that role. And now Coach is able to do what they do best, and that's shine to what we saw with the Terror Capes. Now with Mantis, can do it on any hero here, as now they're going to look to hold back a Team Nemesis that is definitely kind of fueled up right now after what is, I'm sure, a disappointing hold, but looks so promising.
See with the way that Scatter had made the swap over to the Magneto here too. Saw some signs of life. Kraz being on the Hulk still. Madian still sticking to this No More composition. Playing very split though, as Hopeful has proven to be a big threat. I feel like from the side of Team Nemesis, they're trying to isolate Hopeful, but it's just so much burst damage with this Phoenix, as we've seen time and time again.
And the constant damage boost from Coach. And Scatter is going to get that pick, though. It's Scatter who's been getting all the picks for their team and Coach for the other, but it's them getting the best of it. Kraz jumping in, and now we have the supports down, strategists out, Iffy to join, and yeah, they're going to have to get a quick portal here. Coach swapping from Mantis. Now they're going to be strategists down to even try to touch, but even then, it's going to be close, Vicky. They do get the magic out, the portal out, and they're jumping in.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. They need to recontest this because now there's so much time in the time bank for Team Nemesis. They have to stall for as long as they can. The extermination now from 7.62, keeping the rest of Noir alive. Immediate trying to get into a sneaky position. Look at this, 85% on that ultimate. You want to call in the Moby Dick here. You want to isolate the strategist as the Cloaking Dagger is feeling the pressure, backing away though. Icky also at nearly 60% with that internal bomb, but Kraz trying to also isolate Konya in the back with no help. The double Vanguard of Team Nemesis is just running away with murder while Mello holds the front line. Nor are getting torn apart, and now they'll be able to start moving this payload forward as Team Nemesis.
Hulk's punching the life out of that Luna, and then the over like elim that you need to do there with the whale to follow on the what is the body of Luna on the ground. I mean, absolute insanity. Great job though from Nemesis. If he had to swap over to the strategist role because Coach jumped in with Strange, that kind of got them off their beat, off their rolls. And as you said, right, it's hard to kind of recalibrate here. The momentum is now back to Nemesis. Let's see if Noir can do it.
It also depends on how far you're holding up this space, right? Meteor M calling in after seeing the overextension. Talk about save there, though, just so that way they can try to re-engage on the other side of this payload. Clobber in time only finds Scatter, but Dinks has already activated the fate of both worlds, so they keep everybody alive. Amadian then finds Hopeful here in the back, trying to set up these squids, and they're essentially wrapping up around Noir like a sandwich.
Spinning the Triton, throwing it right into Hopeful's face, eliminating. Now we've got the show going on. Canoe trying to keep the team up as they push around this corner. Crash taking a quick nap here from Coach, but throwing Coach into oblivion afterwards, slamming down. Oh my God, somebody call the Marvel police here as he's just taking down strategist after strategist, scattered to get the finish. You are nothing, slamming down, and oh man, this is rough to see.
I mean, if he thinks that, you know, you're finally distracting them on the other side of this backline, but then your strategists have been completely wiped out. Mello finds Hopeful again, by the way. Being on this Bucky has just been crazy here. Team Nemesis answering right back after they had failed to hold the full hold on the other side.
We've got the Meteor M to open up. You can follow that with the Whale. Coach and 762 have what they need at least to keep the team alive. Oh my gosh, the 0.12, 0.85, Vic.
It's like a horror movie, bringing him right back. Get over here, making sure that you have nowhere to go. Meteor M slams down, crack and impact to be the nail in the coffin. Double strategists take it out between the Mantis and the Ultron. Oh, where are you? Mello, hungry real quick. Doesn't get the reset, but at least clears the space.
Did you see Mello hit the wall there just to put the fear in them? Like they were coming out of the point, slams, hits the wall. They're like, all right, guys, you know what? Just back it up. Let's reset. And Bucky is getting his uppercut is gonna disable mobility abilities coming season 4. Mello's gonna be a terror on this guy. Here comes the grapple. Can he get a hook? He's landed so many, Vicky.
Smile, can't wait. That's gonna be very fun here, especially if you're Team Nemesis on Mello's team. Talk about the damage output. Look at this. Tones literally have to jump right back after he just poked one toe through that choke arcway. As Dinks very close, has that fate of both worlds just to be able to reset in case they try to push into space. But here you go with Amadian being the first one out. Coach doesn't have a reset though. Konya does have the Eternal Bond, but doesn't use it to save Coach.
Yeah, we have 5-on-5 now. One without a strategist, one without a duelist, but you got Mello, and that's all you need here as we now have the Cloak just staying and keeping the team healthy. They're swapping spots a bit on defense and offense now, and good job slowing things down a little bit on this defense, but right now, Nemesis has what they need. They've got another Kraken impact throwing into it. Here comes the Meteor M, up and down. The Spaceball special. Does he get a connection? It looks like he doesn't, Vic.
Oh no, and then the freeze now onto Tones after he gets the reset this time around. Hulk with the wall breaker, breaking their back. Scattered, literally running for his life. He's stunned just enough for Tones to move up. He's bubbled. He holds forward. And this is what I love. When you're Magneto, you have either a Hulk or thing. You just let them do their thing. And now Tones finds a Median, finding 4K real quick before backing away. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock for Team Nemesis to get to the finish line.
Yeah, they say hold the applause. You can see him mid-clap frozen, and then he comes back and finishes it and then gets an elimination. That was beautiful. Coach with at least some form of life of ultimate to keep them pushing forward. 762. Okay, the Daywalker is making an appearance. Is that showing desperation or ingenuity? We'll have to see here with 2 minutes left on the offense from Nemesis. And we'll maybe get a little anti-heal action for the first time, Vic.
I don't know how I feel about this though, Cozy. Is this going to be the change that they need? I mean, it doesn't look like it because the damage output is too much right now. And 762 doesn't have an ultimate in line, doesn't have a teammate to help lean on him. Konya gets taken out. 762 forced to back away as Team Nemesis are walking the dog with this payload.
Oh my gosh, these Vanguards between Kraz and Scatter just playing such at an elite level here. I mean, from the flanks to the early picks, Coach, and they have 2 support ults to throw it out immediately, try to get that internal bond out. They've got the show, they've got a touch to keep their hopes alive. A minute and 30 though. I mean, listen, they can easily win this right now, but not if Melo's going to get that quick pick.
Oh my god, again. And again he gets, double stun though, following up. Kraz falls victim on the other side. Dinks keeps the rest of Team Nemesis alive after Noir had stayed alive through the Moby Dick, but then you have to stay alive through Kraz, jumping back in, dealing with the double strategist of Noir, the 2 main strategists here. They don't have the sustainability now, while Team Nemesis, they do lose out on Ricky, but they at least still have Dinks, but not for very long, just taking away as Tones finds that backline, but only as Coach and Kanye left here. No one here to touch the point. They let them get it for free, and they have some time here in the time back to work with.
The amount of half ults that I've heard from Noir, like by the eye of, and then you just don't get to even hear the finish because there's something happening, a limb, a disrupt, and it just happened again. Setting up so much of a cinematic moment just for a quick pause and relief. But yeah, minute and a half extra on the clock is definitely gonna help out Team Nemesis here as they're pushing forward. Kraz, up there as one of the better Hulks in Ignite, all of Ignite, right? We saw, I believe, Spark Chief played a lot of Hulk. We didn't see too much in the actual LAN, but Spark Chief, I know, back in the group stage of things, played a good amount. Kraz doing the same, just showing why the Gamma God is a terror.
It can be scary too when you're also dealing with like a really good Invisiwoman, right? In this case, Ricky Beer being on Invisiwoman, once you get the jump out and you get the pull in, you have to be very careful on the way that you time that jump specifically. And Tones was doing a really good job, not only at harassing this really strong backline of Team Nemesis, but also being able to try to help set up the rest of Nor. We saw those swap ups, but now Team Nemesis, though, on the defense, they still have that extra time bank. Yes, it's 58 seconds, but we know how much those few extra seconds count.
Yeah, 58 is a ton. I mean, you could you could just play completely more aggressive in nature and farming ults, and all of that is just going to set a big difference. Whereas one team has to play perfect, one has a little bit of leniency. And it took, Noir the entire clock last time. So a minute, yep, that's a little bit shorter here as they're pushing it immediately. Amadian throwing down the squids, slowing things down. They did change the comp up from the first defensive hold, though, Vic.
Yeah, still rocking the Blade, it looks like here. We don't really get to see this, as we still are trying to figure out where Blade stands here in the meta, as Amadian getting set up with those squids. Look at the damage output. If he literally one shot, they're stuck like a can of sardines in that health pack room. But Hopeful at least opens up the floodgates to be able to find Kraz.
Yeah, what's the call out there? Everybody get in the room. Like, we got to go somewhere right now as these Tritons rain down from above from Namor here. Now throwing, getting good setup here as now Coach trying to push in, get something wrong for his team. Melophobia throwing down the Kraken impact, but Coach with the elim and the clap. That's huge.
Oh man, now Vig gonna get the next one here. Amadian getting taken out. Noir now showing signs of life. They don't need that extra time bank here, as they're also trying to force out these staggers. Kanya finds Dinks. Ricky goes out next, and with overtime taken away, they have to stay on this payload.
This is already a dubs for them to get this far in the point. That's massive now, but can they get the rest of it done? Coach getting yet another pick. Coach showing, oh my gosh, they get the point, Vic, in a minute. What a great showing. And even with a Blade to boot, they're playing Marvel Rivals on hard mode. Hopeful trying to go through, gets another pick on Ricky in the stagger.
Oh, in the middle of Ricky trying to use the double jump too to go invisible. Unfortunate, but a huge stagger in favor for Noir. They cannot step off this payload. This is where my heart is always beating out of my chest, Cozy, within my own ranked games now. As you have to stay here, you have to be careful of any of these ultimates that could clear the point, such as Amadian in that whale.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, I know they're all locked in a lot more, but when I'm playing, I don't trust anybody. I'm like, I'm on the payload. I'm going to trust myself here. We've got Melo. Coach has the ult to keep everyone alive. Oh my gosh, an early pick. That's going to be everything. Hopeful is dazed as well, and so now not able to use the Kraken impact. Coach using the show to keep the momentum going for this team, but that's going to allow Kraken impact to farm for Melo. First one goes down. Hopeful doesn't land. Vic Dinks getting a clap. Trades with Coach.
The fact that you got grappled out of your Kraken impact, by the way, Coach, without being in sight, Kanye making that desperate swap over to the Jeff just to stay alive and get back into the fight quickly. Hayabagamoto, though, the follow-up doesn't clear Team Nemesis the way that they want, and nobody left in sight, as nobody could stay on the point. The damage was too much as the bodies were falling.
I don't want to say that's they should be extremely happy because I think they had a little bit more to give there in the second point. But hey, listen, with a minute on the clock, I'm not too mad about that if I'm going to be Noir there. And just, I got to just highlight Tones and Coach have been playing magnificent today, regardless of what has been a pretty dominant performance from Nemesis. But Nemesis has an extra 58 seconds, and as we just alluded to, it can be a lot, but Vic, they did get the full point, right? So, I mean, it's going to be overtime regardless of where the point's at right now, right? It's going to be overtime regardless.
Yeah, and we saw when Team Nemesis was on their attack, they didn't struggle as much as Noir did when they first started the map on their attack. So I feel like that's going to be the scary part, right? Just depending on how much this extra time bank really works out in their favor. Because let's say they steamroll and they get the point just as quickly as they got it before when they were on the attack. Then they'll be able to have just enough time to be able to wrap that next corner that they were able to stop Noir at.
Exactly. And it came down to, I mean, obviously the hook to stop the Bucky ult, but that second wave or even first wave there of ultimates in that battle, which Noir has won that ultimate trade-off battle pretty handsomely the last 3 or 4 of them, and so they're gonna have to carry that hometown advantage here on this map. We have a Madian now on Punisher. We've got the old kind of Z lineup that we used to see, no Rocket Raccoon, but we used to see a lot of this in Season 0, Season 1. Now, as they're kind of looking for some flanks, they're looking for probably 7-6-2 here. Look at this. Nope, they're just going to set up the portal into just a Madian raining down.
Oh, they're not going to expect this right now. Get ready here, hunkering down. They ain't even see it coming. And talk about the timing to pull their attention away from the portal. Look at these 2 different angle setups. They're literally covering both of their exit routes. So that way they're stuck in the line of sight of the turret and in the front line of Team Nemesis. What a beautifully executed portal play into that turret from the Punisher to allow Team Nemesis to waste no time to execute their elevated time bank.
Nemesis, this isn't even the Ignite, the playoffs. Don't show all the, the playbook yet. That was so sick. And that just shows coordination, right? You don't just cook that up right away. That's something that they've definitely practiced or known that's going to work here in some clutch situations. Kraz now pushing forward. Mello getting the hook that he always does, and he hooks Magneto, but he finishes hopeful. That is just the definition of what these matchups have been.
I would love to listen to these comms because we're seeing so many beautiful follow-ups as he just does not stop. A 3K, a 4K, a Madian clears away. Nobody left, by the way, to clear this point, and now the rest of Noir are staggered through. Mello, a nail in the coffin to make sure that Kanya is the last one to go out and cannot contest the point.
Yeah, I can tell you the comms are, I just got eliminated by Mello. I mean, that's got to be what happens. What they're saying is, as the Strange Portal cannot stop what is going to be a 3-0 best-of-5 domination from Nemesis. Kevin Noir, we are going to see them, I believe, in Ignite, but that swan song here in MRC and the repeat back-to-back MRC champions is going to be shut down those hopes and dreams there. Again, we shouted out the players, Vicky, that I thought did well. Scatter, hey, clap of the hand, man. Can't wait to hear more from you in the future of Ignite. No interviews this time around, but Nemesis played just completely locked in.
Yeah, I feel like not only do they lean into their strengths in enabling Mello, but like, look at this. I know we keep saying it, but overall, it's the whole team, right? Like, yes, we see the 21 final hits, but look at this. Kraz had their moments to shine, 15 for Scatter as well. A Madian coming in with a Namor, dealing just as much output too. And then you look at the strategists and the survivability here too. Ricky with 50 assists, Dinks coming out, by the way, and it was the wombo combo between the freeze into Mello getting the grapple, following from that Luna Snow freeze with 57,000 healing here in favor for Dinks.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, that is the definition of a team effort. I mean, Scatter with 35, the 15-15 match on the Vanguard, love 15 for Madian, and yes, as you just pointed out, what the strategists were able to pull together and do. And again, looking at what Noir has, they've got themselves a great team, 7-6-2 and hopeful. Getting a bit more there on I would say log. It's great that there's so many heroes in this game, but I do think having a 2 to 3 rotation is what you want to really see with some of the duelists. And 7-6-2 can play them all, right? But the play there, we get Magic, and we'll have to see how that pans out in season 4. Is when we are going to see that team next. But yeah, great job overall, good momentum changer. But Nemesis, I think they got the job done.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to dissect, especially in the ban phase too. Remember, it is those universal bans, so it does change a lot of the ways that these teams kind of approach that. But there was that one moment that they did not ban in time. And you could only imagine, especially going to our third map here, what that does to momentum too, making sure, oh man, what would have happened if we had that extra card that we could have played out here to really elevate ourselves. But there's a lot to dissect. I think what you're saying is so true. The Magic, the Jeff at some points, Kanya getting targeted, the Bucky resets off of Kanya when he was the Loki, a lot to dissect.
Yeah, Kanye was able to dominate previous opponents, but really Melo was just completely there to shut them down. They didn't even need to ban the Loki at the time because they had the ban right there with Melo. And you make a great point. 762 is a very good torch player, but you can't open that up to Melo. So then at that point, when we're in the other bans, you could at least target and get rid of Melo, and then they would have to trade and use, you know, which they probably would, the torch ban on you. And that is a good shout out. You know, Psylocke was available, could have seen that if we needed to, but yeah. They had the game plan going in. The homework was done, and we're seeing that pay off with some of these teams. But listen, we got a stacked bracket. We're opening up with an absolute banger, Vicky, but we've got several to follow after this. Every single matchup is going to be pure cinema.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this is all going to play out now, too, especially seeing, you know, how this upper bracket is already, you know, finalizing itself and what that means for teams like Cafe Nor or, you know, a YFP and how they're going to be able to play out through that lower bracket.
Absolutely, guys. We have our next matchup coming in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and then get right back to the action. We'll see you in a second.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back yet again to Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3. Vicky, we are just leaving what was a very dominant performance from Nemesis versus Noir, and we've got another one coming right up. And Vicky, I mean, meta-wise, this is going to be the last time we're seeing some of these compositions come together. I've got to ask, to open things up, are you excited to see a brand new, I would say meta? There's going to be same heroes somewhat, but as we head into Ignite in Season 4?
Yeah, I am. I'm excited to see how a lot of these changes are going to affect, certain, duelist characters that we wouldn't usually see. Cough, cough, Scarlet Witch, seeing how that's going to play out too. That's going to be interesting. That and then BP having a Gamma Dash, like missing out on the Magic team up too, wondering how all that is going to play together. But also, when will it be the end of this triple Vanguard, triple strategist meta that we constantly see work out on so many different maps?
The end of that, the beginning of Dubai Matcha versus Shikigami. Now we have new rosters for Shikigami and Dubai Matcha here as the teams are locked in, ready to go. Colin and Dubai now going to go for the first ban on Jean Grey and Mello. Or not Mello. So used to call it Human Torch Mello at this point. Human Torch being banned from Shikigami here. And looking at it and what people like to play, Jean Grey a lot of the time was played by Shikigami, so understand the ban there.
Yeah, now we're looking next to the protection on the Venom. We've seen the Venom before, Cozy, and now we get to see another strong Venom too. Looking at Dubai Matcha, we saw Wizard Dread really pop off within their own respective games, so they want to get the protect on that, and then the ban on Emma Frost too, so you won't really have to worry too much about that choke slam, especially if you do want to run the group.
Yeah, Shikigami, a team that played a lot of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist kind of feels, and so they are looking to shut that down as fast as possible. Emma being gone, I will say, even though we saw Noir play some interesting team comps, at least it was something drastically different, right? When we do have these kind of mirrored bans, sometimes you get a lot of the same kind of lineups against each other here, but we've already got a little bit of something different, maybe even a Rocket Raccoon sighting.
I mean, something that could rock the triple strategist. It could really help having that BRB, let me tell you. But we also know how susceptible that ultimate is in getting destroyed, especially if the Phoenix sneaks through, which is why, with no Phoenix being around, you won't really have to worry about that End Song Infernal when it comes to having your Sia.
Yeah, because that can absolutely just wipe out all the momentum that you planned on building here. And looking at Araco, Convoy, love this map for a lot of reasons outside of just the absolute bop of a music soundtrack behind it.
Oh, yeah.
But all the corridors, the portals, and the way that these teams play, we do see a lot of triple Vanguard here for the defensive side to shut down this point, and that can even fade out a Squirrel Girl maybe, getting that explosive damage and push, but there's so many times that we see these teams push in. Now, you can tell right away, same thing, Venom, Groot, Magneto, they're getting the job done with the triple Vanguard hold.
And we see it a lot too in Araco. We've been seeing it for, honestly, a few months now already at this point. When you have the triple Vanguard set up on Araco specifically, that low to high ground positioning really helps you out. But coming out of the gates already, Pride is going to be able to try to snipe maybe one of the strategists right out of the gates, just so that way they have some momentum off of the very beginning to avoid any sort of Wizard Dread shenanigans off this Venom.
Had the damage boost just in case. I think they didn't like what they saw there, at least for the positioning, right? Trying to catch somebody out of position. As now the Flyers and Kuna taking the air with Storm, one of my favorite skins for her at that. Damage boost up, going to give that team that momentum against these triple Vanguards. Love the strategy play here as they're looking forward to, absolute destroy, get rid of the Wolverines flying all over the map already, Vic.
I thought that looked like a DBZ fight. Like they were clashing up in the air side by side, and then nothing was done. It was just all at a standstill there. A little bit of a stagnant 1v1 while Timber in the back, though, still is able to find Coco out of position. Pride follows up, but thanks to Sky Rifle being on this rocket, the BRB helps them out, but it's still not going to be enough sustain after losing out on that one of that main strategists.
Who needs a Kamehameha when you've got Kuna in the air with Storm now as they push alongside? Double damage boost with the Mantis and Storm is pretty sick. Man, Dragon Ball Z, that just sent me because that was exactly what it looks like here. Moving forward, getting around this first point, they're going to get the portal out and immediately look at the Wolverine just sniping and finding it, kidnapping it. Goodbye, Colin.
Colin thought he was safe. He clenched for just a bit when he was 1 pixel away from off the map before. He could absolutely do nothing before getting shredded, while Timber gets enabled, gets healed onto that final judgment. And the rest of Shikigami now, Ripken being a menace on this Wolverine. He just keeps slicing and dicing here. Next victim, Wizard Dread.
You know, same team, new names, same results. I mean, Shikigami and the roster getting it done here now as Ripken, really true to the name, ripping people up here as they're pushing forward. And Vicky, they've got everything that they want for this fight right now. Undefeatable into potentially the Cat 5. We'll see what kind of category Hurricane it is as Storm is going to put the pressure on. But no, it's going to be Sky Rifle with the ult to try to balance things out to start.
And then balance out with Proto too, having that Mantis ultimate with the Soul Resurgence, and Timber still is able to find Buck, isn't able to have the same reflection of Wolverine impact, while Skyfall is able to bring him back. Colin with a huge meter M, and then a follow-up to Ripken has allowed Dubai Matcha to stay alive here on this defense.
Yeah, and they used a lot to get that hold done, but also Shikigami had to honestly try to use a lot to try to push forward too. Now, here's the thing though, they've got the Hurricane, and they both strategist ults are gone, or 2 of the 3. Wonderland's still pretty far away as well, so that's probably how they're going to get the opening here, Vic. I would have guessed.
See, with Bach taking a quick little nap though, wake him up, but decide not to hit the shadow, I guess, here is now. You talk about a hurricane. We're still in hurricane season, and here it comes. The Storm from Kuna is going to be able to find Bach here at the very least. Is able to stay alive with the rest of Dubai Matcha holding on to height. Playing a very split angle, though. It's going to be Shikigami and Timber very close to that final judgment. Again, as the shotgun is more than enough to hit the big body that is Wizard Dread before he comes right back around with the BRB.
Executioner final judgment is up. They don't even need it to throw it down. Ripken getting a slice now and pushing forward. We've got Berserker Rampage trying to get something rolling, but no, it's Pride with the quick elimination on Buck, slicing up Coco, and right now 49 seconds make it 3 minutes and 16 as that first point was taken with little effort.
Oh man, and now you're forced to be on that low to high ground position though once you wrap around that next corner, and Dubai Matcha being on the defense really only have Wonderland with that God of Mischief to keep them there. So they're kind of lacking a lot more of that duelist output here and just trying to keep them at bay, because right now Shikigami, they're on a tear and they're slowly approaching these 3 ultimates now that they have online.
Yeah, and this map really showcases diversity in rosters because you have, the triple vanguards that open up things, but then the entire roster shifts as we now see Kuna go to the Adam Warlock to try to help out in a bit more strategist healing roles now, trying to take that top in. Timber gonna go for the low route and at least get the pressure on. Can he throw the ball to get Storm grounded? He does succeed. Hook is on that cooldown, but landing it would be huge on this Magneto that's slightly overextended.
Well, they do have the God of Mischief as Ripken finds another pick onto Sky Rifle here. He was so close to that final judgment. While Bach moves forward here, the Eternal Bond, Wicca goes out without using the God of Mischief themselves. And this buys enough time here for Dubai Matcha. They did lose out on Wonderland earlier on, and the Meteor M from Colin could try to shut down Proto, but it's already ended so far, and they're feeling the pressure here as Pride is forced to back away.
Yeah, and they forced out the Groot ult too, which was actually massive. They got nothing out of that. And Bach now getting the 1-2 quick sweep up. That was actually a great, well-tight and performed battle from Dubai Matcha. But guess what? Adam doesn't care. He gets the team right back in it. Born again, ready again, Vicky, for the fight.
Listen, we get to see a little taste of Kuna being on this Adam Warlock, but also the Vibrant Vitality team-up that we have between the Groot, Mantis, and the Loki. Wicca moves up now. Soul Resurgence online to set Timber up into position. The Kraken impact. Ripken, once again, still claiming heads. Wicca finds a headshot, and Timber again and again to clear this entire point, make it a triple, and now they get to walk the dog up this hill.
Kesha says it best. He's going up, he's yelling Timber, and he's getting the eliminations one by one, pushing up through the hardest part of this map, going through the second point now. And yeah, it's going to be a cap here. Oh my gosh. And the stagger on Sky Rifle. That's going to open up point 3 even more so. Huge pick there from Wicca. And listen, they've got that Meteor M to get things going. Pride not far away too, trying to farm some ult.
I mean, can we talk about the fact that Sky Rifle just finally was able to show his face after getting taken out very early in that last fight, and now taking some time to come right back to that choke. Talk about the grapple and then the follow-up. Once again, we were just talking about Sky Rifle. He gets shut down the 3rd time in a row, the first one to go out before these fights even start.
Yeah, absolutely rough. They're going to need that for your team. You got the final judgment and all. Fear Magneto's up. He's slamming it down. The block, though, to perfection there. Great job from Ripken, trying to keep his team and strategist alive. Final judgment is up. Sky Rifle trying to get a part of this fight. This hero shooter and doing his part, but they're able to, wow, perfectly hide and shelter. Great job.
Talk about wasting time on that final judgment, too. You have that group wall, you have the corner, and then you have Kuna just completely taking out Wonderland. Make it 2 onto Bach. Aya Bagamoto at least finds Proto and Pride, but Pride stays alive. Proto can't stay the same. And Shikigami, even through that Aya Bagamoto, come out on top because Timber is cutting them all down.
Yo, Vic, Kuna was hiding there for the ult just in case they got the wipe, but then he was like, you know what? I might as well just get a couple eliminations and open up the entire fight here instead and picks a Loki. What a beautiful showing there from Kuna now as they push in point 3.
Adam Warlock, you mean the duelist here that could heal us sometimes? All right, I'd love to see it here as you could get that soul bond even faster when you land these critical shots as you get the God of Mischief. You have Wicca, though, on the other hand here, having the Soul Resurgence. Cloak and Dagger ult here as Shikigami now are just going to try to stay alive. Kuna backing away, as you already mentioned, Cozy has that res and still finding more of these heads. Now finding that next pick onto Bach.
You know, in the art book of Rivals, they had Adam Warlock as a duelist. I don't know. We're seeing it here. It's showing it as Timber now punishing, pushing forward, getting these Vanguards. An absolute bowling job as now Fear Magneto goes up. Purple Meteor lands down, and Kuna does get eliminated, but that passive's going to be active.
You know, Colin was like, you're a problem here. I've seen you take out way too many people, but this also means that you don't really have that ultimate online just yet. As you said, the pass will come right back into the fight. If they could focus him and Colin finding Proto, Timber gets taken out in the middle of using the Kraken Impact. This time around, Sky Rifle wants some revenge with the final judgment, but they didn't find Kuna. They saw the self-resurrection, but they could not pinpoint where was he in that side room up on the high ground. Overtime now, taking away, and Shikigami could flip the tides in their favor.
Yeah, good bubble there, though, keeping the team alive. Coco able to survive. Colin keeping their strategist through it all. Wicca does get the pick there on Wizard Dread. The Venom going down early. That's going to open it for Shikigami. A huge stun, though. Massive stun as all Shikigami is shaken, but not defeated here as Pride trades Dubai Matcha going 1 by 1 down. It is now 6v4, Vicky. This is going to be tough. Sky, though, making a bit of a difference. Proto going down. Can they hold strong? Dubai Matcha, Pride, Timber, Kuna, all getting a piece of the pie. This is going to be it.
Well, Kuna is a problem right here, and there's just too much damage output. Even if you're trying to split Shikigami's position, Timber has another reset if he needs. But the moment he goes up is the moment he goes down, and then that's something he's willing to risk as Pride walks up and takes care of the rest alongside the Adam Warlock to walk Arako over to the finish line.
Yo, Pumbaa, Timon didn't know what they're talking about. Akuna Matata. Kuna is all worries. No worries. I would be scared. They get the pick. The strategist pick there is huge typically for that Magneto, but you pick the one guy that can res and come back and then res the entire team.
Look, I don't know if it was on purpose that Timber had timed the Kraken Impact to combat that of the Meteor M to purposely collide against it, just in case he was going to try to focus on Kuna again like we saw before. But regardless, they had more bodies on the point, and even through the Eternal Bond, were able to find that one crucial pick to finally get that payload to the finish line.
Yeah, we saw tidbits of Dubai Matcha being able to get the job done if they need to, but it never came together, and it always, honestly, Kuna just being at the right place, right time, and was kind of the spear lead in most of those fights, whether it was getting the picks early or just getting that clutch res. Obviously, you guys know triple res is gone, but that new Adam res is so clutch, coming back with all of that health, and we see it time and time again. You got to find the Adam first. Also, make sure he doesn't have the passive to eliminate that threat. But now we're pushing forward, Vic. We've got yet again, triple Vanguard. Strange Magneto group for Shikigami.
Okay, we already saw how strong having that Adam Warlock was alongside Proto, this time on the Cloak and Dagger, which I do think is important to highlight since, you know, Pride, Wicca being on the Loki and Groot does have that team up. No Mantis there to anchor them together. As now getting started, being on that Cloak and Dagger, having that main support, you want to build into that Eternal Bond, and Sky Rifle literally just poked his foot out of the spawn room gates for the first time, and Wicca already claiming his name as the BRB brings him right back.
Yeah, there's a reason those clones are probably getting a little bit nerfed, right? Going down from 100 to 80% of the damage and healing. We see right there, Sky Rifle gets deleted from the video game. Timber now trying to also get a piece of the pie. Ripken, though, with the quick pick on Wonderland's going to slow down this offensive push as they back up, and they are doing just fine here with this triple Vanguard setup. Oh,
Now Bach following up here too. I mean, now Kuna coming right back. You talk about the duelist lineup now. This time Dubai Matcha are a little upset, but they lose out on Sky Rifle early again. Wonderland very close to having that God of Mischief, but even closer for Coco to have that eternal bond. And they're still claiming more members away from Shikigami, so they'll have that online when they wrap around that next corner through the next choke.
I mean, Dubai Matcha, this is at least their part of the map. They have just twice now been pretty dominant on this at least section here. Now, breaking down the pillars, setting up for this corner push. Here comes the portal. Yet again, we're seeing the exact same placement as last time, funny enough, from both teams. And yet again, Wolverine gets the pick to open things up. We saw it twice now. Wizard Dread, though, being the Wolverine this time around here. Bach throwing down the Thunder, the Lightning, and farming up that ultimate. Wow, finds the Punisher, who's doesn't he? Sky Rifle, turn around!
You blinked and he missed it. He stayed committed. You know what? At least I give him that. I'm trying to stay committed inside the turret at this point. But then Kuna, point blank, gets the Karmic Revival right in their face in the safety of the Eternal Bond from the God of Mischief of Wicca. And even with Proto going down here, Timber still finds Sky Rifle, who has not even been able to get this first final judgment on board when they had swapped points here with Dubai Matcha being on the attack.
Yeah, Vic, we used to talk about this in the triple res, right? You have to be perfect when you're going up against such a good Adam, right? Because Sky Rifle, he gets a full wipe, let's say. Doesn't matter. Kuna just brings it right back, and then you utilize those resources. Sometimes hero shooters are just such a game of ult economy and resources, and Kuna's going to reset that, right? And make it a lot tougher for them to do it again, play perfectly here. As now Shikigami holding that defensive line a bit more. Judge, jury, here comes final judgment, but he's already at low health.
That goes hand in hand with making sure you call out these abilities of cooldowns as well as when they have their ultimate online. But with Wizard Dread getting the kidnapping, finding Repkin off the map here. Talk about survivability though. Wizard Dread getting called out. Wicca being able to get that melee hit when he was pressing in his face. And now you have the Eternal Bond just trying to keep everybody alive, playing patty cake to keep everyone through that strangling prison. Now from Colin here, Dubai Matcha just trying to survive the onslaught of pressure. But Shikigami going out. Kuna, unfortunately, is able to come right back around. Does have that res just in case. But Pride flips the tide and keeps Shikigami alive after getting that wipe onto Dubai Matcha.
3 shotguns to the face and it didn't matter. I mean, that was absolutely disrespectful. How did Shikigami easily flip the tide there? That looks like it was going to go towards the hands of Dubai Matcha, but my goodness. And Wicca reminding us that Loki has a passive, I believe, backstab, that if you do the melee, you get extra damage. Maybe that's what happened, but either way, cool to see a melee elim there from Loki. Now pushing down, trying to get something rolling for the team. We have Eternal Bond pushing forward. Coco now trying to open up some lanes. Sky Rifle almost to final judgment again. He's about to lock it. He needs one more shot, and here it comes.
He had that 99 will couldn't right there with that shotgun alone, while Bach is, again, still going to be able to terrorize with the Category 5s right now. Going to be able to tear through, but you have to deal with the Karmic Revival. Huge res coming up here. 5-man res. Colin still fights Kuna in the process, but Timber has the Eye of Agamotto, and Wicca has the God of Mischief. He will be able to get the duplicate once it falls incredibly low, but with Proto also close to the invisible boundary. Maybe waiting on that, and Shikigami, despite having that survivability, they waited right at the very end to get a 4-man Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, Shikigami utilizing everything here. I don't know if I love that because the fight is lost at this point. We had both now Pride lose theirs. I guess the Agamotto went out because they're going to be swapping here. That's probably why we didn't see that. But either way, great finish from Dubai Matcha. 3 ults now to just the 1. Ripkin going to be close too, but this is the toughest part of the map, Vic, is making it up this hill.
Most difficult part when you're here on the attack, and we saw how Shikigami had no issue taking up a lot of that extra space. We did see it go a little back and forth once we saw Racco get right there by the base of the steps, but now with Ripkin having that Meteor M, you could deal with Wonderland and the God of Mischief depending on if it lands.
Absolutely, here with Ripken getting a nice pick there on Colin. Oh my gosh, coming from the top. That is just where this map and its levels of scale come to play. Ripken looking for more here on the defense, shutting it down early. They just have to do a reset after that. I mean, there's nothing you can do when you get the pick early.
It's at least wasting more time, but this favors Shikigami in this case. You have a minute now, less than 15 seconds on the clock for Dubai Matcha to get to the second checkpoint. They do have about 5 ultimates coming up online. The God of Mischief, but Wizard Egg gets taken out, and so does Bach. And that is right after Wonderland had just used the God of Mischief to get the copy on the Eternal Bond. Slamming it down, though, Timber tries to find that slam. He gets the reset, and Ripken does have that Meteor M to land onto Sky Rifle.
2 different ults too going down for that fight, right? Not getting the Psylocke ult or the Magneto at the time here. And at this point, they're having to back up reset. At least Shikigami used a lot there, but what did that allow, Vicky? It allowed Kuna to get that much closer to the res. So it's the same back and forth. We keep seeing Dubai's going to get so many limbs here, but will it matter?
Yeah, you could get these stray KOs if you're Dubai Matcha, but then this goes into the win condition of Shikigami, right? Because they're the ones rocking that triple strategist too. Very similarly here, now they'll be able to rotate through another set of strategist ultimates, whereas Dubai Matcha don't have that same survivability. They just use a God of Mischief.
Yeah, if I'm Bach, I'm looking for Adam Warlock. That is your most important target, especially if you want to win this point and this map here. Root going out, Coco trying to push the Eternal Bond to Mad. Pushing the Terror Cape and gets a 3-piece on the Terror.
He's hungry. Coco moves forward and nobody was on the point. No way. Are you kidding me?
Farming to its max, man. Gets a 3-piece on the Terror Cape. But no one's on the objective.
At what cost? At what cost? Objective game. Objective game.
I mean, hey, you got a hell of a clip there to post, but yeah, that's rough there. It was looking like a decent 0.2 cap. Honestly, they got what they needed there. But either way, that is going to do it for match 1 and ending in just crazy. Coco doubled their eliminations with that one that one hit there. But looking at the stats overall, you can definitely see Wicca going off there as Loki, a quick 50k. Healing with the near 20k damage to boot and 12 eliminations, Vic.
Shit, are you telling me the Loki out here out damaging the Mantis and the Adam Warlock when we were seeing Kuna hit these heads back to back? I mean, talk about the damage output too from the strategist, and that's kind of what you have to do when you're running the triple strategist. You still need to have more of that damage output, which of course combine that together with Timber, who was getting very enabled, as well as Ripken. We saw him land a lot of those final hits, 16 final hits, both of them.
Yeah, and listen, I feel like they were starting to come into their own a little bit. Sky Rifle had a rough start, but was really able to get things going there at the end. But you know what? That's the good part about best of 5. You do have time to reset. We saw Noir do it a little bit late, right? We're going to see if Dubai can reset their engines and get together a new game plan heading into match number 2. But yeah, if you are a fan of Shikigami, you are happy with the results that we just saw. Timber 43 elims, and you can tell it's kind of a team that shares the love, you know, with Nemesis. Mello was really standing out like crazy, and yes, there's some standouts, but I just want to highlight Shikigami just has players all around, all 6.
Yeah, they each popped off too. We saw Wicca have their moments of shining, Ripken too, but also I think highlighting the flexibility of Shikigami. As you mentioned, Kuna being really that foundation. The fact that they wanted to prioritize Kuna and making sure that they could cycle through those ultimates to always guarantee that you have that karmic revival online when you need it, and then put Kuna in a position to kind of force people to focus him down just for him to get the revival and then get the ultimate on board.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the highlights right now. It's like, oh, wow, Sky Rifle got a 5 elimination there, or, you know, 5 people eliminated. And then, yeah, Kuna just flipped the tide. And you very much well know that that is going to be the difference of getting the objective. Okay, you team wipe, congrats, but when Kuna brings them all back, the momentum leaves. And yeah, I do believe that we might see an Atom ban potentially, even because they won a lot of those battles, but not the war, and that's what's important.
And that isn't with the Luna Snow like team up too, so that's also very interesting because they had rolled out with the Mantis, Loki, and the Groot team up, and I feel like looking at that and then the Adam Warlock, you still have that damage output and then the Karmic Revival to lean into that win condition.
Yeah, without question. And just being able to flex, we saw a lot of great quick hero swaps. I think some of where the duelists were at times in the side of Dubai Matcha, I'd like for them to be a bit more tight-knit, and we'll have to see what we get when we do go into our second matchup. Now, Celestial Husk is where we were last time. Guess what? We're back here for round 2 yet again. Domination. Will we see Shikigami dominate yet again, or will Dubai Matcha change the story? We do have a Mantis ban to start things out.
Okay, so if it wasn't the Atom, it's going to be the Mantis, it looks like, instead, trying to take that away here with the team up that we see between the Groot and the Loki. But the Phoenix being saved, another big one here, too, considering how grouped up we've been seeing from both of these teams, the burst damage output that we constantly see, as well as the protection onto the Emma Frost.
Yeah, Jean Grey getting saved, Phoenix and Emma. So we already have a little bit of a different matchup than what we just saw, especially hero pool wise. Timber floating the Jeff for the ore farming. There it is, though. We do have Dubai Macha getting rid of Adam Warlock. That is a no-brainer. I mean, after what just happened with Kuna, I'm not surprised. I don't think Kuna's surprised either.
No, and then you see the ban over onto the Venom, whereas I believe we saw a Protect onto the Venom for our very first map too. So maybe going side by side here as we get to see what the next Protect is going to be. Once again, everybody, for those of you guys tuning in, this is universal bans, a little different than what we see from the MRI. We have to keep highlighting this as we see the protection onto the Luna, and we do see that ban on the other side onto the Atom. We were wondering, is that going to come out too? So it's not just the Mantis that gets hit, it's the Atom. Be interesting if they go for Ultron next. I'm wondering, you know, then you would have to cycle through the Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger, and then the Luna Snow.
Yeah, you know, we do know Luna is the true final boss of Rivals, at least in season 3.5. We'll have to see if the dam's shortened does the job. But Psylocke being saved on the other side, that's going to be for Bach. We saw Bach, you know, utilize that at the very end there. Didn't see any crazy dance of the butterflies, but overall, you know, Psylocke's not always that flanking hero. Can play and get a lot of bursting down with the team. But Magneto being banned is also going to stop. I mean, heck, this is a completely different comp, Vicky, than what we're going to see from that first round. I mean, every hero that popped off is now being banned.
They knew. They learned their lesson, except for Captain America actually banned on the other side. So no Magneto. They want to take that out, but at least they get the team up between the Emma Frost and the Psylocke, but they won't get the triple duplicate when it comes to the Magneto being joined together with that team up.
Yes, as now in Domination, we saw previously Noir did get the opening cap, and that's so important. But hey, this time around, we'll see if it's going to be Dubai Macha able to match that same energy. They're locking in, they're discussing right now the roles they want to play and the heroes they want to do to form their own Avengers here. And Sky Rifle, we saw a lot of Punisher. Maybe they're completely a different person there on the Jean Grey. And listen, Phoenix, we know what she can do. Absolute terror here as we head into Dom.
I mean, at least he's got a little bit more mobility in this case. I feel like Sky Rifle didn't really get to play the game very well, or at least as much in that first round. Being focused down consistently and having those final judgments punished, it's very difficult when it comes to having to wait out and cycle or force out certain strategist ultimates out of Shikigami, especially when they're also running the triple strategist during that time.
Yeah, this might be the first time we've seen Sky Rifle play Phoenix. I think they were playing Punisher and Bucky before the earlier matchups and days that we at least spectated. So, you know, all hits can, all works out very well here as now we're pushing towards the point fast. And looking at the team lineups here, I mean, you're going to hope that Kuna can get something rolling for a kidnap, but we're going to have Dubai trying to meet them here on the top ground. Not even aggressive face-to-face to match. Just getting to the point a little bit quicker, Vic.
Yeah, and at least they are holding this high to low ground split, though, and this is forces out the Vanguard to funnel out of that one choke. But look at this, the way that they're already taking up space, the damage pressure too. Ripken, whole goal here with Emma Frost is to build up more of that damage output, try to get one pick out of turning into your diamond form, but both Emmas playing extremely safe while Timber tries to get at an off angle. It's going to be the 1v1 Phoenix versus Sky Rifle and Timber comes out on top, getting that first pick onto Wizard Dread.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, just yelling, you know, I got a gift for you, Kunaz, with the kidnap coming down with Wizard is absolutely tough. Timber now with the quick melee pop that we're going to see with those flares, trying to follow with the ollie-oop of Groot, and they are able to push them back and immediately just continue that momentum that we just saw on Arako. Look at these, oh my goodness, just connecting every single time, yelling Kobe, as now he's going to set up the trap at the wall.
They saw it from Dubai Mats and they're like, wait, we could just do the same thing. Let's match this. And then you could see the team ups now coming out. You saw the Phoenix. You see Wolverine coming up side by side. Talk about extra damage outburst here as Timber, Wicca both have their ultimates online. Trying to back away. Pride also getting very close to that strangling prison.
Yeah, just good farming up. Farming the whole 99 farming too at this point, right? Now we've got the Indigo prison ready to go that they connect now with Timber pretty easily here throwing. I mean, Bright has hit every single one of these throws. My goodness. Now, as they continue to push through, we do got a Namor from Sky Rifle, so now the Phoenix was short-lived here. We've got Sonic Seduction going out from Colin. They've got to make this connect right now, Vicky. Proda is going to get Wizard Dread, though, to absolutely slow that down.
Oh, you talk about trying to find these picks. That's huge here with Wizard Dread being the second to go down this time around. Here comes the Moby Dick, though. Everyone tries to stay alive as Sky Rifle's the first to go out, and that's with Coco having to dance up and being the Luna Snow after getting the duplicate and getting the fate of both worlds. Nobody could withstand this damage output as Coco gets frozen. Is the last to get taken out. A little bit of a slight stagger here as Dubai Matcha back to the drawing board.
Now, disrespect to the ocean. The whale came towards them. They didn't even blink. They just moved forward, eliminated Sky Rifle, and continued on their merry way. Now, as Wizard Dread at 82% has been picked now a couple times to open up the fight. You know, and that being out of Vanguard is all you need, right, to lose a 6v5 pretty quickly. Hakuna now, we saw what they did on Adam. Now going for the slice and dice, going up and trying to get something rolling. Pride, though, oh my gosh, trading Colin. This Vanguard v Vanguard violence is rough.
Ooh! Oh, you're talking about farming? I mean, it looks like he's collecting some Renars here. He is literally boosting up that GP with Proto following up, finding Buck, gets the freeze. Wizard Dread has the reset, though. At least it keeps stalling here. Overtime taken away, but 99% in favor for Shikigami. Is it worth utilizing these ultimates when it could be transferred over into that next round here as Buck gets the slam down, gets the isolation onto Pride. This is how you can start things off here, though, in favor from Dubai Matcha.
Yeah, it's going to open up the window a bit there. They do have the shows happening and keeping the teams alive. Now, Sky Rifle coming from the portal just in time, like in-game, getting rid of Loki. Wicca off the board. Now, Kuna, though, trading with Bach. Wolverine down. We have Proda to follow, so it was looking in the favor of Dubai, but not so much anymore. Shikigami trying to get that momentum right back, not even giving them a point. They want to have a firm offensive attack here now, and at this point, it's looking rough for Dubai to even get back in this.
Now, with them at least having Coco answer back with a God of Mischief, just to be able to stall for as long as possible. Look at the way that Shikigami's holding this position. Nobody is even looking at Proda right now. Proda is just getting away with murder at this point as they get the follow-up KO onto Bach next, trying to pull off the Star-Lord here, and Dubai Matcha. It's back to the drawing board after they try to stall for as long as possible, utilized a lot of ults, and still could not reclaim the point.
Yeah, utilized everything. I mean, pretty much. Open with the Wolvel at both stretch, just go down, or stretch ults go away, and then yeah, you just have Proda like shooting clay pigeons over there one by one, getting each elimination, and that is what the claps can do for Luna, the final boss, as I like to say. Wizard is the only one. No, not even. I mean, look at this. I mean, just the resources drained was immense, and Shikigami has everything to get that first important cap.
It's hard when Wizard was also getting picked off first for, what, the first 3 engagements or so, it looked like, when Dubai Matcha was finally able to try to wrap back onto the point after getting clear a few times. Now going into this next round, though, Cozy, Shikigami, they got Wicca out here with the God of Mischief, Ripken as well with the Sonic Seduction, holding on to the Labubu Jeff 40k Garrett handbag real quick before getting right into this next game. But these charms looking fantastic, and Ripken is looking to show it off.
I love the accessories. We just got Polaris, Quicksilver showing. If you guys are fans of Marvel, gotta love those coming into the game and just getting a little sneak peek. We saw Deadpool on Jeff, right? So maybe potential of what's to come in the future of Rivals. Here now, Sky Rifle back on Phoenix, kind of playing a little mystery heroes here, going from Punisher to Namor now back to Phoenix. Proda doing exactly where they left off, getting those early picks and early damage to get the ult farm here, Vic. 4 seconds left before the point opens.
Look at the way that Proto's also just flicking right now, too, right? Talk about damage output, keeping everyone alive. You have the lamps right out there, too. And talk about diving right there, though, doing just enough damage alongside the Psionic Seduction. Wicca walks away with the quick 3K here, as well as Shikigami with the rest of this point.
I just found the man probably most sad of the Loki nerfs because Wicca farming the MVP last time, now getting a 3 cap real quick there, 3 pick. And yeah, that they didn't even have to use much. They still have both strat ults, Vic. I mean, that is exactly the type of cap you want to get here. Wonderland does have the show with Colin, but they're going to need Sky Rifle to really lock in. They can combine it with Bach and the Psylocke ult as well, but they're a little whiles away from that.
I mean, it's just beautiful to see the follow-up on the combo between Ripken and that Sonic Seduction, and then Timber coming in with the end song Infernal. Just look at how much that this has set up Shikigami on the second round. Already nearing 35%. Dubai Matcha could answer back, having these 5 ultimates here. Sonic Seduction could do the same thing, but Sky Rifle doesn't have the end song Infernal like we saw from Timber, while Timber is still taking care of Wizard Dread, who can't even use the thing's clobbering time here for this fight.
holy melee and sparks igniting. I mean, this isn't Ignite, but it might as well be with Timber throwing out constant explosions now, trying to get rid of these clones of Coco. Great awareness, and right now they're just getting that point so easily. Gonna go with the other duelists here. We see from a different angle Kuna going for that kidnap once again. We've got plenty of volts for Dubai. They've got to line this up. Bach and Sky Rifle have to nail this.
Well, that answers your story, Cozy. Bach is no longer part of the itinerary, it looks like. And at the moment, it looks like they won't be able to have Kuna here. Tsuchikagami now on the other side, though, will be able to rejoin as Dubai, Mata, and Coco tries to keep everybody alive. It is not clobbering time. Ripken says, I'll put an end to this when I want after getting the grapple, the command grab, and the choke slam. Bach now gets into position. Dance of Butterflies activated, and with the Silent Seduction, you want everybody to be in your line of sight to finally flip the point for the first time.
Man, they're lucky that worked out because, first of all, just great awareness from Kuna. They didn't have their ult. They knew they were going to do the Psylocke and the Phoenix thing, right? So he's like, forget about it. We'll go down together. Then Sky Rifle uses the ult anyway, which I wasn't a fan of at the time, but they do get the point from it. Bach does come back, does the sweep up job, and now they're going to reform up. But that means they're going to have to now withstand both Kuna and Froda coming in with ults pretty quickly.
Oh, talking about damage here, just backing away. Sky Rifle trying to get into that aggressive position, but then quickly force off that high ground due to Kuna. Now moving up with the rest of Shikigami. Great rotation ability now to just try to take up on the high ground. High ground position and these attack cancels from Timber. They are feeling the damage output as Bach is the first to go out.
Wow. I mean, just a huge pick to open things up there. Bach trying to farm that ult a little bit more, but the melee hits and the sparks are continuing to ignite here. Proto keeping everybody up, just allowing just complete damage. Wow, Pride taking down Colin in reverse. Kuna now going for the quick 1-2 slice slap chop on the thing. Does the kidnap into Luna. Can't even get back to the team. Wonderland is gone. Where's Alice? Vicky, this is over.
Down the rabbit hole. Ayúdame! Help me! There is no help. SOS signals sent from above, but your Luna is gone. And now Ensong Infernal to set the rest of the force ablaze because Timber is coming in with another 3K overtime taking away. And with the finishing blow from Proda, nobody from Dubai Matcha can contest.
All right. Okay. So we've had a couple matches here get a little crazy. We had the 3-0 that we just saw into now a 2-0. Nimbus is looking strong right now, obviously. You know, what do you think right now? Let's look at the stats. But what is it going to be that they have to do, Dubai Matcha, to flip the script?
I feel like there's always one player from Dubai Matcha that's getting bullied. This game so happened to be Wizard Red. Like, every single time. And it wasn't even just on the thing, right? Like, we saw Wizard Red swap a few times. And even when you feel like you could make space, getting choke slammed by, you know, the Emma Frost over from the other side is just not a good time. Ripken even had enough time to make the swap over to the Doctor Strange at the very end, just in case here. And then looking at the stats across the board here, Cozy, Timber, just came out, and there's a diff here. 27-1, 11 final hits. Sky Rifle just brisking almost 13k damage. Meanwhile, you're dealing with this Phoenix that is doing explosive damage with 22,000 damage output.
Yeah, I don't know what time it is, but it's anytime but clobbering time for Wizards Dread. I mean, there was just, wasn't able to really get anything rolling there for them. And Bach, I felt bad because I would say in the second map, at least match there in Celestial Husk, that was the player that stood out to me that got picked early. But the first one was a kidnap, second one trying to catch up with the team, and Timber caught them, a little bit out of sight there. But yeah, Timber locked in, loaded. That is why Phoenix is always, not always banned, but typically banned a good amount of time, 27-1. The Lord icon to flex, they like to play it. It was shown.
Yeah, and then you have that together with the fact that Wolverine isn't banned, so you have the team up, so then you have Kuna. We already saw what Kuna was able to do on Adam, right? Now you put him on Wolverine, and you still have the damage output, but it's not even about the damage of Wolverine, it's about the playmaking abilities, which we saw him do plenty of times, and then Timber was able to get the follow-up, and then when you get kidnapped, where do you go rather than the open arms, the beautiful command grab that is Ripken on this Emma Frost?
Yeah, and I've got to say, too, I think a lot of the ult usage was not my particular favorite there from Dubai Matcha. I mean, there really was times where it's like things were being used out of line and almost not cohesive. And sometimes that can happen when things get out of your hand a little bit. You're down now 2 points. You're losing the second one. I totally get it. But do want to see that tighten up a bit. I think if they can tighten up these ult fights, just like we saw with Noir, they can win this next match. They've got the talent there. Jean Grey being banned, that's going to be one of the starts overall from what we've seen. But I got to give it hats off to Shikigami. They always seem to have a new roster, but the same result.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing from them, but also I definitely agree with what you're saying. We're seeing still signs of life where there's trade-offs. It's about being able to kind of funnel into your ultimate and setting that up for the next upcoming fight, even 2 fights ahead too, right? So that way you want to stagger through them. I feel like understanding that, and also the ult charge, a lot of them are being isolated, and that's something that they need to talk about together, so that way they can iron that out before they find themselves faltering through and the momentum builds up from the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'm such a big fan of learning these new players. After we left Ignite, I knew we were going to find out new people standing out, right? Huna, he's one of them right now. I can tell you that. Timber definitely going on my list as well as we continue to make our way to what is going to be the second half of that tournament here. But guys, we have another matchup coming up. But of course, first we are going to take a quick break before we get to the action, y'all. So don't go anywhere. We've got a great match 3. Can they get the job done? We'll have to find out after this quick break.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello, guys, and welcome back. Marvel Rivals Season 3, the championship. We are here, and we're coming back to the matchup of Dubai Matcha versus Shikigami. And right now, it is 2-0 in favor of Shikigami, who's been pretty dominant in their performance thus far, Vicky. But I do believe the talent is there for Dubai Matcha. They are going to have to change things up, but I do think it's starting with exactly what we're seeing here, the Jean Grey Phoenix Band.
All right, Phoenix, we've seen it before. She's a problem. You don't let her come out with Wolverine side by side without one of them being banned. While now, both of our heroes that love fire, or playing with fire, I guess, getting banned out of the rip. No torch either for the other side.
Yeah, looking at it, we are seeing bans that I thought we would see. I mean, getting rid of the Phoenix there, I think, is going to alleviate a lot of their problems. And they get the Venom save. So we're seeing two things now happen, Vicky, that I think is kind of very much shut down this team. And they get the Adam. Okay, I like this. This is a much better pick ban phase for Dubai.
Yeah, and the protection onto the Mantis there too, while the Venom gets to come by. This is kind of what we saw from that first round where they wanted to prioritize the Venom as the AMER Frost being the problem. That AMER Frost was Ripkin, unfortunately, can't rock that forward, but that means that we also won't have that mental projection available for the Magneto or Psylocke.
Absolutely. Here, Emma ban being there is always big to just shut down those two other heroes that you alluded to. And listen, the Ultron save is really going to tell us a lot of the tale of what we are going to see. I wouldn't be surprised if Kuna does swap into that role a little bit because, you know, you got the Atom play a little bit and what they've been able to perform with. Luna's save, though, I think they're completely fine. Both sides. Wonderland obviously played very well, but Proto was just a sniper on the Ice Queen that is Luna.
Now looking to see with the Ultron being protected. This also means, Cozy, that we could probably expect the triple strategist to come out all over again. Even with the Adam Warlock being banned, you still have to protect over on the Mantis, on the Ultron, but the final ban on the Loki. So you may have the Mantis come out, but you won't have a Loki and you won't have a Groot to follow up with the team up.
Galactus says it best. The right heroes can make all the difference. And I do think the right heroes were banned there and saved from Dubai. So I will give them that. As we look towards Wizard Dread, picking the wizard himself, but will he... well, we got to see if it's Wizard Dread or Dead in this this matter here. We're at Wakanda yet again. And looking at the team comps and the differences here, Sky Rifle now going over to Bucky. We saw them play that in the previous days of the championship. Bach going to Ultron and Timber taking that role as we now see Kuna going to Star-Lord, who, listen, we know what they can do on someone like Adam Warlock, on Wolverine. I'm excited to see Peter Quill in the hands of Kuna.
And seeing how that plays off here too. Star-Lord, the Mantis, Shikigami now getting set up here on the defense while Dubai Macha on the other side. Trying to see if they're going to roll out with that triple strategist, though. Sky Rifle getting called out very early on, and a lot of these starts of these fights, while Shikigami now trying to get into a position to get a lot more aggressive with the follows between Timber and Kuna as well as Pride.
Yeah, the aggression showing right away, shooting through the flowers of the Wakandan landscape. Now the portal is going to be coming out the back there, the typical spot either on point there or right by that health pack, and the team shifting accordingly. Shikigami now damage boost up. We see this Mantis Ultron comp a lot here and trying to get some back poke. Coco doesn't even notice them at the moment. Wonderland now on that Mantis, the undefeatable Guardian of the Galaxy, and Colin now pushing forward. Quick pick on Proto. That's a big difference already in the last match.
Oh my, very huge pick here, while Wizard Dread does fall incredibly low here. Kuna as well, as they only really have Wicca to keep them alive after Timber goes out. That's going to be Shikigami, though, having to try to peel away over on the other side, while Dubai Macha now dives back in. Wizard Dread, he may get put to sleep, but Wicca was still able to get called out here, while on the other side, Kuna is going to be able to find Sky Rifle. It's a lot of back and forth here, while Dubai Macha still take their time to slowly get onto this point.
Yeah, I've got to say, that is exactly the start that you want to have if you are Dubai Monster coming from last time. Wonderland with the switch off over to Proto. Proto now being eliminated twice early is already obviously a huge difference, and that's going to open Wizard here with the Venom that was banned last time. The Symbiote Terror getting a little bit of attention, but that's exactly what you want as Venom here. Going to go and pop that shield, go right back to full, and dive that backline.
You see the way that he's just still able to pressure him out. Then we get the Venom v Venom action, except it's going to be a 2v1 look, while Wizard Dread does have the backup between the Ultron. Is it going to be enough before diving away? He gets away right on time. No clenching necessary here before running on top of these walls before diving right back in. He does have Face of the Abyss, and he still calls out Bach over by the skies, including the tether, and then the Meteor M misses out, while Coco keeps Dubai Macha alive. They had lost out on Bach earlier on, and they still have Wonderland with that Mantis ultimate for that next fight rotation.
That's the difference, right? It can take 32 health there on Wizard, was able to escape and then gets the pick on Proto, right? So, like, that's exactly what getting elimination and the differences matter. Now, all the momentum going towards their side, but Wicca does change that a little bit, getting Wizard down, and now the trades are going to happen in the reset. But 4 minutes and 7 seconds, and I think Proto has been the first eliminated each time, but is getting now a couple picks to reclaim what we saw in the first 2 maps from them.
Still being able to get these staggers here too, wasting more time away as 3 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. More than enough time here as Wizard Dread does have that ultimate online, so does Sky Rifle, but it's about getting things going, and the way that Shikigami's playing with Timber's positioning alongside Pride and Kuna, it's going to be hard because they always, Dubai Matcha at least, will always need to have that strategist ultimate online to deal with that Star-Lord legendary.
Exactly, yep. The best offense is best defense is good offense, but vice versa there for Magneto. Ripken trying to get those early picks as they've been doing here. There's Galactic Legendary, yelling legend from the sky. Gets 1, 2, opens up for the rest, make it 5, and the team wipe. Wizard trying to just get out of there alive. Pride getting a reset, and wow, that's how you do it.
And that's exactly why you're forced to expend the strategist ultimate, except in this case, Dubai Matcha did not have an ultimate online from any of their strategists once that legendary was ready. And that was good timing too, because this dwindled away even more time away from that pretty large time bank that Dubai Matcha had started off this attack with.
Yeah, and Shikigami has everything, right? All it takes is a legendary and some follow-up, and if you don't have the Magneto, it is curtains now. As Colin does farm the Meteor M, and he can actually use it a bit more aggressively now if he so chooses. I mean, you can stop a couple of these projectiles, but really using on the offense might be better. But Ripken Pride, it's a Vanguard. Vanguard getting this point in this offense that was looking so dominant to start Wakanda map. Now slowed down a bit. Sky Rifle again on a new hero, another hit scan, another day. Trying to hide. Oh my gosh, hide and seek, you're found.
Yeah, I mean, he lost the game right there, and Sky Rifle getting taken out first, and you do have that Goddess of Death at least available to you in that next fight, but Dubai Matcha will have everything for this next fight. But the same thing to be said about Shikigami with 5 ultimates, the Extermination to start things up, and the Meteor point blank dunks on Bach here too before backing away. Ripken on point, whether it be on the Emma Frost or even on the Magneto, trying to swat away at this pesky Venom flying around while Sky Rifle takes the skies on the God of Death.
Ripken just ollie-ooping himself there on the Extermination. Great job as Pride gets Wonderland out of this thing, and that's going to slow down yet again this offensive push. Here comes the Abyss. Pride going 3. Oh my, symbiote. This is an absolute flip of the script. 3 minutes gone like that, Vicky.
I mean, Thanksgiving always comes early for the Feast of the Abyss when you have a Luna Snow coming through with the damage boost on that ultimate with the Fate of Both Worlds. Combine that together with the Feast, and then you get to really see that damage output shine.
Now, Colin at least has Meteor M this time for Galactic Legend. We're gonna hope that this is saved for the right time, the right moment. But Shikigami, we know what they can do when they've got this with the follow-up here. Kuna looking to go on this side flank. Great job, just so hard to hit now. Star-Lord with that constant heal. Undefeatable going up, and now from the side, Bach with Ultron trying to get the early pick on the Extermination. He does connect on Timber.
That is huge here. No survivability now for the rest. Shikigami now. Sky Rifle does get taken out first. They get that trade originally with Wizard Dread finding Proto. Meteor M, though, not going to find its mark for Colin, while Wonderland is able to find Wicca. These trades working out better here for Dubai Matcha, but it's about clearing out that point, clearing out what's harassing your backline here. In this case, Kuna being on that Star-Lord.
All strategists were gone for Shikigami. That's going to open up really just this push forward momentum. You can already see them backing up. Now Proto's going to go down yet again. Wizard Dread, we're seeing a different player out of this man right now, having access to his Venom. Pushing back Wicca. They're going to get this second point, Vicky. And wow, with 4 minutes on the clock, they used every bit of it, but they got the objective. Now they're going to push forward. Well, they don't have it yet, but it's right there.
It is right there, just a few meters out, and with Wicca and Timber going down here, the defense is slowly crumbling. Bob finding these picks. Meteor M, though, looking around, and it does narrowly avoid Coco, who has the Fate of Both Worlds. Is forced to expend it here, even with Proto finding Wizard Dread, but it takes a lot of Dubai Matcha, even through these support ultimates, to keep them alive. Shikigami now lose out on Wicca, and they finally get that second checkpoint.
Alrighty, guys, we are on So point 3, kind of same song, same dance as Noir that we saw, right? You know, continuing to get the point at the last bit. They did not get the final match, though, and so we'll see if Dubai can make this thing a 2-1 best-of-5 matchup. Bach with the damage up is now an absolute laser sniper here on the top, and Sky Rifle going for the aggressive Agamotto. He does land 1, make it 2, but does not get the, okay, does get the follow-up he needed, and that's the problem, right? If you're going to do something like that, Vicky, you do need to let the team follow up, and Bach was not there in time to help that out, even though he got 2 of them.
Yeah, and Sky Rifle had taken a lot of damage, backing away, at least keeping him alive. The extermination now from Bach is going to keep Dubai Matcha alive here, but the same thing could be said about Shikigami. Combine that together with Wonderland putting Sky Rifle into position with that speed boost. They were able to hold all the way forward, find Timber, and now Legendary comes out from Kuna. Thing is, here from Dubai Matcha, they have Colin with the Meteor M. Doesn't find it smart, but they at least find Pride. They're going to find these trades, but Dubai Matcha didn't need any of those strategists to combat that of the Legendary, as Kuna couldn't really get much started.
And Shikigami keeps calling, and they're answering the call. Dubai is now, wow, the flip of Wicca to get Sky out. Coco, we'll see if Sky is going. Okay, so we do have a bit of a change. Colin now shifting through Captain America. We have Sky Rifle back on Bucky. 6 seconds to push. They've done a pretty good job at it. They're not going to be able to touch unless he dives in. Wow, they are able back. Okay, they're able to keep this thing going, Vic.
They came out with everything, by the way, whether it be with the sleep to try to stop at least one player. Then you have Colin here on the Captain America. Everybody to touch the point to contest. Overtime taken away, and Wizard Dread is not getting looked at. Still is able to find Ripken. We're still going here. Coco holding forward, finding Wicca, keeping them alive. They're holding forward by their spawn room gates, and with overtime taken away. Better late than never, as I say, for Dubai Matcha.
Wow, I mean, they were able to completely touch the point with a second pixel left, and then they get the whole push in. Wizard Dread, I liked him on Strange, but I'm telling you, that symbiote, it wants Venom each and every time. It wants Eddie, and he's looking like the very villain we know. Colin now pushing in, trying to get that pressure early, not even allowing them out of spawn, but look at all the ults going for Shikigami. You have Star-Lord into the extermination. Wicca gets the pick on Colin. Wonderland's down 2, make it 3. Shikigami does get the stop, Vic.
Hey, get the stall here, get the Feast of Devouring here too on top of it all, but the Mantis from Wicca is too strong. You have the damage boost, Star-Lord, you have these headshots, and then you had the Soul Resurgence just at the very end.
I don't think you're mad at all. I mean, I said this like Noir, the same thing, but I don't think you're mad. I mean, you had a second left. You pushed it all the way to the end. This map is so hard to take. I mean, we could see Dubai stop them here on the first point, right? It's just a hard map. There's so many points of contention. And so, you know, you had 4 minutes on the clock. Yes, that all kind of vanished, but at least you're able to get that thing all the way to just a pixel away from getting the full cap. Obviously, they want the whole thing, but they did get a lot of it.
Yeah, honestly, it was so crazy to see how much they were able to extend where they were falling behind by that payload right before that final choke, as far as they did, finding these staggered picks too onto Shikigami. We were talking about it before during the break, Cozy. We've been seeing these trade-offs here between both these teams. We know Dubai Matcha definitely has it in them. It's about really trying to time these ultimates and trying to prevent the staggering, so that way you always have something available to deal with what Shikigami is using as their trump card.
Yeah, listen, I mean, we called that out at the end of Celestial Husk, right? Like, they have to win these ult fights, and they're looking a lot cleaner. Call-in matching. Even the Galactic Legend, something as simple as that is making the difference. And Proto is getting hunted right now from Wizard, and they've got to keep that energy because Proto was able to sit back, relax, and get the eliminations there. In the last one, as the gates open up for Shikigami, can they get a clean 3-0 and finish this thing to advance? Or can Dubai flip? We'll have to see.
This is the moment with Shikigami only one map away from moving on through this bracket. Dubai Matcha putting on a performance thus far, being on the defense, and while Timber takes a quick nap. All right, that was the first time, by the way, that we see somebody from their own respective team break that shadow right behind the sleeper dart that you usually see with Mantis here. As Timber comes right back awake here, as now they're going to try to wrap around over to the other side, but they're distracting them while the rest of Shikigami moving from the other side.
I admire the full commit here on the top. You have the other two teammates on the left side, which is allowing, like, they don't know this, right? So they're not unsure if they're split or not. Wow, Star-Lord barely hanging in there. Sky Rifle is, I mean, doing a great job staying alive. But Kuna, the same now as Timber, trying to get that early pick. And it's, I mean, what a interesting split comp here.
Yeah, because then you have to still focus down on the mid lane here, but Proto being that main support and still having the damage output from Wicca, this works out great. Kuna and Timber are getting away with it, and Timber has that get out of jail card with that Ultron Extermination. Ripkin finds the next pick here, and Dubai Matcha are no longer standing on this defense.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, Ultron's healing, it lasted, which is wild by themselves up on the top there. Kuna not falling either. Here comes the Portal Wicca, though, with the Wizard Dread stagger into Sky Rifle to dive in. Oh boy, it's looking a little chaotic here as Shikigami firmly is looking to take this first cap easily. Coco does get something rolling for the team, but it could be a little too late here as there's just a pixel on the point. Coco now falls, and this is going to be the point for Shiki.
I mean, what do? You get put to sleep. You were frozen at one point. Now you have the restrain ability because Wicca comes around with the Soul Resurgence. You had all the tools as a strategist to stop your diving Venom, and it wasn't enough. Not enough healing and too much damage output, as well as the timing of Shikigami and these strategist ultimates are too strong here, Cozy. Look at this. They also have 4 ultimates going into that next fight.
Wicca, hello. Whether you're Loki or the Mantis here, just absolutely popping off. Great connections there. And yes, you said it. Ult economy in favor of Shikigami pretty massively here. Colin does have the ability to stop Legendary, but outside of that, they can get this Coco eliminated. It's going to be tough for them. I mean, this is the exact same place that we were at. Dubai was a little bit ahead of Shikigami at this point. Both strategists keep each other alive. Here comes the Legendary into the Magneto, but both are popping at the same time. Sky Rifle, though, does not have something to meet it, and they are getting 2 picks to follow.
Oh, to get that following up, and Wizardra taking a quick nap. He's not going to get taken down just yet because Colin's moving forward and is doing enough of that damage to take care of Wicca as the back strategists have been wiped out here for Shikigami.
Yeah, we had Ripkin with their ults, able to suck up most of that if needed. But at this point, they still have kind of everything they need for the offensive push here. Colin trying to get the early pick and finish. Does connect on Kuna. That's a massive momentum changer.
Oh, man. Still going to be able to find some of these picks while they're able to hold forward. But still trying to look behind them to make sure nobody's going to go in for a cheeky, sneaky back cap here. Can never play it too safe while Colin looks behind to make sure that Coco's also safe. Coco will also be able to have that Luna Snow ultimate ready to go, but the extermination that's going to be met with it. Shikigami, again, having to rotate through all these other ultimates available to them.
We have the purple meteor going up, and Ripkin does now 2 slam dunks again. Oh my heavens, there goes Star-Lord and Ultron. Anti-flyer, meet purple ball. Pride now getting the trade on Coco. That was insane, Vic.
The double up in the air like that? Ripkin, all right, built different right now, but that was such a huge meteor M in favor for Shikigami.
He's like, I don't need to use it on the Legendary. Let me ore farm real quickly here. Throws the spray down and all. My goodness, Wizard Dread does have that Abyss ready to munch. And I mean, an absolute Dementor in the back line there as now pushing forward. They're trying to get that finish point. 2 minutes left, but Dubai's got what they need to get this stall.
Let's see if it's going to be enough here. Colin having the Meteor M now. Wizard Dread as well with the reset available. Did use up the armor, had already gotten frozen. He's the Devouring now just to be able to get some extra health back, but it's going to be met with Proto and the ultimate, the fate of both worlds, though. You have the Soul Resurgence, and now the Legendary comes in right afterwards from Sky Rifle. Do you have that sustainability to go through after Proto and Wicca now get shut down immediately? Sky Rifle and the rest of Dubai Matcha outnumber Shikigami with another wipe.
No Wizard dead this time, man. It's full dread. I mean, absolute perfection there with all the chaos going on. I mean, that was so well done. Proto used their ult on top of it. I mean, Wicca's got their undefeatable. You do have the extermination that they can combine here, but there's only 1:27 seconds. I like this a lot for Dubai. They're set up for success here, Vicky.
See if they can keep it going now. They found that momentum. Remember, we were talking about it before. It can be really difficult as he's going to be able to run around the statue. Now you see me, now you don't. Can't catch me. Still trying to harass the backline. Look at the peel that we're seeing from Shikigami. They are recognizing Wizard Dread and the goal here right now, but it is the extermination from Timber to find Coco first. Gathering around with the speed boost is going to be Wicca setting everybody up and Shikigami into position. They get another KO here, and Dubai Matcha, time is dwindling away here. 50 seconds in favor for Shikigami to finally get to that next point.
I love that Wicca used their ult for the support, and then they just let Timber use Extermination for exactly that. Exterminating, right? We just saw it clean. Ooh. Wow. Sky Rifle, though, gets Wicca. Oh, my, massive. Strategist ults are going to be a little bit limited here. Fear, Magneto, Ripton's gotten 2 before. Can he get 2 again? No, they're saved through the dance of Coco. Now, oh, my gosh, Sky Rifle getting Pride. The trades are happening. There's 26 seconds left, and right now, Dubai is answering the call.
Wow.
1 by 1, they go down.
Wow, that portal recontest, even with Shikigami knowing that they were going to portal recontest and they tried to stop it, the fact that they couldn't stop it, they paid for it. And now they're down to less than 10 seconds on the clock to recontest.
This is going to come down to the last minute here as we've got the portal ripping in, and Colin is trying to get the early pick to shut this down and move this into yet another match. Ripton Guts get the elimination on Coco. Dubai, hold on stronger. Will this be it for them in the Swan Song? Sky Rifle's going to go with the legendary. He does get 1. That's a massive 1 to start out, Vicky.
And now Wicca goes down next here, even with Proto having the fate of both worlds, trying to keep them alive here. Pride, Ripken, and Timber are the only ones left, and it's the extermination from Shikigami that is more than enough to help them stay alive. Dubai Macho, Sky Rifle, literally one. Wizard Dread gets frozen, has the reset sustainability, but Coco's getting harassed in the backline by Pride.
Oh my, Vanguard. I mean, just Pride and Ripken going crazy on the inner point 2 there. I mean, that was looking so much like Dubai's the take here now, pushing forward. Colin trying to just keep the momentum strong. Captain survive. Instead of America Automotive going out, Ripken using it all to make sure they get through the second point. He does not want to play another map, Vicky, and they only need to cap the full thing to win.
This is them waking up, though. Shikigami with Pride getting frozen again. Ripken looking to make the swap up after using that portal earlier, it looked like, and going right back over to the Magneto. Again, not surprised with the way that Ripken has been landing a lot more of these crucial trick shots, but Dubai Matcha now having to look to recontest here because wrapping up around this next corner, they really only have Coco having that Luna Snow Fade of both worlds.
Yeah, I like Matcha's actually ult economy a bit more here, just with the ult that they have online and available, and they have to win 2 fights here, most likely, if you're Shikigami, right? So now we have Ripken trying to get the early picks he's been known to do here twice in a row. He's found Sky Rifle. Sky's a little bit low. Kuna going with the spin, the elim, and there goes Sky Rifle. A massive trade-off. 40 seconds left, and now right now Kuna's got all the advantage on the high ground. Obi-Wan Kenobi here as he pushes down and farming that ult.
And getting away with it too, right? No one looking at Kuna at the same time after Sky Rifle was taken out. Wizard Dread had gotten frozen at one point. Timber follows up, and Ripken is still able to put in the damage. Gets a 3K, making a 4 earlier on. He had started things off by getting that early pick, and now Shikigami have Kuna, Pride, both of them with their ultimates, but it's still a ways to go to get to that finish line.
Yeah, first team fight 1. Got to win another. RIP, says Ripken as he finishes 1 by 1. Now, one more fight to do it. Dubai could not answer this final fight. Can Shikigami? The winner will be determined right now here as Colin goes up with Meteor M. Throws it down with the Galactic Legend. Boosts it up and lands it on Proto. Oh, that's it.
This is the win condition. They got it. Proto and Timber going down and Kuna going out too. This is inevitable for Dubai Matcha to keep themselves on the board this time around. These swap-ups working out in their favor as they clear the point. Overtime taken away and no one left from Shikigami to contest.
We just called it. We said they've got the talent. They've got to match the ult fights, right? And they just did it. They just, when it was on the line, their hopes to advance in the Marvel Rival Championship, they answered it. And wow, great job from Dubai there. I mean, that was all Nemesis for so long, but that was such a great... I mean, this is obviously the MVP. Wizard Dread was the clear difference maker in this one.
Yeah, and which is funny, too, because we were talking about how it could be difficult going back and forth with Wizard Dread being that first one to get picked off a few times. They were trying to isolate him and still was able to come right back with 16 final hits. Was a thorn on their side, not only with the tether, but then following up sometimes with Coco and that Luna Snow ultimate damage boost, just so that way you could get a way more out of that Venom ultimate.
I mean, even looking at the stats, right? I mean, look at Nemesis and how little they died on in the top of the Vanguard front comparably to the winners. But it doesn't matter, right? What matters is the last result, and it just fantastic job. I think answering Proto, and we're going to probably see this first ban go towards that Venom yet again. That's how they found the keys to success quite easily there. But 16 final hits for the Venom. I would say half of those were on Proto and Wicca alone. What a way to answer back.
Yeah, it's 16, and then you still look at Sky Rifle and the damage output too, right? And that's with Sky Rifle going down a few times very early in our last map, this time coming right back around, making the swap up to the Star-Lord. 30.4k damage, almost alongside of Wizard Dread, who did get those 16 final hits.
Yeah, and you know, we said it before in the previous matchup, but essentially, right, when you force the strategist to kind of stick to the healing rather than what they can do and specialize in as the strategist, we didn't get to see that as much on Shikigami's side because they were so focused on either getting dived by Venom or helping others dived themselves. And so, again, I am not shocked because of what I did see out of Dubai, what they did have. But, man, it definitely makes it more interesting here as we head into match number 4, and it's 2-1.
Honestly, I'm just thinking back about how they had that pop-off fight win moment on Arako, and then got off the point when they held forward, and unfortunately were unable to finish out that one map, especially after seeing this performance right here. We were talking about it. We know that Dubai Matcha, they've got it, but it's about staggering through these ultimates and timing it differently here, and they were able to answer back against Shikigami, and obviously their pick and ban phase was a lot better this game around.
Yeah, I mean, we said it at the start of the game. It's like, okay, they got the Atom ban, they got the Venom save. We were seeing a lot. Yeah, Phoenix obviously being banned was a mass importance. We saw what Timber was able to do there on the Omega level X-Men. But that's where, the game's not entirely won there, but especially in this kind of ban system, you can really tell the story a lot more. And so I'm not going to say we'll know exactly what's going to happen in this next picks bans phase, but I'm hoping it goes similar in the same way for them. Do you think it's going to open up with the Venom ban? I mean, you almost had to stop Wizard after that changed the game.
Yeah, I think so, because that's something that they knew. Both these teams understand that there's a strong Venom on both these teams too. They would rather probably ban it out outright, because I believe we saw a Venom ban. It was either the last map or the first map to start things off in this series. I mean, now that the Venom was protected going into that previous map, I'm expecting it almost guaranteed.
Yeah, and of course, Emma was banned too, right? So that also slowed down. I think in the first map, Venom was there, but the Emma just kept getting rid of the problem, right? Just squishing the symbiote for what it was. But now we go into it. We have Phoenix banned going in from Dubai. I like that. And the Human Torch ban. So the two bans that we thought we'd see, Dubai's kind of starting with the same flavor as they ended here. They get the Venom save, Vicky, so they get the comp that they're going to want here. And Comp Boy's a good map to do it.
This is something that they would rather lean into than having the risk of maybe having Shikigami come out with Ripkin and that Emma Frost. It's just too strong, especially with the damage output, the choke slam, and then the protection on the Atom Warlock from Shikigami.
So looking towards it here, I mean, we know Kuna on Warlock just makes it to where even if they had the Venom, good luck, because you got to play perfectly. And so it's going to be this kind of Venom diving for Kuna matchup we're going to see, because he's going to have to hunt the Golden God down to stop the res, to stop the aggression, and really give this team hope to tie the series up. Luna banned as well. So Luna banned, but it's going to be at the hands of, instead, Proda is like, you know what? I had fun on the domination, Vicky. That last map with Venom, not so much. We're going to ban the Luna.
Yeah, and I don't blame them too, because if you ban out the Luna, that means that the Loki coming out won't have that 24 seconds of immortality that Loki does have whenever you cycle through both Loki, God of Mischief, and the Luna, Fate of Both Worlds. So get that off the table. Probably Cloak and Dagger going to be that main lean into with the Eternal Bond. Loki wondering what that third strategy is going to be with the Atom Warlock being protected, and then the Groot being the next protected hero. So Vanguards being protected all around, aside from Atom Warlock, it looks like, between the Groot, Emma, and Venom.
I just love watching rivals at the highest level, because someone like Venom is probably the biggest standout when it comes to team coordinated play, right? You try to play Venom, even if you try to main Venom right after watching this, check, oh man, you got to have a team that's locked in to do it with you, right? And so that's the differences of things like Phoenix too in high level play. But we've got Wolverine banned there from the Shikigami. Last ban in the hands of Dubai Matcha. They're going to go with the Storm. Don't want to deal with any of that from the opposition. Kuna going right into that Warlock. We knew that was coming. We got a match there on the Cloak and Dagger. Oh, I think there's no way he doesn't go at him. Well, it's on offense, actually. I don't hate that we saw, funny enough, Vic, we saw this a lot in Ignite. We saw Delena go Moon Knight here on the opening, because Moon Knight can just put out so much damage to kind of give some relief to let the teams through.
I agree. We also saw something very similar with Squirrel because both Hand of Khonshu and then Squirrels also get charged up very quickly. And here on Midtown, when you start off on the attack, everybody's very close quarters in that alleyway that you get through for the first choke. So it's very easy, quick damage and a quick ultimate just to break through the triple Vanguard. But if that's not what they're going to lead into, I'm wondering, the BP did go through and maybe seeing a different look here if they do not opt for either that high damage output between the Moon Knight and Squirrel.
Yeah, again, Ripken now taking the role instead. So you're going to get like Kuna through to the back line, and Ripken's going to shred up front. They know, look at, I mean, you've seen it right here. Triple Vanguard, triple support. We knew this was going to happen here with this map in particular. Sometimes even Penny, we've seen make it into this little entryway. But Kuna now instead going to go to Punisher. I like this a bit better, but expect Ripken to really allow the space to be made here.
And Timber going over to the Bucky here already, too. Just trying to slow things down already. Gets the grapple in, gets their own version of a kidnap, but the double group wall is going to make it difficult to navigate around here. Oh, Pride wraps up around and was able to isolate Colin in the process. You got to be careful. Even if Emma could rack up that damage on these group walls, you got to watch right behind your backs and make sure that you at least are in the line of sight of your healers to be saved.
Yeah, I mean, in the mid-season, this was less prep for the Triple Vanguard. It was like kind of getting more new established. But now it's like these teams, they prep for this, right? They scrim for this, as we do now have Shikigami really just opening up the lane here. And we're going to see another matchup here on the buses in a second as they're going to cruise through the main street of New York here. Ripken on the top, already close to that Khonshu coming down. And that is going to be rough. And Wonderland going to Loki. Ripken's going to feast.
Oh. Getting ready with the teleport up on the high ground, though. We talked about the Hand of Country coming online, available. It's going to allow them to just be a bunch of stars. They stuck in a can, but first you got to worry about getting roundhouse kicked by Colin as Wicked goes down. That's 2 out for Shikigami, and more damage output onto Pride, who is literally just trying to run away from Colin, who rips out that diamond right out of him. Kuna, too, will be able to come in on that Punisher with that final judgment, but they have to wait out for Proto to have that eternal bond in the form of the God of Mischief.
Yeah, I do love the swap over the screen to get the portal in quickly because they can even have time to get the portal back. Colin's going to try to get things slowed down when you have final judgment right in your face. How is he alive? Dear God, Timber now trying to go up, down, slams it, doesn't find a clone, but finds Wonderland. Coco down. My gosh, they're falling like dominoes.
And they get the BRB real quick too, but then you have the Eye of Agamotto as the finishing Hail Mary onto Ripken and Pride, and it at least pays off here, finding those 2 picks. Proto does fall incredibly low, but Kuna's right here too to help them out with more damage output, just so that way they can finally get this cart moving.
Pour one out, man. Pour one out for Wonderland. I hate that when you're rezzed by the raccoon and then you just immediately get swarmed by 5 people. It's like, well, now I have 2 deaths, all right? And it wasn't my fault. Okay, I'm just trying to stay alive. They're pushing through here now and looking towards it. I mean, you've got Wicca to open up the internal bond. Maybe even just try to get one of their ults out of the way. Turret up on the bus. What a great placement here. Just dumping down the bullets here in the middle, and that is a lot of aggression going down and giving them space here to get this first point.
Woo! Talk about a snipe from a mile away. Pride getting that yeet onto Wizard Dread, but the Eternal Bond trying to keep them alive here from Shikigami. Bruise nice as Dubai Matcha are dropping like flies. That's another one going down here. Coco doesn't have the Eternal Bond to keep the rest of Dubai Matcha alive, so same can't be said as Shikigami. It's a matter of time before they get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, Shikigami here just picking off one by one and not only taking ults from the other team, but not using much on their end. They've got Kraken Impact and Final Judgment to make their way through this very tight corridor here. Those are the ults that you want to have. Tie that in together with Pride. We're about to see a pretty big, massive combo here.
Oof. Love how you also talk about how they're saving their economy. We keep highlighting the differences between these 2 teams and the way that Shikigami recognizes and how they plan for those next 2 fights here with Timber. Having that Kraken Impact, Proto right there alongside Kuna. They could combo that again together like we saw earlier on before that first checkpoint. And Dubai Matcha with the Sonic Seduction, if they try to catch Proto like they did right there, this puts a dent to Shikigami's plans here because they won't have the sustainability for both of the duelist ultimates.
Yeah, wow, with the smoke grenades to boot, that was a huge pick there from Bach. Now trying to set up the turret and get comfortable. little bit of a reset having to come, and looking at Shikigami, they've got what they want, right? They're just kind of now waiting for things to get back together. There's the final judgment of the back, and oh my gosh, what a quick opening box, deleted from the video game so quickly here. It's Ball going up, Ripkid going down. We see him connect these, and there's another one. Vic, good God.
Ooh, another one. Give me another one. The Meteor M, whether it be with the primary fire here following up, Pride gets the next pick onto Colin, and now Shikigami are looking to clear out this point, and look how far up Pride is positioned to. He's got the Strangling Prison ready to go.
It only took a final judgment. I mean, that's all it took. And then, a quick Meteor M slamming down 10,000 pounds on you. But yeah, looking towards it, Pride can just really set this up. Timber looking for the quick elim. And if we look, Wonderland and Coco fresh out. Wonderland getting very close. He's going to have to quickly ult here if he's going to keep this team alive through this combo.
Oh man, Timber was waiting out for the sign of seduction here at this point, as well as the final judgment. Why not? Just get out of line of sight at this point. What is he gonna do? Even with that improved mobility, he can't really close in that gap just as quickly. Nice bubble though, Kuna looking right behind him. The internal bond from Wicca to keep the rest of Shikigami alive. They are trying to stagger out these ultimates now with the Strangling Prison to be the wombo combo with Timber and the Kraken Impact. Again and again they go to get the second checkpoint.
Yeah, Thanos not here, but that was inevitable. We saw the writing on the wall there for you Under Oath fans of old. Now, Timber pushing up the ramp here, and I mean, man, 2.5 minutes, that's plenty of time. Yes, they used all their ults, but they can farm around this corner. They're going to push this payload fast. 2 on the payload. Let's make it 3, guys, but they're comfortable with the positions that they're taking. And now looking at it, Kuna throwing down, getting pressure and poke early. This is what it's all about at this point of the map. Just get plenty of poke. You get the turret up, you're going to get a lot of that, Vicky.
Ooh, now getting set up here. Talk about the damage output. And currently, Dubai Matcha take care of it just as quickly. They do have that Meteor M, though. I'm looking at from Wizard Trap, but Colin can't even get out of the line of sight of Kuna, who is landing these crucial shots. Lamps coming out from the Loki just to keep them up around that next corner. But right now, Pride is looking so scary. We were talking about these Meteor M's originally from Ripkin, but look at the space that Pride has built up with the rest of Shikigami.
Built different. That passive too, having that little bit of extend and increased meters is helping out. You can see it here with the wall healing. Now we've got the Eternal Ball going up. Ripkin going down, and will we see it again? Yes! Woo! Yes, we will. Oh my goodness. Ripkin now following up. We have Timber trying to land it, and oh my goodness, narrowly gets the reset. Vic. Okay, this is it.
And he gets off the clones there too. You saw him dance around the other side of that Meteor M, by the way. Not only avoiding it, but still landing the Kraken Impact. I love the stall that we saw right there.
Yeah, Kevin Feige's taking notes. He's like, okay, that we gotta put that one in the next Doomsday Avengers. Now, 29 seconds to lock back in, and if you're Shikigami, I mean, you're pretty happy with what you just pulled together there. Dubai Matcha, we've seen them clutch it up, get this thing back together, but we didn't even have to see the Adam Warlock because we were on the offensive side. But now, Vic, this can be so hard to stop for Dubai. They got to get a full cap with Kuna on Adam.
I mean, this is what happens. There's only so many bans, so many safe picks to lean on here, and they needed to prioritize the problem that was the Mantis, honestly. They saw the Protect 2 on Adam very early on. Shikigami knew what they have to do to lean into that win condition, and Kuna's definitely been that threat. And now we're going to be able to see Shikigami roll out with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup.
Yeah, and with a res to boot. So, I mean, heck, they could hold here. I mean, they've got everything they need to do so. And listen, Dubai, you can tell with the way the approach they're going to go, maybe we get a little Bach, Psylocke going in the back lines, trying to get Kuna out of there before it's too late. You know, I do like the approach of Shikigami a bit more at the start of this point. Just go with the Moon Knight and the constant pressure of damage from the Punisher. And get a little bit of a different approach here from Matcha.
I'm just worried too about Proto and those lamps too, because then you have Kuna always having that insurance policy just to come right back in after even getting a res. A lot to keep note on if you're Sky Rifle currently from Dubai Matcha or Bach. Being on this Black Panther, you take care of Kuna already, he'll be able to come right back, but they have to keep an eye on him as the next victim is going to be the Loki in their sons.
Yeah, we saw just that, right? We just saw the dive attack, but remember, Emma was the key to this last time to shut down the Venom and friends. But you do have Psylocke and Bach playing together perfectly right now. Look at, I mean, Bach just going crazy as the King of Wakanda. T'Challa special. Getting 1, now 2, 3. And at this point, they're going to get a little bit of space here to open things up. But then what have we seen, Vicky? Typically the strange swap into the portal to get the contest right away. But that was a clean open.
That was beautiful. I mean, that was also with Buck not having to keep track of where Kuna was going to be able to resurrect themselves, because then he immediately, together with Sky Rifle, started to oppress Wicca and Proto, and they got rid of the lamps that were forced out originally. And now, as you said, portaling right back in, Buck is on the high ground alongside Sky Rifle, and they have to split their attention.
And Pride does have that Single Prison coming up. Look at this, just feeding, just absolute eating. Goes Black Panther. My gosh, before you can blink, the dash, the reset, in the clear, Vicky. Goodbye, 6 of you. It's the full ace.
I'm having war flashbacks right now looking at this Black Panther just get away with it. And you're wondering, you know, you have to show up with your trump card at the very end when you need it the most. And Dubai Matcha at risk of getting sent home here with Shikigami leading the way in this current series. Pride will be able to rejoin together with Wicca, having those ultimates online.
Yeah, we saw Bach last time on the side lock, so they even flipped who they were playing. So we've got Wonderland pushing forward to the team, 2 minutes to boot. Kuna, though, does finally get the pick on Bach. That's going to slow down this entire team's momentum. Sky Rifle forced to use the dance of the butterfly. Does get, oh my gosh, gets all of them. But there it is. There's Kuna with the res.
The rest too, in the Eye of Agamotto didn't isolate here too. Now being able to follow up with Kuna getting 3 members back up and Proto coming right back around with that duplicate with the Eternal Bond here. Timber has the Kraken impact even with Vast Descent though, and the walls coming up. You don't get much done here until Wicca and Proto fall low and you get the dash reset. Kraken impact isn't going to be enough here from Timber as he has nobody left from his team to keep him up. Kuna and Timber though, last 2 members up with Shikigami, are trying to stall for as long as possible as they find Coco next.
Oh my gosh. Timber 1-2. Kuna with another wizard though, trading Kuna back alive with the passive. This is back and forth, Vicky. It can go either way. Wizard, there's been trade-off after trade-off there as the point finally gets taken. Wizard now picking up where they left off. But my goodness, it's either Kuna or Wizard going at each other. The Venom symbiote versus the Golden God. As now we do have the Abyss to combo if we want to go that route. Love the flank approach already here to get things rolling. And, I mean, they're going to probably just give him the space here to push.
I mean, with Ripken changing over to the Captain America, look at Wizard Dread, waiting for an opportunity to jump right in, tether them together, has the Venom ultimate to follow up here. But Coco having the Eternal Bond could set him up into position as he dives right back around. You can see the communication alongside with Bach. He finds Kuna in the background, but can he find him again after he resurrects himself? That is the question. With Pride going out, though, he had the Strangling Prison, and now Colin walks all the way up to having that damage output set to 100 and the Sonic Seduction in hand.
Yeah, good on Colin. Really able to self-sustain themselves while Venom and friends are running around getting the eliminations, right? Just holding strong for the strategist. Look at Wizard just dancing up and down, waiting for the dive attack. And this is going to be a pretty firm capture on point 2. Okay, they are giving him some space. Pride pushing in. You have the Entangle in prison with the Internal Bond. Good shield there into the Internal Bond. That's at least going to stall things and allow them to keep things rolling. But we do have Coco matching the call. Dance of the Butterflies getting no effect. This is going to be Shikigami's to hold if they're able to keep alive.
Oh, but they try to stun Timber right when he uses the Kraken impact. Try to stop it immediately before it has any of that impact. And the Eternal Bond now from Proto keeps everybody from Shikigami alive. But this is the problem with the triple strategist. Now you have the Strangling Prison, and guess what? Even if you take care of Shikigami, Kuna currently has that resurrection online, and they won't even need it with Dubai Matcha falling like flies.
Not using that res there and having the huge Strangle in prison was everything you needed from that fight. 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Still plenty of time. Farming a little bit of that ult charge here. We do have Black Panther with their ult, available. Sky Rifle that can combo it and get a quick backline pick and then get the rest of the push in. Only takes one quick team fight that I expect them to maybe get here, but Shikigami looking strong again.
Which is hard too when Adam Warlock extends these team fights. He basically multiplies these team fights into another one with that res if he manages to pull it off, which is time that Dubai Matcha doesn't really have at this moment. They have to focus on Kuna to lean into now their win condition. Sky Rifle, Dance of Butterflies here. Bach getting isolated when he had Vast Descent to Timber. Puts them in the driver's seat as he's also got the Kraken impact. Dance of the Butterflies at least allows him to find Kuna, but they have to make sure he doesn't resurrect himself over in the back. Eternal Bond now from both sides between Wicca and Coco, and Wonderland will be able to cycle into their own Eternal Bond, but Proto will have it first.
Nice. Big pick, big find. They knew exactly what they had to do there. That Timber getting that pick early was massive and does it again on Coco, pushing back Wonderland and making things super uncomfortable for the Pride Pro to Timber all follow suit. 42 seconds now, and a lot was used to get. So, I mean, Timber finding Bach there was everything, Vicky, because the lanterns were just used from Loki, which was going to allow the Dance of the Butterflies and Panther to just clean everything up. Instead, the Dance gets one, but they can't get them all.
And they also allowed Wicca and Proto to properly cycle through their strategist ults rather than it being forced out of them to counteract that final fight. So great way of setting up Shikigami here for this nice last fight in favor for them versus Dubai Mata here, who have Wonderland and Wizard Dread with their ultimates.
Yeah, Bach is farming up that Kraken Impact too. I do love the quick switch there now, but the straight up oh my gosh. Well, you can't farm when you're dead. Absolute tremendous pick there from Timber. That's going to set them up for success. Eternal Bond to try to keep things rolling for the team. Oh my, Ripkin with that, what is that, his 100th connection up the meteor. It's over.
Ripkin's going crazy together with Timber. Beast of the Devourer now stopped as he's the one being devoured. Kuna gets the finishing blow, and Shikigami, time and time again with these fights, the Hail Mary Doctor Strange portal play while the rest comes out here too. Dubai Matcha trying everything, but Shikigami are shutting them down while Ripkin gets another pick onto Coco.
One by one, the dominoes fall, and it's to, yet again, Timber and Ripkin. Oh my gosh, Vicky. I mean, just what an absolute dominant exclamation point to send this team forward. Hakuna Matata. They go to the next match, and we say goodbye to Matcha.
And now with me having to not say Matcha anymore because my dog's name is Matcha, she's going to stop looking at me with a questionable face because Shikigami have put themselves forward as they move on through the MRC bracket.
Yeah, that was just honestly a clinic put on there through both the ult economy, but Timber having that great awareness. I did love the comms on both sides. And honestly, I thought Dubai had something rolling there for sure as they were making their way into the second point all the time. They had the ults to boot, but could not get it done. Wizard is going to get that SVP, who did honestly leave off on a great note there. And looking at the stats, though, I mean, Proto doesn't matter. The strategist really answers the call. Timber, 24 elims, near 50 elims on top of that. 24 final hits and then 50 elims is crazy.
Oh my goodness. I mean, with those resets, right? And then this works perfectly. That's why you see a lot of these Buckies come out, because when you have a Loki on the enemy side, they'll reset possibilities with the clones, having the lamps right there too, and you just scare them. You force out the lamps. That's a cooldown now that you get to track through, and it works into your win condition, especially if it really relies on that triple strategist lineup.
Yeah, without question. We saw this team played extremely coordinated together. This is, again, a newer roster formed, and it looks like they've been together for a long time. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer in our next matchups moving forward here, because, again, that was more of the lower bracket. Moving forward, we have a lot more of the action to see. Listen, I like the Shikigami team. I think they definitely have what it takes, and I believe they'll be playing the winners. They'll be moving on, and they'll be playing the winners of the second lower bracket that we'll be moving on to here momentarily. Vicky, listen, the dive comp, it was working until they found out that solution.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, too. And that's why when we're still trying to figure out where we stand with the meta and how it's evolved thus far by the end of Season 3.5, the triple Vanguard, triple strategist still requires a lot of communication. And you have to imagine still with Sky Rifle being on the Psylocke, even with Dubai Mata trying out that triple Vanguard themselves, was it worth making the swap-ups to try to match that with Shikigami? Was Kuna just too strong on the Adam Warlock? We even saw some target bans that are universal here within the MRC, whether it be getting rid of Mantis to prevent that team up, but you still have the Loki sneaking through, even if there was no Groot involved in the picture. So much to dissect.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you nailed one of those, all of the points, but we said right away, we said that if the Adam Warlock makes it through, I don't want to say the writing was on the wall, but they won the pick and ban phase on that third match. Going into the next one is where things kind of got out of hand. It's so hard for that defensive hold. You got to play so perfectly. They even hunted him down, but you have to commit so much resources to do so, right? They use the Psylocke ult, and then they put everyone forward. But then it was too late. A little too late at that point. Allows the rest of the team to snowball into it. Guys, great matchup there. We finished our second one. A little bit of a fight back from Dubai, but we have another electric one coming your way. We're going to take a quick break. Get back to the Marvel Rifle Championship Season 3. Don't go anywhere.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Marvel Rival Championship Season 3. Vicky and I have been going at it now for a couple of matches. We've had two pretty firm wins from both Shikigami and our previous in Nemesis, and now we find ourselves moving right along in the bracket. And Vicky, we've actually seen a lot of diversity, right? Typically with this mirror ban system, we don't see as much diverse team comps, but we've seen a good amount of play that has not been the same.
Yeah, I also feel like we're seeing a lot more strategy when it comes to these pick and ban phases because they're universal bans, which makes it difficult because although maybe you see the strengths in the enemy team, don't forget, you're going to be preventing your own team into leaning into those strengths too if you feel like you have a very similar composition that you rock on.
Well, if you loved Noir and 762, well, we got more of them here as we're going to see the matchup between them and Atlanta PXG. One team might be new to you, the other we saw fall above. And listen, they really showcased well. Nemesis is a great team, so I do expect Noir to bounce back here a lot more as Psylocke banned first and Human Torch to follow.
Okay, and what we saw too earlier from Noir, we see that the potential is there to try to find your own way of like breaking through the momentum that the other team has built up. So we have to see if they're going to be able to do that now versus Atlanta, a team that I've heard a lot about here, seeing some of these players that we've been familiar with as the protection over the Venom goes forward.
Absolutely, and looking towards it, I mean, this team, past couple of days, we haven't got to see a ton from them, so I'm excited to see what Atlanta will bring to it. I know they're obviously well familiar with their opponents at this point. You can not only scout games in the MRC to see how your opponents have done previously, but you know a lot of these players from the ladder in your time grinding out and going up in rank. And we can see it right there as Atlanta gets rid of Black Panther, 762, hovering it. No King of Wakanda this time.
Okay, 762 constantly getting shut down when it comes to these Black Panther bans, as now the Ultron ban comes out next. Looks like a lot of other teams, they're expecting the triple strategist setup too, especially since moving on to Domination for our very first map here on Hell's Heaven. The Jeff is the protected one, which is interesting because then you get to also see teams play into their strengths like we just saw in our last series between the Atom protection or even a prioritization on the Mantis ban. But here we have the Jeff protect.
Yeah, Konya just did not get to play Jeff when it was against Nemesis. They hunted him down. Median on Ultron would just fry him from the sky with the laser, right? But maybe we do get a little bit of a different look this time around. Konya going from the MVP on a lot of matches to struggling a bit here against Nemesis to maybe it's the full sandwich back to MVP. We'll have to see if the story comes true. Both bans happening last now for Atlanta. Noir, we have Wolverine getting shut down, and the last for Noir is going to be most likely, I would expect Vanguard here to be banned, but there's plenty of huge hitters still on the board.
Yeah, honestly, I like going in for that last Wolverine ban because considering the fact that Phoenix is still on the table and then they were going to let the Wolverine skate by, they don't want the team up to come out, and it looks like on the other side too, they don't want the Namor and Hulk. So both teams understanding, okay, we're going to be rolling out with something different, and it's not going to be that Phoenix Wolverine, although you could still try to rock the Phoenix. Having that team up really does come in clutch, but the same thing could be said about the Gamma Squid with Namor.
Yeah, and really, it's kind of the classic Season 0. You can tell they're getting rid of Namor a little bit too, just to help the dive, right? 762, people weren't crazy about the magic. We even highlighted that a bit, right? At least in Season 3.5, the buffs aren't intact yet. But you are what you practice, right? Like, they have practiced this comp. They like the Jeff fast comp. Rad did something similar and won the whole mid-season final, right? With Jeff and friends. But really, Coach and Tones were the big difference makers from what we saw previously against Nemesis. We'll be interested to see if 762 can live up to the name that won them the MRC in Season 2. We bid them farewell on the winners bracket, now on the losers bracket here. And moving forward, SJW, though, locking in. We've got pretty meta comp, what I would say, from what we've seen, the more of the typical meta comp from Atlanta. New names, but same heroes. I'm excited to see it.
Honestly, I've been really hyped to see this team too, because let's not forget that just to get to this position, I believe here with Atlanta, I believe they had to get through Intergalactic, which is a very stacked team. I mean, Doom, Blur, Dogman, like that's a team that they literally beat to move up here in the position that now facing off against Nord, diving right back in from a portal up above, looking like a horror movie once again with the way that Nord just try to come in swinging, and they find SJW in the back.
Yeah, it's a great shout out. I mean, Shroud X at that point was just moments away from going to land, and then they got shut down, right? But right now, Noir is firmly in control here, diving in, hopeful even getting a part of it there as the Atom. Jeff taking down Groot. It's the two kind of icon mascots going at one another here, and it was a very quick tap for Noir. But yeah, great shout out. Atlanta does have plenty of skill taking down a team like Intergalactic.
Can be a little intimidating, but with a game-winning fight like that, just to open things up for Noir, you're feeling pretty good right now with Hopeful being on that Adam Warlock already, getting into position to get a little aggressive here. Same thing could be said, though, about Tones, who takes a good amount of pressure, but this is just going to boost up into those strategist ultimates.
and having one player be able to play someone like Adam, again, you're going to have to play perfectly. And wow, look at that. Both duelists gone before the fight could even start. I mean, what are you going to do there? You got to just back up and reload. What an absolute filthy pick. And picks make it there for Noir.
And like Silent Blaze, unfortunately, it looked like he like lagged in real life of just looking at the situation to assess, oh wait, my lamps. And that was like right after if he had just dove in and gotten that first pick, further allowing themselves to build up this gap between themselves and the rest of Atlanta.
Absolutely, 51% got a back cap going on, though. Something to keep them at least a little humble now. Coach going from the side. Fantastic pressure. Almost back cap, though. Beautiful job. Show going on to keep the team alive. Coach with the great awareness there. Jeff with the 3 pace. My goodness. Out of... and Loki to jump. Insane.
It's like, all right, I'm going for the reset real quick. Saw that Jeff ultimate, and what a way to keep their feet planted on the point here. Konya was upset that he couldn't get to play the game in that series that we saw against Team Nemesis, and now this time, Jeffy came out to play.
And shout out to the spectators there, because there was a great Luna save we saw from the Phoenix Soul, and then they got the last bit of it, of this spit off the edge. That is why Jeff is protected, and Konya getting a little bit of a different look here on Jeff than we saw against Nemesis, as we called out. There's the straight of the present. Coach goes down, but the Agamotto to follow. What an answer. Atlanta, though, getting 2, but there's the hopeful res, and there goes their hope.
It's literally the answer to the answer that then just gets answered back. Literally the Morrow Rival special, because then you have 0 meta, keep everybody alive now with the fate of both worlds, and Noir having hopeful and that resurrection keeping them back up. But for what cost here when you have to worry about the damage output that is Redis here on the Phoenix? This is why this has been a problem. Silent Blaze gets taken out in the middle of the God of Mischief after getting the duplicate, but did just enough here, it looks like, to keep them alive.
I mean, they got rid of all the strategists. In fact, you didn't even see Hopeful was not going to use the passive because he's like, the team wiped. Iffy gets 3 out of nowhere to make it the symbiote special, and they get the point. Absolute clinic.
So off of the Venom tether, too, it looked like right through the Loki ultimate just before he could heal himself as well. So great way to overtake that first round, and very dictating already to start things off in our very first map here, too, of this series.
Yeah, I gotta say too, listen, I always pick a hero to just main and lord at the beginning of each season. I've done Psylocke before. Now I'm like, you know what? I want to do a little Jeff. Symbiote Shenanigans, Vicky, is a wild team up. You get some good healing from that thing, and it's just another kind of arsenal in the kit through all of that poke damage you can get through the main healing of the primary Joyful Splash. But that team up is slept on.
Honestly, yeah, I feel like sometimes when you see the Jeff and then you see the Venom side by side, it's like, okay, where's the Jeff gonna really get to help out the Venom here? And then let's say you have the Hela thrown into the mix. It's so scary. You group everybody together, talk about the damage output, see, depending on what your other duelist is. And in this case, it's working out so well. Konya, Hopeful, and Coach being on that triple strategist with Hopeful, dealing just a good amount of damage. And it looks like we're gonna start things off again with a portal play here from Noir.
Yeah, I like Hopeful going from the duelist to Adam here. It's working for sure in domination. I mean, that's obvious as we move in here. And yeah, again, Rad used a very similar comp here with the Venom. They did Captain America as well with Trust Me, but at the time, Prince gets a double kick into the wall. Neil, but without the ult. My gosh, what an opener from Atlanta. Pissed off, ready to go. The point unlocked, and they have wiped Noir.
Pain. That's all they feel. Pain. The Emma Frost. Ice cold here. Great start for Atlanta. The first signs of life, honestly, after they lost out on that first round. And it was Noir that really forced them to stagger. Now Noir really only have that Jeff ultimate coming into the mix here, with Atlanta having a little bit more, having that Groot ultimate, the group up, as well as Redis with the Star-Lord Legendary.
Prince now moving in, got a double kick before, going again with a punch to Coach, sending them right back to the respawn here with Drew to answer. Okay, hello, Atlanta coming back into this thing, and absolute Prince putting it on a show right now. Prince, I thought played a lot of Loki. I spectated, did a guide on Loki a long time ago, Vicky, and Prince was somebody that I showcased who played the most Loki in the game. Could be a different one, but if not, a man of many heroes.
I mean, the way that Prince right now is playing with the roundhouse kicks, getting the doubles constantly, and these follow-ups, survivability is there, and Silent Blaze has that Loki God of Mischief here. It's going to be able to get that copy to then be able to have Coach to deal with here. Both Luna Snows, the fate of both worlds, the dance of as SJW now dances into the ground with the end song Inferno. Keeping everybody alive, though, is going to be Nor having all their ultimates online. Kanye's going to hold on to that Jet ultimate for now, but the isolation from SJW takes care of Hopeful. Res could possibly be coming out here if it wasn't used already, and it looks like it was already used up, so no resurrection here for now from Noir.
Yeah, and truly the grand finale there. I mean, just everything to keep the team rolling and alive. And 7.62, getting that Loki out of here quickly. And my goodness, at the hands of Magic, even in 3.5. Can't wait to see it season 4 with the reset of the portal disc, stepping disc. Prince, though, does get the pick on Iffy. We saw what he could do on Venom, shuts it down early, and 89% make it 90. We've got the ults to push him in. Legendary, and that's going to be all they need. The wipe. Oh my, did they get the point again? Though, look at this, Vic. He has, oh, he's out of range. He's out of range.
Oh,
my God.
no.
He must have been out of range by just like a hair.
It had to have been like by a pixel. That's why I was wondering, like, where is everybody going to come back up again? And was that a silent legendary there through the portal, through their own friendly Doctor Strange portal? Because going through, no one was looking at him, even though like there was a lot that was expended right there. No one really heard Regis once he took to the skies after he used a legendary, maybe going through that portal.
Yeah, it seemed like it. And yeah, you saw 7.62 get res at the very end there. So they were trying to push through quickly for that Adam res. And just great awareness, hearing that out. And that's why you always attack the Adam as soon as you hear the legendary line itself. I was with all the voice actors in the last few weeks, Vicky, and everyone always wants Jordan Reynolds, voice of Adam Warlock. Say the line! Say it again! He said born again about 1 million times when I was with him.
Oh my, I love that. That gives me goosebumps, honestly. I love it when I get to hear stories of voice actors getting involved within their own respective games too, playing as much as they can, and seeing the action unfold for themselves as we get started here. It's a tied first game already in this first map here. 1-1 apiece between Noir and Atlanta. Regis being on that Star-Lord has really helped them out. Won't have that legendary, though, going out at the very start of this first round.
Yeah, shout out to Jordan, the man. He streams, I'm pretty sure, too. The man who voices Adam. Now, we've got Regis going in, just did the legendary, getting great momentum and mobility here. Trying to scope out Iffy in the back line. Iffy activating the shield, and wow, trades the favor there on Jean Grey. Taking Phoenix down now and trying to just get good poke from above. Just bowling the back line as Venom does. And look at this, just a great response here from Noir.
Ooh, look at Hopeful out here too, whether it be on that Adam out as well as the Phoenix still being able to find heads after making these swap ups too here for Norm. But you can see now the Luna Snow fate of both worlds out, but in favor for Atlanta. They still lost out on Regis a little earlier in the form of Silent Blaze here, but 7.62 back to back gets the 2K. Can he get the 3K off the reset here too? And as Atlanta filter out, Nor walk ups.
That's who we wanted 7.62 to play. Remember, we were saying him against Mello is going to be tough because Mello, you know, obviously a demon there on Winter Soldier. But I like 7.62 on Bucky, just really able to snowball the skill that out of all the heroes, I think Bucky can just completely continue to snowball and get the point open with that Kraken impact. Poke damage in the back line. Coach isn't even paying attention to the Star-Lord. Doesn't need to here as the team closes in. Hopeful gets a trade there on SJW, who is right now struggling against this team. 7.62 with another pick and a beauty at that.
It's also just finding that one priority pick that is always so enjoyable to watch from the Buckies. As a psionic seduction from Prince tries to call out the strategist from Noir, but this forces out Coach, and this is actually a good force out for Atlanta. They forced Coach out to have now the fate of both worlds, use that up after they lost out on Kanye earlier on. This further splits up that staggered double support ultimate, and now Prince with alongside SJW and Atlanta get to take this point.
Yeah, great neutral fight there. You know, they did have the Groot ult to kind of help that out, but SJW coming back right in time for the Groot ult and then the explosions there from the Sparks. Now going to reset, point at 49%. Konuya went down pretty quickly there to Regis, who does have the ult ready. The Galactic Legend Tone's going to be there to respond with the Meteor M. Everybody locked in here for the next ult battle here, Vicky. And, you know, I like the fight here coming from Atlanta. This is a close one, closer than we thought.
See what they're going to use to at least open things up with, because Regis wants to force out the strategist ultimates from Noir. That's the whole goal here with the Star-Lord. But neither of the strategists have those ultimates online, so it could just force Noir to play safely, get more into cover, play this a lot slower. As Atlanta slow things down just a little bit while Noir are only at 49%. Atlanta try to isolate one of the members of Noir over to the side.
Yeah, and they might combo here. I was wondering if they're going to try to combo SJW with any of the ults. Looks like they're just going to be following. 762 does get that pick there. And wow, what a quick response. 762 taking the entire Phoenix right into the body there, as now taking this off angle, trying to get those other picks rolling. Getting rid of 762 is a massive one, though, to keep this point alive. 62%. Wow, Hopeful really showing up here to keep the team. Look at the point, getting close to it. Hopeful here, giving hope to Noir.
And the stall is immaculate here for Atlanta. Let's not forget, that was with Noir, 7.62. He first got that pick off the Silent Blaze, and the moment God of Mischief is pressed, they shut down Silent Blaze, completely invalidating the Loki here for Atlanta.
Wow. Love the response there. And you're right. Yes, definitely a great stall, but the answer was there, as now Tones has the Meteor Im. You have Iffy as well, who them two alone can probably get this thing to 99% here. The show's ready, though, to defend what's going to be the Galactic Legionnaires. The Meteor Im to respond. Soaking that up. You've got Coach now to respond to the I Am group coming down, struggling in prison. Nothing happening here. Everything kept alive. Perfect defensive play, Vicky.
And after Hopeful got chokeslammed too, Coach was right there to help them out. Nice slight stun between Tones and Kanya, though, as Noir still trying to struggle to get through this onslaught of damage up. But Atlanta, SJW, not finding its mark with the end song Inferno. Rias now comes in. They used up that legendary earlier on, it looks like, and still boosting it up slowly, while Atlanta now move right back onto the point. Noir, they had the advantage, 96%, but they lose out on it before trying to go for a re-engagement with Kanya having that Loki ultimate.
Regis is cooking as the Star-Lord. I am liking this Peter Quill play here, putting the mixtape on and going wild now, pushing through 90%. This is going to be the fight to take the map, folks. It's 1-1, almost a 99-99 battle. Gets close here. Loser of all these matches will be eliminated here, as Ippy is trying not to go down early, just trying to get a little bit of a touch going. And there is the show from Kanuya. This is going to be close. 762 lands a triple, Vicky.
And following up at the right time, too. That was a zero meta, trying to use the fate of both worlds, but getting shut down right at the same time. 762, again and again, the Kraken impact. Put that end song Inferno away. It's not going to be enough while Nor walk up, and there's nobody left from Atlanta to recontest.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, that was so much favor on the side of Atlanta there. And just one Kraken impact throwing down the metal arm. I mean, that was a masterpiece. That was really well done. Was she on damage when he went down, the Luna?
She had taken a bit of, it looked like it was a focus fire, because her health did not fully heal at the exact second that the fate of both worlds was punished. Like, that must have been timed preemptively, or it was reacted a slight delay through the Kraken impact, because that was literally a 3-2-1 focus. That was huge.
Can you believe it, too? We called it. I said Konya got the MVP, right? Struggled a lot. And then we said at the beginning of the match, can they come back, flip the script, and get right back to that MVP form? And bam, just like that, on the note, hitting the chorus, Konya MVP, showing that he is back, right? 762 definitely did as well, I should say.
Wow.
Did a great job keeping the team momentum rolling. I'm impressed all the way around. But Atlanta put up a great fight. I think this is going to be a close series, Vic.
Yeah, I agree. Also, we have to talk about the swap-ups from Noir. Like, even midway through that second fight that we saw within the series of that second round, like, they made a lot of adjustments. Hopeful, remember, originally was on the Atom, went over to the Phoenix, still had to match that Phoenix versus SJW that didn't have as much of an impact by the end of that final round. So really good awareness on what last-minute swaps you have to do, too, to keep your ultimate up and on board for another hero that you have to swap to.
Yeah, Hopeful definitely playing a lot more locked in this time around. We saw it at the very end of Central Park when they were against Nemesis. But yeah, sometimes all it takes is one ult. I don't know about you, but when I'm playing and, like, if something goes wrong with an ult, like that Atom ult that happened in the it's like, you know what? Okay, I'm changing it up. Did not go well that time around. And I like the switch up. I think it really helped them kind of stand their ground, get that momentum, and get that first win under their belt.
just to help promote what we saw too from Atlanta, because it was a little scary, right? Like Regis making their own swap ups, the Star Lord just really was scary to deal with, which is what caused Noir to make those swap ups, get off that Adam Warlock. These reses weren't getting pulled off. I mean, that's kind of what you have to do, right? If you're Adam and you're not able to pull off your own reses, then at that point, like, what is the Adam Warlock supposed to do here aside from making a lot of damage and getting soulbound?
Yeah, well put. I mean, I have to say, even coming out of that for a win for Noir, I almost came away more impressed with Atlanta, only because I didn't know them, right? And seeing what they were able to put together talent-wise, I think, listen, we know what Noir can do. We know what their players are capable of. But I thought Regis, between them and their overall ult play, things seemed in line. It's hard to tell in domination, Vicky, a lot of the time, what is going to happen with these teams, even talent-wise, right? It can just, one wrong thing can snowball the wrong way. But I think they have what it takes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It was very back and forth at the very end too, right? It was that timing on making sure the Luna Snow could not have the fate of both worlds actually come out is what allowed them to take that first map.
Do we see a huge difference in pick bans, the strategy and the comps all together? I feel like we saw a little bit of a swap up there. Domination, people usually go in with a lot different, like, for instance, I don't know if we'll see the Jeff this time around. They typically were kind of favoring that for the Dom maps. So we'll see as we go into map number 2, which, surprise, is going to be at Midtown. So Convoy map definitely changes things up a bit. We could possibly go back to that if they want to go the dive comp route, but we'll see here in a moment.
I'm wondering here, you talk about changes, right? I mean, the Loki was getting shut down very early into some of these fights. And if it wasn't getting shut down, it was honestly the priority pick to prevent the Loki from having that God of Mischief for like, what, the last 2 to 3 fights almost. It was used up pretty late. And now looking to see with Luna being protected in our first ban pick phase, looking at the second map, we get to see the Psylocke and the Torch already off the table.
Yeah, listen, you can't give access. You can't give access to those powerful heroes. Some of those toned down a bit more than others in season 4. But we do get, yet again, the lock on Phoenix. I think Hopeful definitely wants to have access to that hero that really helped in, again, the end of the Nemesis matchup and the beginning of this one here. Luna saved, and that's going to open up the next bans, which could lead to a few things here. We'll have to see if they end up going with a potential Wolves band. Both teams, obviously, like to play what they like to play. And Wolverine, we've seen from at least the side of Noir before. Let's see what the band goes here with 3 seconds left.
Definitely agree there too, right? We saw the Wolverine band at the very end once we saw the safe pick here over onto the Phoenix. Well, the Mantis is going to be the next one off the table. Wonder if we're going to leave the Atom open up, as the Loki was dealt with pretty easily. Now on the other side to see what that next band's going to be.
Yeah, the Mantis band, we started to see a lot, not only in Ignite, but just having that damage boost, having the comp with Ultron and one of your better DPS. Namor going down. I mean, Noir has banned Namor at the end now, and they're right in the dead middle. They don't want to deal with it, whether that's just a great player on Atlanta's side, but also to help enable some of their dive comp a bit more as well. But yeah, I've got to say, I think if I'm Noir, I might even shut down. Okay, we got the Jeff save again, so they are going to go with that dive comp pick.
Okay, the Jeff save again, working out to see as the next save pick. I'm wondering if it's going to be the Emma or if it's going to be a Magneto maybe here. Okay, yeah, it's going to be the Magneto, so we get to prioritize the Magneto instead, especially if you're going to want to rock the triple Vanguard here. Wondering what that next band's going to be, if they want to ban that out for the enemy team, or if they... Okay, so that way maybe both teams could rock the Emma Frost and Magneto, because again, once again, it is a universal ban, which is really important to highlight.
I think 762 is going to want to play Black Panther too. We saw that last time. I think, am I not mistaken that they started with that band to kick things off? So I think Magic or Black Panther is where he's comfortable. But you know what? It was working. Don't fix it if it's not broken there. 762 gonna look to float back to the Nazi. Can I help it? Can I help it? I think he knew what his heart was telling him, even though his mind was telling him one thing. You know,
if he could lean into it. We've seen that 762 has been such a problem before in the past, but my biggest fear right now is just to make sure that Silent Blaze doesn't get prioritized, as we've seen from Noir when it comes to getting these first picks. Wonder if we're going to see a swap up here. The Loki lamps also allow for the reset from these Buckies that have been a problem. But now moving forward to see if Wolverine wasn't banned, now you get to have the Phoenix and Wolverine team up come out.
My mind's telling me no. My Wakandan body is telling me yes. 762 going for the Black Panther once again. Now, here on the defense, we typically see the triple Vanguard, but we're not going to get that this time around. Hopeful 762, traditional 222 to try to stop things, which is honestly very different on this approach for the Midtown map. And then on the other side of things, we do got that rocket. That's going to be tough. It's going to be tough when you see the Phoenix raining down from above.
Oh, made it swap up, actually. Heard you. Wants
Heard
that
me.
24 seconds of immortality. Who wouldn't at this point when it comes to rotating through these ultimates? But same thing could be said from Noir's side with the way that they're holding up here, up on the high ground. Is not going to be rocking, or rather is going to be rocking out here with the Captain America and the Magneto. No triple Vanguard in line as 7.62.
goodbye.
Getting ready to dive together with Iffy, the Captain America, and still finds SJW.
Yeah, the moment I saw that SJW did not know they were there, you just knew Phoenix was going to go back to the White Room. 762 looking for their next spray. Oh, they like the Luna here, I think. You've got a lot of Loki clones, and the Lantern's probably still online. It's going to be tough. He does know that. He's probably waiting for the bait there, but no, he is going to go. They do see him, though, and they turn pretty quickly there. So there's the Lanterns. He got that off, but look at they're trying to hunt him down.
Even got the freeze, and then SJW with the follow-up, knowing that 762 really nowhere else that you could go. And if he's really the only one there to help peel for you, because the whole goal is to have the Captain America and the Black Panther dive together, this just takes away the goal from Noir, and allows Atlanta to walk up for free for this first checkpoint.
Yeah, great comms, great awareness. Sometimes you got to be even more patient, right? Got to wait for those Lanterns. That's all they needed there to get the quick pick, and then it's the steamroll from there once your strategist down in a 2-2-2 lineup. Right now, Atlanta, they are just absolutely pushing this thing. I mean, we've seen the Strange Portal typically, right? Try to contest this if they wipe first. Nope, they're just going right here to point one. And will they even be stopped? It doesn't look like it.
But now you have to also worry about the Wolverine, who's trying to get the kidnap onto the Captain America. Hopeful takes to the skies with the end song Inferno. Tries to land right there in time. Talk about the follow-up. Finding itself here on zero meta, but also just in case the Meteor M here from Tones. If they can land it, now it's going to be answered from the enemy Magneto, this time not finding its mark. While Prince does have that Silent Seduction, everybody from Atlanta comes right back up to health thanks to Silent Blaze and that God of Mischief. Everybody in Prince's line of sight falls victim to the Silent Seduction for now, but nice kiting away just so that way he can get out of the line of sight and then recontest.
Yo, Prince is a player. My goodness, absolutely hitting everything on target here as just 6-2 now trying to get away from it all. And this is where it's going to be tough to play this kind of team lineup. But we do have Captain America getting that ult off, keeping things at least alive. But oh my gosh, from the top rope, Wolverine. that was absolute cinematic there. Tones pushing back, and now we do have a bit of a defensive hold. What just happened to that, Logan?
I just love how Tones did a very slow pan away right when you see it off the left side, almost like it was just like a background character. Tones keep himself focused and being the main character, Magneto to the story here for the rest of Noir. As Hopeful also has the end song Inferno. It's going to be matched first with SJW, though, who pulls the trigger first. 7.62 as well, called in the lamp, which opens things up for Bass Descent. Get ready for it after getting the dash reset. Everybody has to bow down to Bass as both strategists get taken down. Follow up with the 3K from 7.62.
The Hill, the Jala special, love it. And this is where it's really cool to have the Strange ban for this, though, because you're not able to portal back. So once you're able to just completely lock it down, not much they can do. And that is what you're going to get from 762 when they're playing lights out. You got to be really committed to be playing the Black Panther this far into defense here in the middle ground. But you love to see it here. Now looking, Tanya and Tones both have their ults ready to go. So they're going to be able to get plenty of defensive play and sustain. Only 30 seconds left. We'll see if Atlanta can get this last push.
Have the Meteor M, though, and Silent Blaze needs to stay alive. This is going to be that win condition if they even want to have a chance. As the copy comes out this time around, as SJW looks behind, these brute walls have just been so lethal, too, trying to block out the healing. Gonna be answered right back between Silent Blaze just waiting out for Kanya, who both activate the God of Mischief, but the Meteor M trying to stall the inevitable here before diving down and finding its mark onto Kanya. This sets up Atlanta here to win this next team fight here, while Coach was waiting in the dark to also activate the Lunasoul ultimate to match that together with those 24 seconds.
Yeah, not only that, they get rid of Tones, right, with the ult, so they could have done Galactic Legend if they wanted to, and there's going to be no response to it. Phoenix landing down, and there's the Galactic Legend coming out now. You are going to have a response if needed, but they're going to be able to simply get it through just the... Oh, here comes the Meteor M from the top rope, but it's too late, too little, and they get the pick on Hopeful to move this thing forward.
Oh man, that's even better for Radius coming out here with the Star-Lord. That's why we keep highlighting it. Yes, you may have a Black Panther in your backline, but if you don't have any strategists to worry about here, that Black Panther will eventually get torn apart. And it's about having that answer, that strategist ultimate to deal with the Star-Lord.
Yeah, and they banned Venom, right? So obviously Captain America's great with the dive, but we know if he's a bit more comfortable on the Venom. So there's some good wins there on the pick ban phase. SJW landing these shots perfectly. My goodness, always aware of where that Panther's going to be. Not going to be caught by surprise from the King of Wakanda there. Now trying to separate, get some space, and it might go aggressive mode on the Panther. Nope, going to stay with the team. Smart play from SJW.
Also got to talk about how SJW could really take advantage of these clones too, whether it be with the Bucky that we saw before with the Kraken Impact reset, but also with these clones, you get a lot more of that burst damage when you know everybody wants to stay grouped up together inside that AoE lamp. As another hit here from Prince finds Hopeful. We have the Groot hug here, but in the middle of trying to use it at the very beginning, you get frozen, so you wait just the last second to land it this time around. It finds one here, SJW having that Endsong Infernal ready for the next fight, but they've wiped out Nor in that next choke.
Yeah, what great momentum here. And it started with that insane pick from Prince there. Perfect poke. Wakanda is 762 just trying to get back, right? But nope, finds himself in the respawn room. And what a quick cap. My goodness, Vic. I mean, it took everything to get the first one. They get the second very fast. I'm telling you, this Atlanta team has a lot of talent to be able to take this thing to the distance.
Gotta see if they can execute it, though. With Prince going down first, you won't have that Meteor M. Tones coming out on that 1v1 trade-off here, and Noir are about to have everything online for themselves. Same could be similar said about Atlanta, but Rita's now with the legendary Woman Answer, and 7.62 says, we don't need the answer when I am the Band-Aid to the problem, the solution. As he's got Bass Descent, he gets another dive. Atlanta with zero meta does have the Luna Soul Fate of both worlds. It's gonna be Silent Blade on the other side as well as Kanyo, though, that activated first just to keep the rest of Nora alive.
You're talking about Dragon Ball Z, right? I mean, it's like the absolute flying Panther that he just was. He was in the air for like 10 seconds to get that legendary down, and that is massive to not have to use another ult to do so. You also get the pick here, though, and oh my goodness, even with the huge stop and sustain, SJW gonna get the pick on Coach. That's 2 down, 6 feet. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be tough at this point. You're pushing all the way through, and this is gonna be Atlanta's really map to take at least this L point. Noir does have Coach to be able to sustain a little bit towards the end, but there's gonna be about 1 fight left to claim this thing.
Yeah, and then you look at Atlanta, I feel like just in terms of their ult economy, you know, Prince will be able to stay alive for quite some time, but Zero Meta not having that Fate of Both Worlds, Silent Blaze will be able to at least get that copy. But then it's time to see how Kanya also gets that God of Mischief online quickly, and what Hopeful could do here with that Endsong Inferno once it's online, as the rest of these teams now move up. SJW have taken height and has that Endsong Inferno themselves, but finds Hopeful in the process.
Yeah, that's going to be all she wrote here. You're going to have the show go up, but that's after 2 picks happen already. Make it 3, and at this point, it's Luna dancing to herself. A slow song before death as 30 seconds are on the clock. SGW able to just farm up these sparks in the ult to do so with it. Regis with another pick, and at this point, it's just finishing off the scraps that are left. There's 4.3. Vicky comes down the Phoenix. They stop it in time. At this point, it's use everything you got if you Noir. Great defensive effort, but it's going to be a little too late.
But SJW is too strong. It was alongside with Regis. Atlanta, they're wiping up the point, but Nar, they're trying so desperately to hold on with their life if he finally gets taken out. And Atlanta, they push it to the finish line here, Cozy.
Sweet Georgia Peach, man. I mean, I am impressed with what was done there on the first round. Really, it took everything to get that first point, and the rest of it, they just found the next gear in that payload as they pushed it forward. I'm impressed with this team. They've got really no weak point. I feel like all these players, the comms are fantastic, but their ult game is near perfect.
The comms are vibing. Like, the vibes are high right now with the way that Atlanta is playing. You could tell with the way that they are cycling through their ultimates and the way that they're also calling out which ults are online, whether it be forcing that out defensively from Noir, or if Atlanta want to push on what they've already extended, right? Whether it be a limited time bank that they're working with, so they have to start building up that space. We've seen that beforehand, them calling out what Noir's backlines are, where their positioning is, and SGW, who has been on fire, by the way, this map.
Yeah, SJW really has been big difference maker, trading with Hopeful almost every time. 7.62 on the Wolverines, interesting. You know, it was popping off on Black Panther. Love Panther on the offense, right? But gonna go with the Wolverine, maybe for the quick surprise there. Groot was doing, you know, 20. I mean, we mainly saw Magneto there, but always going to be the answer. Hopeful going to Squirrel is great just to get that burst. As we've said before, it's either that or Moon Knight. So we're seeing one call answered, but you can tell Atlanta, Vicky, is setting up a bit back. They're kind of expecting this.
3, 2,
Calling at least awareness right here with the way that Atlanta's positioned. Regis getting into position up on the high ground, and SJW to match that, to split some of that attention from Noir, who are going to be forced to play off that low ground here. But playing very split up like this also works into their favor because it prevents Hopeful from getting even more impact with the Phoenix.
Cosmic Flame yells SJW looking for another pick here. Iffy on the bottom. Now we've seen Captain America, Venom, now over to the Magneto. Wow, they get SJW eliminated out of here quickly with a very fast offensive effort, pushing the team back ever so slightly. Again, no strange portal, Vicky, so this is going to be the win to get through at least to the buses here. And Tone setting the tone, pushing that aggression forward.
Nice, putting up the shield, trying to block them from right behind to also prevent the Vanguards from getting healed by the strategist. Tones then gets that pull out with the crystal onto the group, deals enough damage to take that first pick. Double stun onto Zero, as well as Prince, and Zero pays for it. Prince may meet him right back in the spawn room gates with Silent Blaze forced to back away.
Yeah, really just the team comp and the way Noir plays, they're just a better offensive team, right? Just really not struggling at all here. 2 minutes, 53 seconds. About to get this point. Rita's going to try to get there with the bubble. Ooh, nice coordination there to touch a little bit. Look at the save of the point. 3.28. You got Galactic Legend going. Prince does not have the answer to it, or if he, should I say, if he can go with the meter in, is waiting a bit. Vicky slamming it down. A pick here would be massive.
Oh, wait, but the stun slightly onto Coach and 7.62. If he also took the skies, that Meteor M, and here's what you were talking about with Prince, and he does the 180. Now you see him, now you don't, and Kanya is off the table. Zero Meta keeps the rest of Atlanta alive in this fight here. Now with the fate of both worlds, after Silent Blaze had used it a little bit earlier on in this elongated fight, but this forces Noir to back away in time here too. 7.62 will be able to re-engage, but they did lose out on that God of Mischief.
The mag bubble to the Star-Lord touch, I mean, that is why you don't give up even with points left. Both teams have done it now as Regis takes on 7.62. Massive pick. Minute 56, so they have plenty on the clock there. SJW trying to keep this snowball and push the team back to the respawn. Hopeful just trying to stay alive, doesn't do so. And right now, Atlanta on top.
I mean, even if it's through the last stand Wolverine attempt and then the desperate swap, after 7.62 realizes the Wolverine doesn't work out with the team up on Hopeful, you go over to the Bucky. SJW, though, has just been popping off, claiming even more victims. Tones being added up to the list, and now this sets up Atlanta to move forward even more.
Yeah, Regis has the Galactic Legend if he's still a whiles away. This is going to be the time. I mean, you're going to have to try to judge if he has it or not, but if you pull the trigger on this, you're going to get the objective held for quite some time here. Regis is thinking about it. He's got the bubble. He's spinning. He's getting that damage out. And, oh, beautiful land, by the way. That's a 10 out of 10 on the Olympic standing. There goes the Galactic Legend. He goes for one, pushing the pressure, at very least pushing them back.
Yeah, you saw right there, the Bucky doing just enough, whether it be avoiding the Star-Lord, keeping him grounded, or finding these picks. 7.62 now being on the Bucky. You can see he's mad, looking over to the side. Hopeful also has that end song Infernal, but the survivability from both sides are going to keep up those 24 seconds like immortality, as we've seen time and time again. Hopeful, though, slams down on Zero Meta before the fate of both worlds is online. So that takes out that extra time away from the safety of Atlanta. This means that their defense is going to crumble with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Noir finally are able to move up through this first checkpoint.
And Hopeful just in perfect positioning for SJW to become waltzing under that archway and getting eliminated instantly with the quick stun in elimination. And wow, there goes Blaze as well. Could have done the stagger, but who needs it as you push forward with the point. Now we saw Atlanta go all the way the distance pretty quickly here. Noir, can they do the same? They've got still Coach and 7.62 on the line. I mean, that's what you need here. They should be enough to at least get to this choke point.
I think here, at the very least, with Zero Meta having that fate of both worlds, Noir on the other side having the same thing. I'm wondering, with the way that Hopeful's been playing, Hopeful needs to get prioritized if you're Atlanta here. Hopeful's just been a problem already before backing away. Look at the damage output. Regis escapes with his life. Then you have the end song Infernal, though, trying to harass the backline of Noir. This forces out Coach to have that fate of both worlds to keep them in this fight, but they won't have an answer to Regis once that legendary is out from the Star-Lord.
Yeah, nothing from 762 in that ultimate. Coach did keep him alive with plenty of sustain. They were able to get to where I thought they would. As Rita says, Galactic Legend, if he's still far from it, there's going to be no answer to this. So he's going to get the clear picks that he needs. We have Loki going down first, and my goodness, just pure raw Guardian of the Galaxy going crazy here, getting the stop they needed with only 1:34 left.
I mean, with Silent Blaze with the God of Mischief, was it? I mean, they were basically already KO'd there at that point. I mean, you go in with Breedis not having an answer against him with the Star-Lord ultimate, and then Silent Blaze, who had gotten the copy a little early now, but they still find that first pick onto Kanya, wasting even more time away from Noir.
In 12 seconds. I mean, this match has been everything you've wanted. Both teams equally weighted. I think the talent level is right there for both of them. SJW does have the ult ready to go. The Phoenix ready to drop. Pushing all the way up to the spawn is Diabolical with only 60 seconds left. You are nothing, he yells as he slams down, gets the pick. This is pure pressure working in favor of Atlanta.
Was they saying Hopeful being the biggest threat right now being on this Phoenix? Because the way that SJW is playing right now, I mean, there's a reason why Phoenix is reborn from the ashes here, and Zero Meta very close to that fate of both worlds here, going to be able to get that up online for the next fight. They'll need it with Noir coming up on these 3 ultimates.
Gotta love the oxymoron of Zero Meta on Luna Snow. Very poetic there. As we've got now Cap trying to just get out of spawn at this point. No dodge to portal back. I mean, this is such a great push here. Kraken Impact does get the impact of 762 on SJW. Going for the Groot now. Can land the Arm and Dangerous. Oh, I love the back play there. Going to Loki, but the Lanterns are up. The reset did not work, and he gets the pick, Vic.
Ooh, Silent Blaze! BC after that one will have the God of Mischief online too. Meteor M to try to answer that of the Star-Lord Legendary, but he dips and he dodges away from Ify, who is forced to also use his own Magneto bubble on himself. Taking to the skies though this time around is going to be Prince, and he also does not land that Meteor M, but it's more than enough damage to focus down on Coach, who is prioritized. Atlanta still alive here with Silent Blaze, using that God of Mischief to keep them in this fight, whereas Nara really lose out on Coach, that main support here, before diving to the ground with the End Song Inferno.
Of course, Blade has got to make an appearance here, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm telling you, I came away impressed map 1 with Atlanta, and they showed it there with the talent. A 3-to-1 special, and just an absolute clinic push-up there. Love the spawn hold. Even with the Bucky, 762, I thought was going to get the snowball rolling and was stopped short from the Loki. That was the play of the game to at least stop things in the momentum from moving forward. And Redis, hello, friend. Going crazy, 43 and 6.
It was a lot to worry about. Atlanta with Redis being on that Star-Lord too, and a few times where Silent Blaze was picked off there from Atlanta, they were able to stay alive and then deal, as you saw right there, with the Kraken Impact from 7.62, even when 7.62 was trying to overextend and get the reset on the Loki clones. And taking a look at the stats, 16 final hits, but specifically 18 final hits for SJW, 40 and 7, 43 and 6 for the duelist lineup here from Atlanta. And look at the damage output as well as the strategist healing.
I believe both these teams are in Ignite, and so this is maybe a little preview to what we might see in that tournament, because they are very close talent-wise, Vic. I mean, they're neck and neck. Both those battles coming down to the absolute cinema moments that they did. But yeah, I mean, across the board, I've got to say, thoroughly impressed with every single player on Atlanta, starting with the duelist. Redis stood out to me in the Dom map, and rightfully so. I mean, getting that small shield as you flip there with Star-Lord, mastering that just makes him so hard to take down in that offensive output. We saw a lot of Psylocke, Star-Lord, and Ignite. You know, Star-Lord, though, kind of staying strong here in the upper echelons of rivals. But yeah, it's 1-to-1 now.
Yeah, I was wondering, honestly, when we keep seeing the triple strategist, you know, is that going to be the answer to cycle through having that extra ult to deal with the Star-Lord? Would that be the main purpose here, so that way you also don't have to use up a Meteor M from your own respective Magneto? Because it's just so much just to answer to that one ultimate, depending on if you, as the Star-Lord, is also set up for sustainability like we saw from Atlanta.
Yeah, that's a great shout out. And I would actually say Redis always had his ult like 10% faster than the Magneto. When you get out of sync on that, it's just so hard to continue and catch up. And that was always kind of the difference maker, getting 1 or 2 picks to follow. Again, though, I think these teams are razor tight, and this could go the distance. You know, we've had what, a 3-0, a 3-1. We'll see what this one ends up, but it is 1-to-1 at the moment. So will we go there? We'll have to see who takes the next map, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, reset, reload. We'll see you right after this.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We are 1-1. It has been a razor-thin matchup. Both teams are delivering to not be eliminated from the MRC Season 3. Vicky, we've seen each team come away with a W. Who do you like right now?
I mean, I'm liking the adjustments that we're seeing from both these teams right now. SJW is a really scary Phoenix. I'd be surprised if we don't see the Phoenix band coming out into our next map. I also feel like together they were able to single-handedly deal with any possible chance of seeing a triple strategist by forcing out the Star-Lord and then prioritizing not only the backline, but trying to force out a lot of these ultimates like we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, we do know Hopeful likes to play Phoenix as well, so we'll see if they stay hopeful and see if they can get the difference there. We've got the same two bands happening non-stop to open up the matches, as now Psylocke and Human Torch ban yet again. We head into a domination, though. Head into a domination for map number 3. Bit of surprise there. Thought we might go a different route, but hey, anything can happen here as these teams are neck and neck. Luna save, and we go into Noir here with the next one.
Okay, and if you're Noir at the same time, you're probably wondering, all right, do we waste out a ban on the Star-Lord? Do we prioritize somebody else here or put a safe pick on a hero that will be able to deal with that threat as the ban onto Loki comes out next?
Yeah, I like the Venom save. Obviously, we saw Iffy kind of go to a Cap and Mag, but He's home at Venom. He's home at the Symbiote. We saw what he could do at the end of the first map in Dawn, but we have the Jeff ban as well, and that's just great homework, right? We saw Noir play that a couple of times. Kanuya did that on Domination. It worked out well with the 3-piece from earlier. If you're just now stepping in, Magneto saved from Atlanta, and right now I like Atlanta's pick and ban draft a bit better at the moment, even with the save there for Black Panther.
Okay, and yeah, because then you have 7.62 there from Noir, who could lean into that, but also wondering could get shut down. The fact that you don't have Loki lamps to really worry about still elevates the Black Panther, and then Namor being the last one out, and then the Adam Warlock on the other side trying to water down the triple strategist with no Jeff as well. So kind of leaving Ultron up for grabs here too, as well as Luna Snow, Cloak and Dagger as well.
That's where homework helps, right? And what they just played, where they had Hopeful go to the Adam Warlock, you had the Jeff the Shark the first time, so they're getting rid of both options that worked for them. Hopeful can play plenty of roles. Jean Grey available, but going to the Hela pick, even though SJW is going to still stay on the hometown hero, the season 3 hero in Jean Grey. Tones on the Emma versus Prince is going to be a good matchup, Vic. I mean, we saw Tones versus Nemesis on Emma was going crazy. Prince, though, opening up at the last Dawn with like a 3 kick into the wall. We might see that again.
That feels so satisfying too, right? Like, especially if you position yourself in a really good spot to get not only the double there, but if you get like an environmental KO as well. See how that works out on a map like this, as Noir changing things up. Hopeful, maybe sticking to this Hela to see how this is going to work out with Tones and Iffy being on that Venom and Emma Frost.
The Queen in black skin. Love it. Absolute terror from Noel, as Hela is going to stay. And we've got this Venom, Black Panther, a little bit of a dive comp here. I think the answer is well there with Cloak, like what they have on their side here. If you're going right into it, no team has Strange, no portals to kick things off. Both teams just going right for the objective, and Iffy going for the immediate pounce in, looking to see what he can find.
See if you could also call out their positioning, because look at this pathing that they ended up taking. Wrapping up around from the low ground instead, trying to avoid what Noir could jump on top of him with, while Iffy hops off the wall, already showcases where he's positioned, and just tries to wrap up right behind Atlanta too, while the rest of Noir try to sandwich them.
Yeah, look at, we have 762 going right for the strategist. The bubble keeping them alive. Then SJW keeping the healers healing as he peels back and gets rid of that pesky cat in Panther. Now they're going to be raining down. SJW has been putting on a show here, and is not Luna Snow, but coming from the Phoenix. Instead of ice, we've got fire. Now pushing, trying to get this first point cap is so important. Tones does get the choke and the push and the finish on the group.
SJW with the duelist peeling for the strategist. Write that down. As you can see, the sustainability helping them out with the Black Panther not being the issue. Hopeful comes right back up around, finds SJW as a little bit of redemption. And now Tones with the Sonic Seduction tries to be the nail in the coffin here, trying to dwindle away even more time away from Atlanta, while we get to see the swap of originally was a Doctor Strange right back over to the group.
And they are comfortable on Domination here, and it comes at the face of the Vanguards. Yes, the ban was great there from Atlanta, but Venom and Emma being on Iffy and Tones being on Venom and Emma is exactly what they want here. On the map, we almost got the Goddess of Death to put a lot of pressure and no Magneto to absorb those crows. Throwing down the Abyss, comes up, and out goes 2. My goodness.
That was going to be fat there too. You knew already that he was going to be eating right when he dove in and he tethered, and I saw that Luna Snow have that ultimate online there just in case to try to combat that. The fact that that tether is able to still get the KOs right through the healing, even better awareness for him, and to get the follow-up alongside with Zero Meta.
Yeah, just a free reset, right? So you're able to farm back up, right? Legendary does come up. Hopeful trying to pick that fly out of the sky. And Regis able to stay alive, but no picks from it, right? We've got Cloak going out with the Eternal Bond, pushing forward, 762. Nothing from it, and the Cloak gets 0 meta, so that's going to give them a little bit of hope here as they continue to farm. Prince gets the trade. It's 1-1 here. Vicky, this is anybody's point to grab, but right now all favorite going for Noir. That's just ticking up the point clock.
And now Regis is trying to get away. The Goddess of Death taken to the skies here too, and Noir are still able to find even more heads while nearing the 70% mark right now. Well, Atlanta, they have not been able to flip this point once.
Listen, Noir won Season 2 right from a reverse sweep, so we know that this team It's okay they're in the loser's bracket. This is where they like to be, backs against the walls. They're showcasing it here, being absolutely steadfast. 84% and counting. Tones opening up immediately with the Cytic Seduction, and Coach to follow, hitting the claps and the slaps as now goes down Emma, who did swap in roles there. Magneto ready and available, trying to stay alive. Does not do so. This is not looking good for Atlanta on point one.
Oh my goodness, this hella swapped here too. It's just been proven how lethal it's been against SJW, who can't even get set up into position. If you think SJW can't put their feet on the ground, good luck with Reed as taking to the skies on this Ultron. Can't even touch the point once, as the first point goes in favor for Noir.
Yeah, I definitely, first I like the switch that they did from Emma to Magneto and getting that team up rolling, and you can also kind of help alongside, but the Hela is shutting down a lot of what this team did well. You can handle both Redis on the Star-Lord, but also on the Ultron flyers all together, right? SJW has got to find and win that hit scan fight if they want the keys to success. But right now, this is a trade-off in talent. We're 1-1, and Noir looking strong here in map number 3.
It does for the tale that we've been seeing from the very beginning when it comes to Phoenix v Hela, right? It's seeing the two matchups line up with one another, and SJW, the goal is to make sure that you don't allow Hopeful to get set up. You don't allow Hopeful to not only pick out Redis out of the sky, but from making sure that SJW can thrive in putting out that burst damage that we keep seeing for the rest of the team.
Well said, Vicky. Well said as teams push forward, ready to battle it out yet again. Warrior Falls is the map, and Noir can come away with map number 2 if they can get this job done. Pushing forward the top ground. Low ground's going to belong to Noir here as the Venom going in immediately with the Feast of the Abyss. Doesn't get anything this time. 2 last time. 0 this. And as the teams are just moving forward right along as nothing happened.
Makes it a little bit more difficult to get that impact when you don't have the Fate of Both Worlds giving you that damage boost in turn that would have been Coach here with Iffy, and the freeze now into Iffy as they try to walk up. Zero Meta has the Fate of Both Worlds in their side, and they won't even need it when the way that Redis and SJW have just walked up. Prince getting the next KO, and 7.62 has to get the reset here because he will be able to come in with the Black Panther ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, first clutch bubble from Silent Blaze to keep the team alive during the ult, but also just absolutely everything went their way here. They're trying to get the pillars out to be able to trigger the map effects, but that was a clinic to get the map first. Opposite what we just saw, and a bit tougher of a point. I think Hela was going to benefit more from the last map. Vicky, this is a lot closer in, right? And so to get these flyers out of the sky, Redis is going to have a lot more room to breathe.
Good thing for him to at least work with the natural terrain, too, of the map. As you can see, the Fate of Both Worlds forced out. Vast Dissect comes out from 7.62, and it gets shut down just as quickly. And Atlanta have all their survivability in their favor, because right after Zero Meta's done, Silent Blaze will be able to have that eternal bond to enter right back to Noir, who only have the double strategist. Then they have to worry about the next set of ultimates from Redis, who will have that Exterminator online, but 7.62, he shuts down the Meteor M right afterwards.
Yeah, Fear 762 after that beautiful silence. And you said it best. They had 3 strategist ults to continue to go into, but unable to get to the Ultron as they got eliminated quick. Iffy with the 3-piece. Beautiful answer. 61% on the board for the first fight. But you're right, Vicky. They had everything to win that. And 762 stopping the Meteor into Redis getting eliminated. That was rough.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how they were able to not only flip that, but then to deal again with that triple strategist where they have that survivability. Sure, this also still means that Redis will have that Ultron ultimate to start the engagement, but Noir now, with Hopeful having that Goddess of Death, she'll be able to take to the skies with the reset.
Yeah, Redis does have the Extermination. Going to be a lot tougher to pull this off. I mean, at the moment, 61% was not much. 7.62, though, going down again early. Redis with the quick shot. Okay, we're going on the offense here. Hell Unleashed, Goddess throwing down the crows. Who's going to do the better job of throwing the explosives? Right now, Redis on top, and they get Hela out of the... Wow, beautiful.
If you blinked, you would have missed where Hopeful went, because you heard the soundbite of Hela taking to the skies, and then if you looked at Hopeful looked like they got put in a microwave between the Emma Frost shield, the beam, and then Redis coming in with the Ultron Extermination. 7.62 at least gets past the set and does catch the Luna Snow. Zero Meta won't have that Fate of Both Worlds for this next fight, but they won't even need it, considering that Atlanta get to walk up to the point.
Yeah, I don't like that ult there from 762, right? Because at that point your team is eliminated, and so you're getting the trade there on the strategist, but you and Iffy would have to get 4 out, and just a tough call there. Yes, Black Panther. Okay, he was playing on switching. Maybe is why he went over to the Winter Soldier instead. Now they've had the exact same setup, Vicky. Look at this. Zero Meta has the show. You've got the internal bond. Regis is going to be able to farm in time. This is going to be near impossible for Noir to get this, but how much resources can they take is probably going to be the fight.
See, with the way that they cycle through it, with Kanya and Coach both having their ultimates respectively, and Tones being able to pull that crystal out and still find that pick even better. Now this is Atlanta as a 5-man here with 5 ultimates on board, almost going for that environmental pick, by the way. You can see Tones trying to get that roundhouse kick as the environmental, but Coach comes right back around with the rest of Nor, keeps him in this fight, and the Silent Seduction will be online between Tones and Atlanta. PXG wrapping around 7.62, making that swap over to the Bucky. Tries to get the grapple, but he won't need it. He catches Regis, he finds him there, puts his aim right over his head, as now the Eternal Bomb comes out. The Meteor M wants to find its mark, and it misses.
This is an absolute perfection of ults used by Noir. They're making Atlanta use everything. They cap the point in return through 3 strategist ults. Come away with the W on that without using much in return. I mean, listen, Hopeful's ready, 762. That's as perfect of a team fight as you could script, Vic.
I mean, when the whole team had their ultimates, yes, you have actually still holding on to Silent Seduction. You come up from the high ground, you at least follow up with the pick. You need to stay alive. There goes that Ultron self-heal there too. And now they can capitalize off of this. They had so much ready to go, and now Nora lose out on 7.62, who had that Kraken impact.
Yeah, that is absolute brutal for the team that just made the perfect team play. Now Tone's putting on the aggression. They have a little room to spare, 92%. Right now, ticking up slowly. Noir on the point. They're going to look for one last clash, but I like the odds of what Atlanta has behind them. There goes Eternal Bond, the team to follow. Zero Meta right behind with the show when needed. You have Strange out just in case to come. Tone's throwing out the seduction. This is going to be razor thin, Vicky, for the last fight.
Going down to the wire, and I'm not surprised, but right through it all, you still get the punch out, you still get the kick. Anya is the first one out when they were so close to the Eternal Bond. It looked like as Coach is done using the Fatal Bolt Throw. Do they have the sustainability if you're Noir? Now Atlanta, they move around. The Eye of Agamotto, as you noted, has found 2. It hits Tones, it hits Coach. 7.62, though, tries to use the Kraken Impact to help suppress Atlanta, to give them some fear. But then when you have the Emma Frost, you have the Choke Slam, there's nothing to worry about when you're in your diamond form.
Neil Peasants, absolute beautiful job from Atlanta. You would think that was for the map. That was just to get a point on the board. That was such a razor thin matchup, but my goodness, diamonds, they don't crack under pressure, and we did not see Emma fold there. As they take it to the Institute of Science to determine this next match. I mean, these teams are so close, Vicky, in the talent pool.
Listen, actually, I see you. I see you with that, Emma. You're in that conversation, too. I mean, actually's been performing so well with this Emma since the very beginning right now of this map. Highlighting why Emma's been a problem. Highlighting why we're probably going to be seeing those nerfs. I still think she's going to be incredibly strong. Being able to have that command grab, being able to have that damage output, too, at the very end. What came in clutch, and being able to find Kanyo, who couldn't even use the Eternal Bond. I mean, look at this. 86%. You'll at least have it for this next round.
It just creates swaps, right? Prince started as Emma, then they swapped back, and now you have X3 on Emma, Prince on Mag. Regis going to the Ultron, loved it, but I think I'm okay with the Star-Lord here. Closer gap for the Hela now going to be on Phoenix. Of course, they don't know that, but I think Coach here with the damage boost is going to be something to look out for, because they're going to be able to get plenty of picks here with Iffy on that ultimate if they're able to feast on the Abyss. SJW looks to snipe Hopeful to open things up.
A little wombo combo that they've had right there, alongside Coach, who now being on the Mantis will have the Soul Resurgence to give them the speed boost that they need to get into position, maybe. As now SJW tries to get some more of his poke pressure. Talk about X-Ray having the Sonic Seduction to open things up. Prince has that Meteor M, trying to find Kanya. You have to isolate him in the side room here, and dealing a good amount of damage here too, before getting away. Kanya is safe and sound.
I mean, yeah, Kanye had to go to another part of the... I mean, the
next map.
The map. Yeah, pretty much. Map 4 here. Unseen in Wakanda. But the point does go to Noir first. Going up to 12%. Hopeful with the quick pick there on the cloak is going to really stagger Atlanta. That had so much going for them. There's Coach, though. I love the swap. We saw Coach really perform well against Nemesis before, and I like this Mantis play to help damage boost and also shine where Coach does, and that's picks.
If the 100 damage output from the Emma Frost isn't enough, imagine if it's damage boosted alongside having the damage boost on an Ultron, your Venom who's diving Hopeful, who keeps finding these crucial picks as they take up to the skies. You can already see the damage boost right now on Hopeful, just trying to find more of that pressure.
All right, 762 going with the Extermination, backing up. Beautiful boost back into the Elimination of the Abyss. What a cinematic masterpiece here now. If you're getting 2 down, Atlanta can't even breathe as it's just continue stagger fest happening here. Regis trying to get Legendary, gets nothing from it. 762 on the Ultron now, really taking control.
I would love to see where Zero Meta's positioning was in turn with the Eternal Bond that we just saw from Silent Blazer, because Zero Meta almost on cue had just gotten completely focused, even with the Eternal Bond set up as a pathing on the floor, and unfortunately was taken out at like 99% right when they were about to get the fate of both worlds. Very unfortunate here, but this next re-engagement means a lot if Noir want to be able to take this map.
Yeah, good call. Both straddles ready to go with it too. Here comes the Phoenix ult. The show comes out. Zero Meta keeping the team alive. Prince with the follow-up, and they are going to get this point and wipe. They used a fair amount to do so. Prince does have the Meteor in. There's going to be no strategist ults in sight, though. And if we look on the side of Noir, they're farming things up. Hopeful being the only duelist on the team has been working for them on this point.
Helps out when you have the damage buff here too, and you have Mantis and Ultron respectively shelling out their own pressure, especially with that damage buff. Well, now the Venom taken to the skies, swapping off of that Emma Frost that we saw before. X-Ray is going to be able to try to wrap around, get some damage boost themselves, and they will have the Feast of the Abyss.
Yeah, this is so neck and neck here. 27% now going for the dive, and see if we get a follow-up. SJW gonna get rid of Iffy. Coach goes down 2, so they do get the quick 1-2 punch. 6v4 it is now, as it is an absolute color show. Tones gets a quick pick on Zero. That's going to help out a ton as they look to try to get this. Noir now pushing forward. It's close in this. SJW pushing. We have the point halfway. Vicky, 91%, 50. We need Atlanta, if you're on the side of them, to keep the stall on.
And they are, and they have a lot to work with at the very least too, right? Silent Blaze about to have that Eternal Bond, has it online now with Regis having that Legendary too. So before backing away, they need to try to cycle through this without executing too much, or else Noir will be able to recontest with more ultimates of their own aside from these 2 that we have online.
Well said, Regis on that Star-Lord Peter Quill legacy, or the Legendary, as you said, going to really play an impact here. My gosh, Prince has just been on fire with these quick limbs. 762 though, trading. Venom's going to come back pretty quick, but love the trade in the open. We have Extermination here from 762 with the damage boost. This is going to be a lot coming out. Legendary to match it. Who's going to be able to eliminate who? But it's going to be
with the Extermination there too to help keep everybody alive, alongside with Coach having the Soul Resurgence here. 7.62 isolates Regis, gets that 1 pick, while Iffy and Tones and Hopeful notice how they're still holding on to their ultimates to cycle through that. They won't even need it with the freeze onto Iffy. Hopeful still finds Silent Blaze. Dropping to the ground, the end song Infernal just to force them all to back away, taking a lot of that pressure, and now being able to flip that point in Noir's favor.
Absolute beauty here. Tones, Iffy have the ult online. It's 99 to 99. How fitting. 1 point each. The talent is matched to the T. Hopeful gets a pick on Prince. Tones with seduction. Portal coming out, Vicky. This is coming down to the wire. Hopeful with another one. Hopeful going off. 1-2 from Hella to G. Making 3 on Tones. This is looking like Noir.
And that's with the Devouring here too, with Iffy following up with those ultimates 1 by 1 as they fall cozy. Overtime taking away in favor for Noir in a very close map, very close series on our hands as we keep going back and forth between Noir and Atlanta.
Noir just loves their backs against the wall all the way. We've seen the reverse sweeps from them before, and now they like it. 99, 99, 1 each. And they're going to go up another map. I mean, 2-1, this is as close as you get here. Tones taking that MVP, doing a great job, showing the Galacta skin that you can earn, or did earn as well. 2-1, Vic. And again, I would not be surprised if we get a match 5 out of this because of how close this is. But Noir did everything they needed to on that last point and really didn't give a lot of room. Regis obviously going off there on both the Ultron and Star-Lord, but overall, what do you think was the biggest difference maker for them to win that fight?
I feel like specifically the way that Hopeful and
Yes.
alongside the really quick swap ups that we saw between Iffy 2, Tones being able to make those adjustments, but Hopeful specifically, 14 final hits. Yes, you see that 26.6k damage, but then you have on top of that Coach being on the Mantis, the damage boost after Hopeful already was able to find more of these opening picks without the Mantis. I think that's a statement to be said on its own.
Yeah,
20k
really.
damage, by the way, like 7.62, even though we did see some swaps there too.
Yeah, I've got to say, yeah, you nailed it there. Hopeful really coming clutch at the end and making sure to shine. And we saw that against Nemesis as well. You know, there's not anything I would highlight specifically for the team in terms of what they could do different. I mean, Prince delivers. Prince versus Tones is the matchup that I was looking for, and it's living up to it every little bit. Hopeful plays Hella. Hopeful plays Jean Grey. Hit scan doesn't matter. That was good.
Yeah, and whether it be with the Hella to deal with SJW, because what did we highlight before, right? Going into this one map, we said SJW has been a problem. They're focusing a lot, specifically Atlanta, in keeping SJW alive to cycle through, whether it be the Luna ultimates, the Ultrons that we saw from Redis, Silent Blaze with the Eternal Bond. But once SJW is out of the picture, you're not going to have the same type of damage output that you would have otherwise had from Noir when they have the damage boost either on 7.62, whether he be on the Black Panther or on the Phoenix themselves too.
Yeah, that's a great point. And yeah, with SJW really just kind of raining down, they needed something to match that. And it's been back and forth. We've seen Hopeful and 762 take games into their own, and then other times it hasn't looked so great on their end of things. It's crazy how much 762 swaps in a map and it ends up working in their favor. Even, I mean, I thought Black Panther was really working. Okay, they went to the Bucky quickly. Then the Ultron is finally where I think settled the best for them, got the damage boost, and allows them to play a bit of the offense approach, but has that little bit of extra healing that you don't even have to think about with the drone down.
Yeah, I definitely agree there too, because then when you have the Ultron really helping you out, it sets you up, and then you get to play a little bit more aggressive versus, you know, how Atlanta's been playing a little bit more reserved, especially since they're one of the few teams that we see really lean into the Star-Lord when it comes to seeing a triple strategist lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we've got match 4 underway. I'm not surprised at all. You know, the first couple matchups were kind of one-sided in some ways, but this one looks to go the distance here as the teams go to the big band phase. Is it Psylocke and Human Torch again? Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised here. The Human Torch has been a problem. The Psylocke, when you let Emma Frost sneak through, you don't want to deal with Psylocke, Emma, and Magneto here, as we get to see the band prioritization on the Venom. Tell me your thoughts about this, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, the respect is there. They've gotten it off once, right? And when they got it off, I think they got the win. If he just goes wild with the team up there and getting that damage boost in, you lose 2 heroes before you can even blink. And it just constantly, we've highlighted this map over map, but it just allows the strategist to not focus on just healing, but typically strategists can, at least top tier play, can really throw even more to, you know, matchup. But they have to be these kind of heal bots, keep the team alive. Venom gone, that's going to open up the airways. Human Torch? Could they save Human Torch here? There's no way. Hold your breath.
Let's see. The fact that we saw a save on the Phoenix on the other side, we could try to match this with the... Okay, all right. So they don't protect the Human Torch, but do we let the Human Torch sneak by is the question, because you get the protect on the Loki, which means do you want to prioritize getting a ban on the Luna instead to prevent the 24 seconds like we've been seeing for the last 2 maps?
762 loves Torch as well, so it's interesting to see what route they go with. They can ban. They go with the Emma. So we saw Tones. We saw Prince. Tones, yeah, kind of coming away with a bit of the better half there for Emma. We also saw actually everyone's been playing Emma, to be fair. Group ban as well. This is all over the place.
Oh man, it really highlights too though how a lot of these different teams have been approaching the pick and ban phase, even if it's slightly different than what we're used to within the MRI. With no Groot, no Emma. Do you protect the Magneto going forward? Wondering who we're going to lean on, considering that you also don't have Venom. You protect the Black Panther, and with Loki being protected, you know that that's going to be another answer to deal with the Black Panther unless those lamps are forced out.
That's a great point here as the save happens. I don't think we've seen a Human Torch Johnny Storm go this far into the process. Both teams playing a game of chicken here. Is it, you know, who's going to do it? Certainly won't be them, as they have 2 seconds left for the save. They go with the Luna, so they are going to protect both strategists, giving themselves 24 seconds of freedom. That's massive. I mean, they definitely love that for the team there. But obviously, we've seen Coach and friends up top be able to do the Loki Luna team up as well. So they're probably not too concerned. It just changes the way the game's played a bit.
It's also going to allow them to stay alive through more of the pressure that the Black Panther is going to provide if we do see it rolled out, as the Ultron is the final ban here for Atlanta, as we get to take a look at what that other ban is going to be for Noir's side, seeing if it's going to be another Vanguard, considering that we've had 3 Vanguards banned off the rip.
There it is. They saved the best for last. They're like, you know what? Screw it. They almost let it in, and they're like, we're not going to let this happen. We almost got to see a little Johnny Storm melee cancellation, but no, we're moving on. We've got instead Black Panther, and that makes sense. They saved the Black Panther, right? So why would they want 762 on Torch, who they would almost have to if it made it through right at this point? Looking towards it, though, hopeful going back into that Jean Grey, finishing strong. Vanua, we've seen kind of all over the place in terms of what they're offering on the strategist front. Gonna have to lock in here on Clintar with Iffy going to Cap instead of Venom, and we definitely saw a pretty big difference between the two as far as his comfortability.
Yeah, I feel like with Iffy being on the Captain America and 7.62, this is going to be a very similar look to, I believe, we saw on Midtown, where both of these players are going to want to try to go side by side in diving, while Hopeful in the backline still pulls their attention and does a lot more of that burst damage, especially starting off here to see how they're going to try to split them up from that backline, because Zero Meta, alongside with Silent Blaze, they've been shoulder to shoulder, but also SJW, even on the Phoenix before we see this current swap between Redis and SJW, was very attentive at that backline.
Yeah, that's a great call out there, and actually can play just about anything. We've seen the Emma, now previously Mag, now into the Hulk team up. Like this approach, especially on the offense, it just brings so much pressure to deal with Vic, and I think this could be tough, especially with 762, who's looking to feast on the back line. These squids could be that makeup difference there. If you find Cap, you know where Panther's going to be. Redis now on the Jean Grey, which is a bit of a different look here now that the team comp has changed to the Namor team up. They look to take this back angle if you're trying to get back with the team.
Yeah, it's not just the Star-Lord look anymore. Rita's showcasing that he also has a Phoenix in his pocket, while SJW making that swap over to the Nomura. But look at the way that Noir, they're all funneled in this side room. Ritas could just walk up, split their attention if he wants a back cap here before the rest of Noir jump all the way down. Tones, looks like he may have gotten frozen, or it may have been iffy here before backing away, but the lamps were called in nonetheless between the Loki, and now Kanye forced to drop down. Here's the Black Panther, though. 7.62 calls out Ritas, and Coach, it's a good trade, though. Better in favor for Atlanta after now not really worrying about the Lunar Snow from Noir.
Yeah, great pick there, but unfortunately you lose a strategist, and that's going to slow down a lot of the momentum. 6 are going up on the point at this moment of the match. Now Reed is trying to get back with the team, but don't even know if he'll need to, as it's looking pretty dominant for Atlanta. You Are Nothing slams down X-Ray with a massive pick there on Iffy. That's going to be the kind of staller of the point. Captain Survival doesn't get it, and bam, they get the first point with really not even a struggle, Vicky.
Wow, it was slow, but it was methodical. The way that they wrapped around Noir, who purposely put themselves in that side room, splitting up some of that attention, and then you have the end song Inferno available here that was able to at least try to set them up. Now Noir force a reset. Kanya coming right back with the God of Mischief, while Atlanta, they are about to have all their ultimates online.
Yeah, right now Ulta Company is very much favoring Atlanta. I mean, I don't know if Noir was ready for the Hulk team up and just a response to it. Obviously, 762 did switch because of it here. SJW throwing down the Triton early. It's the easy squid pick, and that is why he's just such a formidable foe with the Team C over there. Redis now just getting it done as well. The momentum is pushed all the way. All their ults too, Vicky. They just won in the neutral completely in the neutral.
Look at the way that Prince is pushed all the way up. Like, they are winning these trades. Not only just that, and SJW holding all the way forward. The Gamma Squid just dealing enough of the damage to also find these picks, having everything online and ready to just continue on this momentum and domination on their attack.
I mean, winning that neutral point 2 is all I needed to see for them to be able to get an insane time here. I mean, having all the ults ready at their charge, can they even get it? Oh my, they nearly do here, as now everything's going to come down and try to seal the deal on point 2. Ooh, the point is back capped a little bit while the chaos unfolded. That's okay. They're plenty pushed in. It's one team fight away now as Prince looks to get something rolling, nothing connecting. We have the Monster Hulk coming out, throwing the Gamma around. Zero Meta keeping the team alive. Up goes Meteor M. Down goes No Connection. Noir spinning what they can. Kraken Impact involved. 762, no connection. They need something to hit here, Vicky.
Oh my goodness, Worldbreaker Hulk going crazy, but you say you do need something. 7.62 again and again, he slams down. Doesn't matter whether it be through the fate of both worlds or not. Nobody is safe. The stun onto Axtree, the stun onto Prince, the freeze onto Bruce Banner before taking him out. And after we saw these trades, Noir, they stand out on top in terms of number advantage as well as a nice little stagger.
Yeah, 762 must have gotten that first Kraken on a clone and then just allowed that to carry through. Great job there, because getting the two at the same time with the Phoenix is what got that job done. But hey, there's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, still plenty of time left on the clock. They used a lot though. Noir is surviving the onslaught of Ultimate Atlanta was special there alone. Closes the Hulk away in the symbiote fluid, as now we have Iffy backing up here, trying to keep the defensive hold going.
And before backing away, though, SJW does have the will to call in and read us very close to that end song Infernal too. Noir wrapping right behind them, though, and playing a little bit split up on purpose while Atlanta try to take aggressive position up on the high ground. They try to open things up, but you have to imagine with Silent Blaze being so close to that God of Mischief, Coach is also another problem that they have to prioritize from Noir's side with that Fatal Bolt World. A 7.62 gets shut down and no Kraken Impact for this next upcoming fight.
Yeah, right before the Kraken Impact farmed up, the Whale goes down, at least gets the stuns, not the E-limbs. Prince gets another Vicky. 2 down to Prince. Down goes the Phoenix. Hopeful does get one, and Tones going in there as well. So everything now going according to Noir, even after a bad opening. Tones throwing down the Steve Rogers special to hold it again.
And that is even through Silent Blade using the God of Mischief and getting the copy with the Fate of both worlds. Now it's just a nail in the coffin for 7.62 to just delete whatever is left here of Atlanta. He finds the marking onto Prince. Meteor M missing its shot. SAW coming right back around with Redis to follow up on 7.62. Shut down the attempt from Noir.
They had to get that too. They used the portal there to get everybody back. 762 still got a couple. So if they lost that fight, it was going to be curtains for Atlanta on this push that was looking magnificent at the start. Grand finales for both teams going on. Shows everywhere. It's a Color Fest Coachella, as now Hulk is going to be getting the trade on Loki. That's massive for Atlanta. Up goes the Whale. The Moby Dick down as Prince and SJ get the picks they need to look like to get the point.
You have to be a Mormon to understand how excited you get when they're point blank that close up and grouped up into you. And you know it's a free will down here as well. Great way to overtake this point. Atlanta, they still come out on top on that second checkpoint.
Risked it all with that TP as well. When 762 got 2, I thought that was going to be rough for them moving forward here. As Axtree could have got rid of that clone. He's going to move on. Worry about something else here now. And I mean, a minute 49 is a heck of a lot better than it was about to be. There was 4 minutes on the clock originally. Redis, though, farming those sparks, igniting that back. Insane to make the strategists now turn their attention to keep their team alive rather than the pressure up front, giving them the push here through the first part of this choke.
Seeing so much of this damage output. Look at Redis' ult charge too. Already getting that end song Infernal on board. Actually having to back away, but has to reset themselves with the World Breaker. And Prince following up finds Kanya again. You talked about a cozy Kanya having to kind of shape up a little bit within this possible last match. And now Kanya going down without using the God of Mischief.
I gotta say, Axtree, where's this Hulk been? He wasn't bad, I don't think. Show me more of this, because the pressure in the build has been showing up. And yeah, Kanya really just putting the exclamation point, trying to get this team back on the defense. You've got 55 seconds left to do it. A lot of ults to their names here. Phoenix is available. Grand finale up. Tones going and keeping this all-day strategist approach. Meteor M, purple space special slams down with the Kraken Impact. The Whale to follow. It's Marvel Rivals. Vicky with 3 down. Atlanta on top.
I mean, if that didn't just give you whiplash, the Meteor M following up between them, the more Whale actually getting completely met when he was inside the hold, and now Redis following up with the end song Infernal. Everybody eats here as Nora moves right back around, and Kanya had used the God of Mischief a little earlier, but Zero Meta now waltzes right back in and has a fate of both roles, keeping this fight going, but Silent Blaze can't keep up long enough with Hopeful finding that mark.
They're just hopeful again, keeping the hope alive, right? Like, we've seen this happen at the very end of matches twice now, getting 3 elims on what was an absolute color show now, and the teams are touching. Actually does get to the point, but they don't have anything to show for it. The portal does come back off the cooldown. Must have just gotten there. They used it not moments ago. Actually does get the pick on Tones. That's a big one to start. 762 though. Trades on the Strange Vicky now. We have Silent getting the pick on Ippy. Both Vanguards down. That's going to allow them to open up plenty of space of damage to focus on those strategists. Phoenix landing. Can they get the final picks?
Silent Blaze stays alive long enough to get the God of Mischief and to get the duplicate. The whale comes crashing down! And the same cannot be said about the strategist lineup of Noir, with overtime taking away. Noir are nowhere to be seen as SJW Zero Meta come up with the rest of Atlanta to try to get this payload to the finish line.
SJW must have farmed that ult 0 to 100 in seconds, Vicky. We saw the whale not moments ago. They wiped. They came back. He throws another one. Hits the Trident just to ore farm. I mean, that was a thing of beauty. Atlanta going to the wire. Getting all threes. Got to feel good. You know, moving in from point 1, you know that was their expectation. They got held back quite a bit, but they were to get the job done to finish it. Hopeful, though. Great performance by them. They, you know, bend don't break mentality. You can definitely win in the overtime here, but that's a tough map to do so on Clintar. Noir now going to see if they can get the offense going.
I'm not gonna lie, Cozy. The 3 last fights that we just had in that last round was not only so incredibly chaotic, but the way that both these teams purposely tried to stagger their ultimates when everybody had all their ultimates online, and then you saw 3 used up immediately from Noir's side, and then Atlanta kind of staggered through their own. Having Silent Blaze have that God of Mischief at the very end really helped be the glue for the rest of Atlanta for that final push.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. That was exactly the ult sequence to get them that win. And listen, I got a question answered. I didn't know if Giganta was a projectile because we would have saw the Meteor Imp suck it up, but nope, the whale landed. Could you imagine if the whale comes out and the Meteor Imp just slurps that whale like right into it? That would have been insanity. But no, it is not. It's just the whale from the sea slamming down, and that was. I've seen a lot of color fest in this game. That was up there towards the top. Big.
You know, I always get excited, though. You know, something that Namor can do is being able to turn into that ball and then completely slam into the Meteor M, so that way it cuts it off right before it could slam down onto any of your teammates. I've seen that happen a few times within my own respective games. Always, you know, pop off because it never gets old. And now we get to see a different plate here as Noir not only start things off up on the high ground with a Doctor Strange portal, but they're trying to counter-rotate around Atlanta after they were trying to hold the split position, almost trying to boot them off. But look at this. Redis is unafraid. Actually continues on the pressure off the sidelines and is able to get right back into the line of sight of his strategist.
Yeah, I mean, this is hopeful. It's got to lock in completely as the Squid takes them down immediately. But this is going to be, if they want to claim it, move forward in the MRC, they've got to figure out how to shut down this Hulk Namor approach, which is even harder on the defensive front, right? They knew the comp they were going to run at this point after that offensive push. Regis looking for an off angle to continue to shut this team's offensive effort down. Nothing happening as far as trades, but Hopeful coming from the backside, getting Prince down is massive.
I mean, this is so much damage. Again, I'm not surprised anymore at this point, but just seeing it and then looking at the Magneto and how low he was originally, crazy. Hopeful capitalizing off of that ball. Zero Meta capitalizing off of Kanya, and then we get some Luna Snow on Luna Snow action here with Coach finding that pick on to Zero. Coach now moves all the way up with the fate of both worlds, keeps Noir alive here on the attack, and now they can try to cycle through this as Kanya will be able to come right back around with the God of Mischief.
Just dancing amongst the chaos. We saw strategist on strategist. Violence, SJW, the Squids doing half the work. People feel like they're back in low elo, getting 90 elims through the sea there. Now Silent also getting the pick on Iffy, just to, man, completely slow down the effort and momentum that they had. Not the easiest point to get first here as 762 throws down the credit and impact. It's either all or nothing with this guy. Which one will it be now, Vic? It's looking like the latter.
Oh no. Oh, everybody's eating a No More's dream here. But then you try to follow up with the whale. Nice survivability at the very least after they were able to shut down 7.62, as well as the fact that now SJW is forced to back away. Didn't really have the outcome with the whale after seeing the rest of Noir inside that side room. Coach and Kanya will be able to boost up into their ultimates, Kanya specifically having that God of Mischief.
Look at this though, SJW 42% ult. I mean, the man's just absolutely farming out here. We've said it before, Herb runs getting done, 99 farming achieved, 44% thrown down, 45, but the KO from 762 was massive here. If he can get an absolute point-winning Agamotto if he's able to land it just right. 762 though, putting that pressure on alongside his teammate, has plenty of momentum. The show goes up to stall. Zero meta, keeping Atlanta in this.
1.62 though, like to see that Fate of Both Worlds activated first though, because now they're gonna have their second. They're gonna keep up their survivability, and now there's less than a minute on the clock. You talk about the big Eye of Agamotto, it's fine too, but then on the other side, it's found only one up to zero meta. No capitalization from either side. Meanwhile, Silent Blaze though keeps them alive after getting the copy onto the Luna Snow. Fate of Both Worlds now keeps them here as Coach activates theirs from Noir's side. It's gonna be a long fight between these both sides, but now this means that Atlanta have no sustainability from their side. Coach had it very last, and now Hopeful comes diving down with the end song Infernal.
I mean, these Kraken impacts are like anchovy impacts. You're just not getting anything from them, unfortunately, here. And now with Prince and Axry getting back-to-back eliminations, the farm was used from Noir. They've got nothing left in the tank. There's only 14 seconds to show for it. Atlanta's going to make this thing a 2-2, Vicky, on what is a talent v talent, so close matchup. 5 seconds left to make it done.
We're going the distance, it looks like here, unless Nor have some magic to work. They were a game away, and now it's looking like their lead is escaping them over time, taking away Regis in Song Inferno, ready to go like we had mentioned before, and now Nor are going to be able to move up. 7.62 makes a desperate swap. It's not the Iron Fist, it's the Wolverine instead, but you still lost out on 3, and Atlanta have the survivability with Silent Blaze getting that copy. You drop down, and you get a 3K! Talk about a cinema ending to a cinematic final map here as we move on the distance with Atlanta taking us into another game.
By the eye of Regis. I mean, that was the most perfect end of an ultimate and end of a match you could see. I knew it. We called it when we first kicked this matchup off between these two teams. I thought we'd potentially go the full distance, and we're here. Prince being the MVP. Every player deserving a shout out there. These teams are razor thin. Noir was one game away, one offensive push, but it is now 2-2. Anybody can win. Look at the stats, Vic.
Wow. What an end. I mean, honestly, even without that end song Infernal, just the fact that Atlanta had so much sustainability still alive, like Zero Meta was about to have their own Fate of Both Worlds if Silent Blaze didn't have that duplicate already. Look at this, 39,000 healing here for Silent Blaze. On the other side too, Coach was very close to it with Zero Meta dealing a good amount of that pressure, but man, Prince, you were talking about Prince for a reason, and SJW, even with those swap ups with the Hulk and Namor, they're still able to show that they have a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, Regis too, like we thought they played Star-Lord. Jean Grey, Jean Goats is what I just saw. And we've seen a lot of duelists that can flex to a different roles, be able to have Jean under their belt, you know, just such a great duelist at the moment. But yeah, I mean, looking across the board, everyone doing their part. I mean, it's a respawn factory over there for Noir. Look at the just the KD in general, vastly different Vicky here as we go into what is going to be, I'm sure, a razor-thin match 5. This one has gone the absolute distance.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. I love it when games end up going down to the wire like this, Cozy, because even in these very elongated team fights, it showcases how every team is not only planning like 5 steps ahead and how long they could stay alive in these longer fights, but also the priority targets that they have to focus on, even if their ultimates doesn't hit the mark that they want to, including with those Namor ults.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this too in both Ignite and in the previous group stage. It's like you can figure a team out. They've got one thing going for them, and then you swap it up quickly and show your flexibility. We didn't see Axry on Hulk at all. We didn't see the Namor before now. And hey, I would love to see it again because that clearly worked for them. They didn't really have an answer. Axry being probably the biggest difference maker there. Constant pressure. SJW just has the Giganto as a regular ability at that point. All I know is we've got final matchup coming. Very good play so far. We're going to take a quick break before we get to the final match. One of these teams moving on. We're about to find out. Don't go anywhere.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello and welcome back. Are you not entertained? If you're just now joining us, we have an absolute razor-thin matchup between two teams that want to go the distance in the MRC, Vicky. I mean, Noir, we've got both of these teams have everything it takes. Atlanta, Noir. I don't even know who's going to win at this point. I mean, momentum and storyline, you would think Noir, but Atlanta, they're cooking.
Hey, they're not going down without a fight, and I love being able to see the new bloods really come out and put a name for themselves out there, because Noir, having the players that they do, it's very difficult, and you can already see the adjustments being made on the fly with the first ban going out onto the Loki.
Yeah, they have had enough of the Loki madness. I mean, Silent Blaze, you pointed out, I mean, really won them that last point of the match, right? And just timing it up to perfection here. And Kanuya, you know, we've wanted to see the Loki that we saw before. Saw it on map 1. Not sure if we've seen it since, but we do get the Venom ban yet again to shut down Iffy.
We get to see the Protect onto the Luna Snow here next. So you may not have the Loki, but at least you have that fate of both worlds with the Luna Snow. Wondering here, remember, the Venoms being the problems that they were, and now Venom being off the table, you won't really be able to get that follow-up with the Luna. But are we going to see another Vanguard being protected here instead?
I don't know if I changed too much up. I think both of them have done pretty well with their pick and bans. Oh my, well, as I speak
wow.
I think 762, this is, and them saving it is going to help out Noir because, oh my gosh, this is interesting. 762 wants to go that. Obviously, Ritas plays Torch and has the lore that he's flexing, so I think they're pretty comfortable with that. But now they're able to kind of ban and pick around this towards the team comp that they want to run with it. Everybody at this level plays a good Torch, Vicky, right? So that's no surprise. We're about to see a 762 versus Ritas in the air, and that's going to very well determine Araco here for map 5 and moving on in the MRC.
And with no Psylocke in sight here, it looks like no Ultron. You want to protect maybe a Mantis, maybe an Atom here if you were rocking that Atom as we had seen Also from Noir, the very first map, it looks like the Protect is going to go over to the Groot instead, so maybe I'm expecting a Mantis follow-up here to help them out even without the Loki, but this is going to be interesting. Already taking this fight to the skies, and with no Psylocke, you don't really have to worry about that Emma Frost Magneto power-up, but you do still have the Emma Frost and Magneto on board.
That is a good call, and as Emma gets saved right after it. And so right now, we've got a team that likes the meta picks, right? No meta is on... The zero meta is on Atlanta, right? The meta on Noir here, having both Human Torch and Emma. And then there is the tip of the cap to what we just saw, the Namor band. They just don't want to mess with what was a pretty crazy Axry. And it's going to float the Hulk for a second. It's going to have to switch, though. Team Up's not there. And look at the Lord showcase. Just everybody being able to play any role.
Little flex right around to showcase what our players have mastered to, 20-ish or so average hours to get these Lord icons, and it looks like we are bringing everything out to the table. No more, which means you won't have these Gamma Squids out being the menace that they were in our previous map, but then the fact that there's no Phoenix too also opened things up, because what we saw the Hela earlier to deal with the Phoenix before. Maybe seeing the fact that we're on Araco, yeah, I'm expecting the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist too, especially from the defense.
Yeah, no Torch right now, even though he's open, but I think we'll see him in a bit, right? I don't know if we'll get him in this opening point. I think the Squirrel makes more sense here. 762 on Storm, though. Kind of interesting, right? Like, they picked the Torch, but he's going to go with the Storm instead. But the damage boost is huge here to give that overall aggression. My bet is they're going to go with the damage boost, help Hopeful out, push this point forward, and then you're going to have Torch do the rest. Regis, though, going to give that team that extra bit of life with the respawn and the triple Vanguard. This is a very tough lineup to protect against.
See how it does now, especially when you have the Squirrel Girl to come out to deal with the triple Vanguard to at least break through that initial hold, dealing enough of that damage output and being able to have your ultimate online just as quickly. Very similar to what we see with the action of Moon Knight, but 7.62 from the Floodgates already being on the Storm, having to avoid these Groot walls and the Groot pressure that is coming out from Prince.
There's the damage up. We're seeing it now. Hopeful throwing down the acorns, letting the nuts fly here. If he does get the pick on Prince, and that is going to be a massive thing, but that's why the respawn is clutch there from Maridis, going from DPS to Raccoon to help out. Actually, getting the pick on Hopeful, that will help slow down the momentum as now they're pushing forward.
And Prince was literally a pixel away from being able to take that teleport before he was completely stunned by Hopeful. But it's fine, walking right back around. That's why you have the rocket. That's why Regis is here with the BRB, just to bring Prince right back around. And look at the ult economy that we are currently working with from even both sides, with Hopeful hopefully able to use that Squirrel Girl army just to get everybody away from Atlanta.
Yeah, this is such good defense right now with the Vanguard setup. They kind of made it through the masses here, and now you've got the Striggle in prison. He gets them all. No eliminations, but does find the containment in the prison he's looking for. And look at the follow-up. Absolute perfection here from Atlanta. Oh my goodness, this is a clinic on defense. This team is locked in.
Hey, even if you don't find your picks originally with the Strangling Prison, at least you have your sustainability and your walls are still doing enough of that impact. So Silent Blaze that just comes in with the Eternal Bond, keeps you up, and then does the rest of the damage from the pressured out Noir.
Yeah, I mean, 762 on Storm, too. The forecast is a little cloudy with the chance of respawn. Just not really getting a lot done on what is there for the damage boost. Instead, we're going to now have Tones go over to the Moon Knight, combine with Hopeful. We have 3 duelists out there just trying to find some space, but even that is not enough. As the Terror Cape, you can ban the Loki, but Cloak and Terror is still there as Axry and Silent continue to be those that make the difference.
Oh, stinky up in here with the way that they've been able to wrap around and play around Noir's attack, because at the moment, Atlanta look unstoppable with the way that they're just cycling through their ultimates and are able to keep alive through the onslaught of changes that Noir has brought up, whether it be the Moon Knight, whether it be the Squirrel Girl, and now Tones getting that kick onto SJW, who made that swap over to that Magneto earlier. Prince is on fire. Look at this damage output. Why are you running? Where can you go when there's nowhere to hide in between a Groot wall sandwich? What am I seeing right now?
This is such an insane defensive effort. 762, by the way, is patient, has ran out. He's like, I'm going to Torch. Let me cook. All right, flame on, game on. He gets 2 picks. Let the man go. 3 picks. What are we doing on the Storm? 7-6. get on Johnny Storm as they now move forward, and now you probably will see Regis go to Storm to Torch to match it. Might stand the defensive effort. Either way, Vicky, 56 seconds left. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was honestly an insane defense, but also like 7.62. He doesn't need the thing to, you know, really come through with the clobbering time. But now you have to worry about the portal into the Meteor M and Kanya point blank. Where does Kanya go at that point? You take the platform, you can't even double jump away. No chance of you being invisible. And with the Eternal Bond, now trying to keep everybody from Atlanta alive, they walk right back up on this defense.
Vanguard mains, like, get your notepads out. Like, this is exactly what you need to write down on how to play the role here. As everybody locked in, triple Vanguard showing how it's done. 17 seconds. Krakoa, the objective, hasn't moved a muscle. He's ready to go, but nothing's happening now as Prince is about to have Agamotto. That could be all they need here. 5 seconds left. They have the shield for the silent seduction. Watch this. Watch. Prince is going up for the Agamotto, Vicky, with the full combat hand.
They know he wants it. They know he wants it. They knew. They choke slammed him, the command grab, and then the follow-up, preventing any eye of Agamotto to be shut down. Eye of Mama Coco instead, as he's being forced back into the spawn room gates. And now Regis moving up does at least have that see ya. Noir focused to look around here as Hopeful takes up into the high ground, being on the hella. Oh no!
What? Did I just witness, dude? Okay, well, that's going to change the game here now as Atlanta has the defensive effort and all of momentum on their side. Coach going right up the map, has to switch to Jeff. Damage boost on. You have the Eye of Agamotto ready to go. He's answered the call to... Oh, and they don't even need it. What the heck just happened?
There's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things.
If we got out of the game right now and you looked at the caster count, like, I'm in disbelief right now. I think that was... I would also swap up frame 1 if that happens to me in the middle of using a Luna Snow ult. I'm not gonna lie, like...
Yo, we just saw, like, talent be talent every game. Match 5, here we go. Going
Toss
down
it
the
in
wire.
the bin!
Toss it in the bin, as Bodie would say. I mean, this is such an insane... What a great defensive effort. And Atlanta's like, no, we are moving on. All right, Noir, you've had your show in the MRC, and they only need to push it now. I mean, nothing to get the win and advance to what is it the lower finals already? I mean, they're dang. I think it is.
I cannot believe. Can you? Okay. Backtracking a little bit, right? Like being in the minds of these players, playing. Remember, $14,500 of a prize pool, right? And the first place and second place difference is 3,000 USD. Okay. One mistake, imagine one mistake costing you $3,000 like that. So you have to imagine Magneto being able to have that knockback hit right when you pop the Fatal Bolt throws by the edge of the map. Man, that's so unfortunate.
And they're not in person, right? So the comms, like, what do you say? Like, they see you fall off the map, but they heard you with the ult. So they're like, wait. Like,
I'd be silent. I wouldn't even
silent. Yeah, just got the game bugged out. All right, we've got the offensive approach from Axter, who obviously nailed one of the best knockbacks we've seen in some time here. Moving forward now, Coach looks to make it up off Luna completely over to the Eternal Bond couple. That is Cloak and Dagger now. And already I do like the approach of this. 762 on Emma Frost. We have reached desperation hour a tad here, but the triple Vanguard is needed. Hopeful is going to go on that Raccoon. How? Prince with the ults coming from the spawn. It's been like 10 seconds, Vicky.
These walls that he sets up, like, for some reason, nobody in Noir is dealing with the walls. Even despite, like, having Hopeful being on Rocket, you know Rocket just deletes those walls just as quickly. But these walls are just getting so much damage output that Prince was able to get that ult in seconds.
Yeah, Prince is, from map 1, I knew was the standout. You know, plenty of great players here, Regis and friends, but Prince just showing how it's done on the Vanguard role now. Zero Meta clapping to success as they're going to be applauding themselves, getting the victory. They have 2 minutes and 52 seconds to push. Not even past point 1. Snowflake on, locked in. Zero Meta trying to get some sustained healing. Gets the freeze out, does get no connection. We've got 2 Strategist ults for Noir. They do have plenty to sustain this point. First one goes out now, and they're not going off the edge, so you got improvement already.
All right, just see purple everywhere. Oh no! The roundhouse kick this time around. It's gonna be on to 7.62. Silent Seduction, the invisible boundary, the Grand Slam from Tones. completely shuts down Silent Blaze. I mean, Silent Blaze won't be around here to stick with that Eternal Bond after he just used it up. Regis also coming up on that ultimate, ready to go. Driving right around, and Toads makes the swap over to the Captain America. Eye of Agamotto, though, it flubs. It really only hits Regis, but at least he gets the follow-up right afterwards.
Yeah, that was clutch. I mean, look at we're a pixel away from Atlanta moving forward. Iffy getting the Agamotto, buying his team a little bit of space, but they've got no ult to the name. Both teams are going to have to win in the neutral at this point, with Prince farming, I mean, just like an absolute millisecond clock at this point. We've got actually putting the pressure on as Emma. It's coming down to now a huge pick. Prince getting pushed off. It's massive. 7-6-2 to follow. Minute 30. This would be such an insane response, Vicky, and of course it would be from these two teams.
I would not even be surprised here, but I'm a little worried. You're looking at the ult economy, and there's a lot in favor for Atlanta. Yes, they still have a minute and now less than 25 seconds on the clock, but it really depends on how both Kanya and Hopeful and their ultimates are dealt with, because you know that Hopeful, his ultimate is going to get deleted almost instantaneous.
7-6-2 activates Supernova. Fantastic 4 ready to go behind Ivy with the follow-up as well. Minute 5. This is another wipe and reset. And not only that, Noir now is cooking on the ults. We have Agamotto, Invisible Boundary, and then we've got Rocket ready to go too. So, Vic, this is going to come down to overtime.
Talking about being a little worried about the ult economy here, but now Noir evening things up just as quickly with only using that Supernova. Regis, though, keep your eye on the torch. Regis making that swap up earlier, too, as we get to see the Hurricane unleash, the Omega Hurricane coming out from SJW. Now with everybody else stuck in the Silent Seduction, all in their line of sight, it's easy pickings for SJW. Eternal Bonds, Eye of Agamotto, it only caught SJW, but it's worth it when it's splitting some more of that attention. There you go with the Sia getting focused originally, but now here comes a Supernova from Atlanta to try to turn things around.
Every button pressed, all cues activated here. Tones activated, disappears there for the sustain. 6 seconds left. Everybody use their ult like it's the end game, because it is for one of these two teams now. Actually pushing the portal through. Regis is now on the torch. We've seen it now. He's throwing down the flames. Gets a pick on Tones. Down goes Invisible Woman. Noir is staggering 4v6, and this is to advance.
Oh, and they were using the portal as a makeshift shield. Talk about zero meta, finding these headshots when they matter. SJW coming in from the high ground, and with nobody left to touch, with just Toads left over in the back end. As slow-mo pans out, we get to see Atlanta take it.
Noir 2-1. And it goes to 3-2. Noir, we say goodbye to after an absolute perfect performance on Araco by Atlanta, guys. And just a cinematic matchup between these two teams. Even with a first point hold, still absolutely so close in margins of error. It is Atlanta taking, man, what a way to go. A tough way to go out too for Noir, because you've played Nemesis, you go down here, you play a really good team in Atlanta. It's right there. We can look at all the stats, Vic. They're pretty much mirrored across as looking good. But Zero Meta taking that MVP as Luna. Oh, I mean, I'm blown away by the performance.
I mean, you have to consider like what happened at the very end. Kanya getting bullied just slightly, but still was able to put up numbers themselves with the triple strategist alongside with Hopeful being on that rocket at the very end too. But then at the same time, man, like that Luna Snow getting shut down, Atlanta still being able to stagger in their own respective ultimates, and that's with them getting pressured by 7.62 when he was on the Human Torch before Regis swapped over.
Yeah, I mean, that exact great calls there. And it came down, I mean, the ult fights were near perfect on both sides. At one point, I swear I saw the entire team highlighted over there for Atlanta going all at the same time, and then one being able to reform through the madness of it. Human Torch was saved, but barely shown because there's no room for it through the triple Vanguard fortresses that we saw. And I mean, we're going to see some other great matchups today, but that might be the most razor tight one between them all. I think both those teams are in Ignite, so we get to see the madness continue. Noir is a fantastic team, so I can't wait to see them go at it again. But Atlanta getting the better of it. And we have such good ones coming up here in just a moment as well. Vicky, MRC, obviously it's not Ignite, but it's been delivering in this part of the bracket.
If anything, it's a little sneak peek on what to expect, and that makes me extra excited. I've been waiting, counting on the days for Ignite to start back up again, and already seeing these two teams, the way that they performed, literally down to the wire. Like, we're not talking about one team or like one specific player just molly-whopping the other or diffing the other, right? Like, this was literally back and forth, going down to even when they wanted to time their ultimates, even if it meant answering back a counter ultimate to that.
I mean, listen, if you thought that matchup was great, we've got Dreamland, who used to be Citadel, Maze, Valentina, Eve, and Friends versus Nemesis, who we saw what they did to Noir. It's going to be a great one, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go check out that matchup right after this break, and we'll get right back to the action.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through brightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3, and we've got a couple more matches for you. This one being an absolute banger. We have Dreamland versus Team Nemesis. We have not seen a lot of Dreamland yet, but we know the team, and Team Nemesis, we saw what they did, Vicky. We're bound to have a good matchup on our hands.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this plays out after what we saw already with Team Nemesis out here versus Noir, a team that we literally saw take MRC Season 2 now out of the tournament. Further highlights the strengths of a lot of our up-and-coming players, and now seeing what they're going to do going up next against a team that I've heard a lot about.
Yeah, I mean, when you have someone like Mello, and I would say out of all the players we've seen today, Mello was probably the most clear-cut, like, wow, I think this person has separated themselves in conversation of what they're able to pull together. Nemesis, having that kind of clutch is massive for the team. But Dreamland, what's great about them is it's a team that's stuck together for a long time now, right? They were Citadel Gaming. We saw what they did in the Ignite series. They did pretty well, I believe, in the upper bracket to start things in the group stage, and then things kind of got out of their, control there later on. But either way, moving forward, we've got our matchup, and we start in Wakanda. We've had this domination map a good amount today, and we start with Loki and Mantis Band. Okay, I'd like to see it. Obviously, we know Valentina does like to play Invisible Woman, locking into that, Mace being their Vanguard player.
Yeah, I was going to say, these are players that we've seen a lot of times already, Cozy, right? Old Citadel coming through. Valentina has really put on a performance with this Invisible Woman, but wondering here with the Loki and Mantis Band, or we're not going to probably see the Groot coming out. The Psylocke is going to be saved. Then with the Punisher on the other side, I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing any flyers potentially. And if not, maybe the Emma Frost after they see the Psylocke has already been protected. If we may see an Emma Frost band on the other side.
I like the Psylocke save. We have not had much of that so far. And obviously, if the Emma team up is with it as well, you're going to have the Echoes just put on a show. And we've seen that time and time again. We'll have to see, because I know Mello does like to play Psylocke, so that could go in favor of Team Nemesis. But Dreamland, they know what they're doing. They've done the homework as well. Groot being saved there from Team Nemesis, but before that, they've got the Venom shutdown. Now for the save, I love this because both teams are they're on fire. They know exactly what they want. They're not even using close to the 20 seconds. Captain America save, Psylocke save. You've got the Wombo combo in the dive comp there. Vicky, having a couple Vanguards, or one Vanguard band, but having access to Psylocke, Captain America, and it could be Emma Frost here. I'd be shocked if we didn't see Emma get banned with the team up they're trying to pull.
Yeah. Oh, it's the torch that gets prioritized. I mean, it has to be, right? Like, because now at this point, you allow the Psylocke to sneak through, and with only one band left, you either have to pick the Emma Frost or, that I honestly, in my mind, that's like the only option here, because Magneto, if he escapes through, or if the Emma Frost escapes through, wow. So she does escape through. I was going to say Magneto or Emma Frost at this point, because you still have that power up with Psylocke. But remember, this is also universal bans, so this is going to benefit both teams.
Yeah, so we have Stinkers here going to be going to that Psylocke. Chime on the Lord Jean Grey. We've seen a lot of Phoenix today here. And Chuckles, the ore farming that is that Captain America Lord skin, it's there, it's prevalent. But Kraz, we saw the Hulk, Amadian on Namor is their specialty here on Domination. So we're going to see them put all the pieces together. Mello has been rocking the Winter Soldier. Why switch it up, right? Why switch it up what's been working so well?
I agree. Now we get to see how this plays out against a team we've seen before, Dreamland, just in a different form. And I'm wondering with also the amount of Bucky plays that we've had for the day, Cozy. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's been plenty of Kraken impacts, maybe not quite like season 1 nonsense, but definitely ones that have helped separate this team and put them firmly planted here, trying to make their way into the grand finals. You win this one, you move on to play for the big one. And Melophobia and friends going up to the high ground, dropping into this tunnel here and looking on the other opposition. We've seen Jabari, we've seen Mace before, Valentina. This team has a lot of talent stacked. This is a heavyweight matchup.
You're also dealing, though, with the talent that is Ricky and Dinks, as we've already seen with between Team Nemesis and their previous matchup with Cafe Noir. It's just been a very scary look. And Mello, also very scary on just trying to get that grapple in, taking a good amount of damage. While you look at Mace, also taking a huge chunk of damage, forcing them to back away just in time. You talk about the survivability, though. Valentina, Luno, with Jabori are doing everything they can to keep Mace up.
Yeah, I mean, the coconuts there, the melons to just stand in the face of Mello, was able to stay alive for a while, but Mace finally does go down, and alongside Chuckles, I mean, my goodness, making quick work of the Vanguards, finds the invisible Psylocke with the uppercut. Mello is picking up where we left him off, Vic, and that is on Cloud9.
Woof! Mello came back, and it was almost like Mello didn't even take a break. Still in full form right now. Chime will at least come right back around with the rest of Dreamland with the end song Inferno activated. And that's going to be difficult because you still have to deal with Team Nemesis and this Hulk matchup between the Namor, and having that team up even after the freeze onto Scatter didn't really take too much of that pressure, and Dreamland have these 3 ultimates to start the engagement.
Yeah, Krakens and whales. We have the whole ocean. Oh my goodness, there goes Valentina. Absolutely getting sniped by Giganto there. The finale is going to start on. Dinks is going to lead this team to safety here. And it's show v show with Jabori activating as well. We do have Scatter, who made a huge difference. MVP Farmer there on the Emma pushing forward. And right now, outside of just a little bit of laughter from Chuckles to go for the back cap, it has been all Team Nemesis.
Ooh, off of the environmental push up with the rest of the map into the dance of butterflies, and then Mace gets the final blow onto Mello. Beautiful lineup right there with the dance of butterflies, the Psylocke ult, proving that they could have that impact, but they still need to try to put this point. Team Nemesis still having control at nearly 70%. Amadian being that threat still on the Namor.
Stinkers is on the heater there. I mean, absolute huge dance of the butterfly. Dance execution. We say it all the time, right? Valentina, Mace, and Chuckles all going to be locked for this next fight, ready to go. But the Kraken impact's still there, and we know just what that can do. Chuckles is going to have to use that cap ult as a little kind of sub-strategist ult as Jabori farms up. We do have Valentina to keep it going. And look at Stinkers trying to get a little bit of hide and seek, but not Dinks sees the Psylocke there in the back.
That's another interesting thing too about Marvel Rivals, right? The third person point of view sometimes gives you a little sneak peek on what's waiting for you around the corner, while Chime taking a different angle, just boosting up that damage, still building up into that end song Inferno, and still able to put in some great positioning too, being able to go right back up on top of the high ground. The Scion of Seduction now from Mace just to meet that together with Team Nemesis. But Mello, what an answer! Finds Mace, it finds Chime here, and again with Valentina getting the push off onto Scatter. Valentina again showcasing why they're such a good invisible woman, but you still have to worry about Ricky, Amadian, and Mello.
That was almost a crazy trade, right? Because you have the huge Mello eliminations, but then you get both Vanguards off the map, one of them being the Emma, but here comes the portal. Amadian getting yet another pick. Dinks goes down though to Chime, and here's the You Are Nothing landing, not connecting, and unfortunately having now to back out of that. It is coming down in the stall, by the way. Incredible from Dreamland there, as it's 70-70. This is a razor thin as well. Chuckles trying to get some stall going on, pushing the backline fast. Dinks does get the elimination on Valentina. That's a massive swap in elimination. Dance to go, but they have the show to stop it.
Now, that was good timing right there, too, because Dinks had already preemptively started looking to see the pressure out from Chuckles and still was able to hold on to the fate of both worlds until the very end there, setting Stinkers up as he pushes forward with that dash. Bori setting everybody up from Dreamland, but at 98%, 99% overtime, Team Nemesis here have the lead. 75% though, as Dreamland at least take that first pick onto Scatter, could easily flip the tide.
Yeah, good stalling here. They've got the percentage to last too, right? So they can reset up for this last fight. You know, I like the approach that they had there, but good answer. I mean, Stinkers, the Psylocke really putting on, not Luna, but putting on a show there with the burst potential of the X-Men here. But 87%, 88. We have Chuckles going to activate things first. And this is going to be quite the interesting fight as the back half trying to happen there from Kraz, and not if Chuckles has anything to say about it. Jabori coming to meet the team as well. And Stinkers is going to have another execution dance of the butterflies here any moment.
Very split up too in general, and I feel like that's just the composition here that we're currently seeing from Dreamland. Nice pushback as Ricky, being on the Invisible Man, has the Invisible Boundary ready. Team Nemesis have everything ready to go, but Valentina do it. They dive in into the back line. Talk about right through that Invisible Boundary, right on cue when we were talking about it. Now Dreamland have all the survivability, have all the aggression as you dive right back down with the Kraken impact, and now you currently have Stinkers cleaning up what is left on aisle 3.
Player of that match goes to Stinkers. Play of the match definitely goes to Chime. I mean, what a huge, massive ult there on Phoenix, or from Phoenix, to shut down the strategist ult, which probably could have won that for them. We knew this was going to be a good one. Dreamland is not a team to laugh at, sleep on. Nemesis, we know their talent, but my gosh, I mean, that was just such good play. I believe Stinkers is, I believe, new to this roster too, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm liking what this Psylocke is adding to the mix.
Yeah, personally, I haven't really seen Stinkers very much, too, and I really do enjoy it, too. No wonder they had already prioritized the protection on the Psylocke from the very beginning, and then it goes hand in hand if you let the Emma Frost skate by. Now, you can't have both the Magneto, Emma Frost, and then you add in the Psylocke into the mix. So that's why we saw that as a priority, but even against a very strong team composition that is the Namor and Hulk, Dreamland's doing a good job at trying to forcibly split a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, they got the right team to do so here, as we've got... Oh, this is an interesting approach. Okay, we're going to have the portal land down. Can they do... They're going to try to go for the pull-in into the penny mines. We've seen this before, and it's just such a fun, elite play. Setting up the mines, you've got now at the ready. We're going to see if Valentina can pull off the pole. And nobody inside, because they do actually kind of push it back there. So you're going to have everybody swap off. I like the potential there, but did not quite stick the landing. Valentina just trying to get through the point of this part of the match here. 2 seconds till the point unlocks, and Dreamland just trying to get it all together.
I love the slow approach where you could see Dreamland just trying to catch Team Nemesis on their outing from the spawn room gates, and then they completely go in the opposite direction that they were expecting. But starting things off a little slow, and as long as you have the patience, it works out here as now Mace opened things up with the Sonic Seduction. Valentina stunned just for briefly, but before the choke slam comes down, it prevents Scatter from even starting things off for this first team fight on the second round with their own Sonic Seduction.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Mace versus Scatter. Definitely a great matchup there now, as Kress is going to have to back off. You can see the Jeff celebrating as the accessory of Mace is pumped. And we have Jabrori keeping the team alive, and the first point has not been capped. Both teams won it. Right now, Edge is going to Dreamland here. Arm and Dangerous, Kraken Impact, landing down and not finding a connection. Mello typically does. Showing down the Duelist and getting the connection. Down goes Mello, and with that, probably Dreamland getting the point.
Ooh, nice little pull here, too, from Valentina just to get that finishing blow onto Dinks. And now Dreamland already being able to take this point first. Great look on them, but it did take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I'm impressed right now by Dreamland, I gotta say. I mean, obviously, we've seen Nemesis. I've seen what this team can do, but they've got the roster fixes and the players to really make this a team that can compete. Both these teams will be in Ignite. I can confirm that. And so we are getting that preview, what you would expect to see up here in the MRC, getting closer to that grand finals. Now, Chuckle's going in. He does have the Cap ult going in the back line. He does have the ability to be a little bit more aggressive because of that ult, right? The whale goes down, does not find the connection. Immediate unable to get anything going there. Kraz does have Monster Hulk too. Ricky to follow Vicky. This is very close in terms of trying to get this point with only a tick left.
And now you have Valentina calling in the Invisible Boundary at the right time, by the way. You did see Kraz activate the Hulk ultimate. He did get the double stun, it looked like, too, but then they completely focused down on that Hulk. No more World Breaker for him. And in the backline, Mello finding Chime, too. Jabori gets stunned just a bit, and you at least have that Luna Snow ultimate with the Fate of Both Worlds. Shield up here for the Invisible Man, so Invisible Boundary versus the Fate of Both Worlds. So it's that survivability. Meanwhile, leave it to Mello to always sneak a KO in before you get the grapple, timing the end of the Fate of Both Worlds perfectly.
Yeah, 64% to the name. Mace lost the entire ult too, getting picked off there. Wants to have that one back here now as Scatter, Jinx, and Mello are locked and loaded to at least probably make this thing get back up to even of 64-64. We've got now Scatter ulting, trying to get these enemies seducted, and he does get the Mello ult combination down, and this is going to be the full team wipe here. Beauty, as we typically have seen from this team when they're firing on all cylinders. And, you know, they only used the two there. They still have Dinks and Namor to follow.
No lie, that was pretty dominating right here with the way that Melo's been playing this. Melo's definitely a problem. I feel like here, Dreamland, they need to focus down on Melo. Once they shut down Melo, the foundation of Team Nemesis could crumble alongside them. With the way that Dreamland currently are now regrouping, they see the time whittled away, but they still have that 64%. They still have the lead.
Absolutely. Here now as Ricky backs away, we have almost 2 strategist ults ready to follow with this. You Are Nothing does not connect. That's massive as the team survives. We are now at 55 to 64%. Krasman barely escaping there, getting full up. Ricky, great awareness there. And forced to use the invisible boundary way downtown. That's tremendous for the team there to prevent a wipe.
At least Ricky's staying invisible just for a brief amount of time before the double jump comes right back. The invisible boundary to match that of the Psionic Seduction and getting out of the line of sight of the Psionic Seduction so that way they do not get isolated. Double jump away again, more invisible woman play, and the push still is able to get 2 KOs. It's not enough defensively to keep the Psylocke at bay, and Team Nemesis have been wiped out.
Yeah, that's crazy because they played. Nemesis had the perfect defense there. They forced the invisible, right? They invised, Ricky did, on the point perfectly. They void Mace's ult, yet it doesn't matter because Stinkers, like I said, is on the heater and just going off as Psylocke, getting 2 and making it 3 with the cap. 80% to 86%. I'm telling you, this is 2 maps now. We're getting to the photo finish, and now they're doing the spawn push. This is going to be rough.
Oh my, when games go back and forth like this, you start off so strong, you push into their spawn room doors. Now look at it. It's the other way around usually as Valentina gets that last hit onto Dinks before backing away. Jabori also has that Fate of Bolt Worlds activated that you can have for the next round. Now overtime taking away in favor for Dreamland, but at least they forced out the contention with Krasman being on the Hulk.
Kraz lucky to somehow get there. I don't even know how he made it through it, but he does get eliminated finally, and then they're going to use the ults behind it. Chime going crazy here. An absolute dominant performance right now. Dreamland showing how clutch they can be in the time of madness. Ricky throwing up the ult, but it's not going to be enough at the moment. Dinks, though, to follow with the ult. Kraz back. Melo has the ult too, Vicky. They can still get this done, but there's only a tick on the clock.
Talk about timing. I mean, Chime Dinks ultimate just a little bit while the invisible boundary was still online, but those first 4 seconds could really go the distance as overtime takes away, and Mace still kicks scatter. Kraz goes down, and everybody falls from the other side.
I mean, we just saw what Nemesis did to Noir, and that is what happened to them. I mean, just such a great performance. Dreamland now twice were looking like they were down and out, and they were just able to flip the switch at the hands of Psylocke there. And enjoy the free cam here of Stinkers of the Psylocke getting the MVP. Well deserved. I thought player of the match there in the first map, and the MVP proves it.
Best recolor, by the way, here on the Psylocke. One of my favorite skins in the entire game, alongside with that recolor. But talk about putting up a statement here as we take a look at the results. Stinkers, 12 final hits, 26 to 5, and 21k damage onto Psylocke.
Yeah, looking across the board, I mean, it's like they both did well. The teams did well. I'm trying to look for like the kind of the weak point here. Obviously, you know, you'd want Median to get a couple more final hits, but outside of that, the teams played well. Neck and neck too. Look at the damage from Melo and Median and from Stinkers and Chime. It's almost exactly the same. I mean, it's crazy. Look at the stats across the board. They're actually mirrored very well. Chuckles maybe having a little bit of a slight edge there on Kraz.
Wow, honestly, the only thing, even then, I feel like Scatter just couldn't find those final hits. Yes, the damage was being done, but I feel like Mace had a lot more playmaking abilities being on this Emma Frost versus what we did see. Signs of life of Scatter, but Mace specifically was more consistent with it.
Yeah, actually, that's the obvious right there. I mean, the Vanguard difference is huge here. Kraz having 6 limbs to Chuckles 22, and then 7 from Mace, who kind of bend there at the beginning of the match and did not break at all. Showcased what the team could do. And listen, we know that the Echo team up with Emma Frost is absolutely crazy. Gives complete execution potential without using the ult. And obviously they used the ult to complete success. But I was impressed there with what Dreamland put out. You've got Dreamland now versus them again, match number 2. I don't even know that they need to change all that much, Nemesis, outside of let's just probably get rid of the Psylocke.
Yeah, and honestly, I was worried about Mello being on the Bucky, but aside from like the very beginning of the interaction that we saw for round 2, they were able to deal with it very quickly. The way that they were able to not only forcibly stagger them, like Team Nemesis specifically, but the way that they were able to deal with Mello being that problem, it was a huge focus after that first initial fight.
Yeah, you had a couple of fights, a couple cracking impacts that were making it the impact. And look at that. They didn't even have to breathe before they got rid of that Psylocke. Because they knew exactly what was that difference that shut that down. If that Psylocke was not on that map, they would have won it, right? There's 2 clutch ults that shut down both Ricky's ults pretty much 2 times there, right? Cloak and Dagger being banned on the opposite side. Terror Capes, no more. Dreamland getting rid of that. And they go into the first save, and, you know, curious what they might go. Obviously, that probably would have gone to Psylocke before. They're going to go to, the Mantis now.
Oh, okay. So maybe actually seeing the Loki come out this time around, especially with the Cloak and Dagger getting banned next. So you may want to lean into the Mantis, Loki, Luna, if Luna actually manages to pass by. But the fact that Torch is also now available and another ban onto Magneto, further highlighting that they still would prefer the Emma.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm wondering what we're going to see from Nemesis, because Kraz is such a good Hulk. Obviously, didn't work out there too much for them. Luna being banned from Dreamland there. They're trying to just focus on the all-star heroes of this team. That is Nemesis. Dreamland doing a great job in the pick ban phase. Magneto out once again. It was Human Torch on this last ban last time. Chime protecting what worked so well for them before. We'll see if we get the save. Mello is hovering Torch. You would not be mad if he made it through. Do they try to save him? I don't think they're going to go that route.
It's universally safe, so they're already good basically at this point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My bad. It was up there on the second save. What am I even thinking? Yeah, we've got the Invis Ricky as well for the save. He's the captain that does the pick saves. I'm sure he had a little bit of input there. Played a really good game, but Valentina plays Invis as well. So how much does that help, you know?
Yeah, true. Seeing how that's going to go side by side. And the protection on the Invisible Woman, maybe expecting a target ban would have been crazy, considering that, as we already highlighted, Valentina is known for that Invisible Woman. So without the Invisible Woman, it could kind of throw a wrench into Dreamland's plans. And I don't blame them with the way that Valentina was playing. Very aggressive with making a lot more of these plays, pushing them off the map.
We usually see a Torch match a Torch, but I think in this case, we might see Chime go to Jean Grey instead to try to counter. You might get Chime to go to the Torch here. I don't think. Yeah, Stinker's is just gonna go with Wolverine. Interesting pick here as we are on Clintar. Always good. I feel like Vicky, we always have very good Clintar maps here between the two of us. Like we just channel it. Chime is gonna lock in there on Phoenix, with Chuckles going and just showing off his Lord icons at this point. Man's got them all.
Yeah, Chuckles, you know, we did see a little sneak peek of the Captain America and seeing how that goes side by side if they want to try to target focus from the back line. But looking like Team Nemesis starting things off on the attack, a different look from Dreamland and the way that they want to try to hold up. But with Mace and Chuckles, if this is what they're going to try to roll out with, this is going to be interesting, especially playing a little bit more split up with Stinkers trying to go for those playmaking opportunities on the Wolverine to get a kidnap.
Absolutely here now as they are setting up for the next match here, and Dreamland on the defense to start things out. We'll see what route they take here. Mello, we've seen what he can do on Torch. It can get a bit crazy.
There's a reason why we didn't want to see that Torch come out originally when we were seeing Team Nemesis earlier. Mello, notoriously known for this lethal Torch, but can it be enough with the way that Dreamland has been playing? I feel like Chime has also just been on point in marking a lot of these enemies, igniting them with the Phoenix here, and then with Mace and having Silent Seduction, that can spell doom for Mello.
Absolutely here, Alex. The offense pushes forward, and Mello trying to get early picks and throwing down the fireballs for the connection. Trying to, oh, that's going to be a quick elim, but does escape to the name now. Mello and Amadian trying to go from this back flank, and I mean, look at Mello's just up in the air. Everybody trying to take him down at once, but no one getting the job finished there and putting out this fire. Scatter getting the best of Mace now. We saw that opposite in the last map here, and Scatter now pushing forward, taking down Valentina Eve, gets the choke, the kick, and somehow she survives that.
Yeah, we're being on the Mantis suit, just jumping right into the safe arms of Loki and those lamps, but not for very long after the roundhouse kick forces Valentina off of this, and now Team Nemesis are walking for free back onto this point.
I feel like we've seen Nemesis, especially on Clintar, play this map so well. I remember specifically against Shroud X a couple of times when me and you were casting there, but either way, they do have this map on lock for the most part. Krasman now pushing forward with this Hulk. This is what you do get. Yes, he did not have the best game on that Dom map, but this man is a demon on the Gamma God, as Kras is now pushing towards this backline completely and opening up the push for this offense.
That's what's scary too about looking at Dreamland, right? Because then you have that match against Chuckles being on the Hulk versus the Krasman special. Well, he's also on the Hulk, and Amadian does have that whale available. Get the double stun real quick between Amadian and Mellow. Kras taking a lot of damage before being able to get right back up to health, thanks to that shield there too. And Amadian gets that snipe in the backline between Jibori.
Absolutely here, Mellow throwing down the fire tornadoes. Game on as he throws it. Chime, though, gets the tricky pick, which is going to help really open this team's defense. Now Scatter getting the best of Mace once again. Look at with the back cap just follow there, Vicky.
A little sneaky right here too, between having the silent seduction and making sure you make Dreamland look between both of their angles. Now Scatter comes up from the high ground and the silent seduction looking both angles. Where is that Loki? The lamps hiding behind the other side of the wall now allows them to re-engage. Chime though, with the whale and some help from the squids, still finds Dinks.
Scatter going off. Definitely these Vanguards are playing a different map, different match here as they look for Chime. Get rid of the Phoenix with ease now. And even though they're winning a lot of these fights, this point has not moved all that much. Amadian does have the whale ready to go up. Doesn't need it as Stinkers goes down. Is going to be seduced for a quick second here, but able to use the old win ready. Chuckles going Gamma mode in the Monster Hulk. Mace getting scattered now, and things are going to reset here.
This is what I love too about high-level Marvel Rivals. We're just straight up seeing neutral. And when it comes to neutral, I always really like to see the positioning specifically highlighted of a lot of our top players. And it is just an even ground right now from between both these teams. Mello just diving down, gets some extra shield before adding in some extra damage here. Chuckles gets annihilated after getting dethroned here, being on that Hulk, sending him back to the spawn room gates. But at least Dreamland will be able to re-engage, looking at Valentina about to have that Mantis ultimate as well as Chimes with the whale.
Yeah, now as we're seeing Valentina boost up, it's going to make the big difference. Supernova is activated. Fire Tornadoes out. You do have Blessings to the Deep, keeping the Namor alive here, but gets the best of Stinkers, and that's going to put both duelists in a sticky situation. Spider-Man not present, but is going to be tough to get around here now and making their way just effortlessly through this point of the map. Median has had this whale forever now. Seems like a lifetime. Will he use it on this part of the everyone's combined here, Vicky? You got to throw it down.
I mean, you have to do it. You're up on this high ground, right? At this point, you could just call yourself the old man in the sea, and you could see the whale just really play things out. As Stinkers, with a nice little snipe over to the side, still calls out Mello, now flying up onto the high ground, looking at everybody grouped up together here. Valentina now from the other side, as Dinks, in the form of the God of Mischief, gets the copy. Here comes whale for whale, though. It doesn't break a hole in anyone's boats, as Chuckles gets sent down by Ricky.
That was a very small aquarium. I mean, that was such an interesting place to use it. Stinkers just hopped off the map and was fine. Mello now over to the Phoenix instead of, and that's a good play here in this close space, right? Chime, though, getting the best of the King of the Sea right now. And wow, it is looking like Dreamland is getting an absolute huge defense after losing point one very quickly. And now they're going to do a little bit of a stagger job.
Oh, this would be great. Mace having so much of that damage output. Won't have it for the next fight, unfortunately, as it is stalled out for now. But we'll have that silent seduction as you take a look at all the ultimates that will be coming online for this next engagement. I'm thinking Ricky being the only one with that strategist ult to at least keep everyone alive. But you know Mantis gets hers rather quickly if she stays up effectively and lands those headshots.
That's a good point here. Definitely ult advantage slightly in favor of team. Well, both are actually kind of close. We'll see if Mace is able to hit this off. Ricky, though, is going to give that team a bit more sustainability here as they're taking up the back ramp. Mace, though, spots it right away. Both squids up. The nice push-off is actually going to buy this team a lot of time. Uses the diamond form to get up. Beautiful play by Mace there into the seduction now. And we've got Stinkers to follow. He did it on map 1. He's doing it on map 2. Dinks with the trade on Chime, though. But this is absolute ridiculous. I mean, right now, Dreamland is getting everything they want.
I'm laughing because, like, from our point of view, obviously we don't see inside the invisible boundary because we're not watching the players inside of it. But then seeing Dinks get stunned by the whale back up there next to Team Nemesis' name, knowing already what's happening in the invisible boundary, it's just so enjoyable to then see how Dreamland was able to restabilize right afterwards. Whale for whale, you get to see the whole aquarium here, but now you have this last fight coming up, and Team Nemesis does have a Mania and Krasman as well as Mello ready to go, as well as Dinks coming up, and I got a mischief as Mace gets taken out.
Whoa, look at these two neutral trades. Crazy, as Dreamland definitely has the ult economy that they're looking for. So any neutral picks are massive. Can they make the most of this? Very tough ult to pull off. Wasn't crazy about that from Stinkers, but we have another one coming from Melophobia. His doesn't connect either. Ricky goes down. That's a massive early pick, and that's not going to be... Oh, this is pretty much going to be over for Team Nemesis here on what was a very promising offense. Now, held completely tight from an insane defensive effort, but there's still some left to go as now Kraz goes down, Dinks to follow, and that is going to be it for Team Nemesis on... Wow. I mean, what a great turnaround from Dreamland.
They were literally staggered from the very beginning. From the very beginning, the way that they timed all those elims right there was no way they were able to recontest despite having those ultimates all together as a team, unless they were able to try to get a Doctor Strange portal in. But that was raw. I mean, they tried to. They tried to at the very end. Look at Mello. But it was really difficult to try to make a comeback from that after that first pick off.
Yeah, I mean, they get the trade, they get Mace down, right? But then you lose a strategist, which is obviously not going to be a favorable trade there. You're going to be able to at least out-sustain that. I was impressed with Mace and the way that he was playing that there. And Stinkers does seem like that duelist that can just swap to what is needed at the time being, right? Mello was just obviously doing what he does best on Torch, but in that closed environment, not much you can do. I don't, never calling out one person. Amadian, though, it wasn't crazy about the Namor play that I saw there. I think actually I would have probably given the edge there to Dreamland and their Namor on Chime. But overall, we're here now, and you can still hold down point one to not make this thing a 2-0 to start this upper bracket up.
Ooh, I mean, I'm just seeing like the slow pan of Mace looking at Chime. You already know the action that we're about to see right now. The portal up, you get the turret set up right behind them, and then you split their attention, but you have to time it properly to allow the rest of Dreamland to go down that middle to then split some of that attention like we saw before.
Battle starts in 5.
Yeah, no penny this time around with the mines and the trickery, but all you need is the Frank Castle turret here. Team going forward, Mace staying behind. My favorite Doctor Strange skin, might I say. He's got a lot of good ones, but this one is up there for the Wizard. Now pushing forward, and yeah, you're gonna split that attention, and if you put this, yes, right up here is the perfect spot. What an absolute eagle eye that you can use as an advantage here. Taking their time, but that's all they need is he can hop right into the point.
And jumping right in, starting off the action just like that is Stinkers getting that first pick onto Kraz. Already a good start here for Dreamland, and Stinkers trying to pull away more of that attention before Amadian answers him on the other side of that Punisher.
And they get Ricky, right? They get Ricky from the top. So to get a pick without that turret to begin things and then stagger from there is crazy work. What a great executed plan. I mean, absolutely looking coordinated and well polished. I'm impressed right now, and I'm sure Kirby is too, with Dreamland.
I mean, I know that they were probably going to get wiped anyways with the way that started, but they didn't even have time to drop from high ground to even contest the point. They knew it was going to be a wipe at that point. Now being able to regroup, look at the way that Dreamland, specifically Chuckles, is in position here on this high ground.
Now, to be fair, we did see Nemesis cap that fast too, but this is not an easy defense for this long especially. And Chuckles, again, being able to match the Heroes. Kraz does switch over to Groot, though, and it does pay off as they do get the early pick on Stinkers, which will slow things down a tad. Beautiful. Look at this great movement overall here. Throwing down the wall, trying to get that huge pick early on Mace. That would be a big one as they continue to push forward. Mello looking for a quick pick. Scatter taking down Chuckles, and this is going to stop Dreamland's first attempt in their 5 minutes they have.
A lot of time here to work with, and they have a lot going into this next fight too, really. If you look on board, I mean, Team Nemesis have answers here themselves. A nice hold off, but making sure that they need to prioritize Jabori, who does have that God of Mischief ready. He pulls out the diamond here too, just to make sure they feel that crystal pressure. And before backing away, Scatter's also been very consistent with these roundhouse kick KOs.
Yeah, I think Scatter's definitely playing a much better game as the Median. I like the Punisher pick up top, raining up. There's Ricky with the quick pick. We've seen him known for there. And the healing afterwards. Melo's going to clean up shop. This will stop attempt number 2 from Dreamland, but still 4 minutes on the clock, even with Mace actually doing some work here. Chuckles to follow. Hold on. This is still going. Stinkers. I mean, this is completely now. They can push with this even after some wipes.
Wow, nice little side by side of what we're seeing, the exit behind that wall, but you can also see in terms of their positioning, just aura farming here as Stinkers now moves up, finds a Madian next within that invisible boundary too that Ricky had pulled up, but this also allows Dreamland to walk up Valentina Eve having that Mantis Soul resurgence. It's going to be the next thing activated here, and they won't have that Loki ultimate to cycle through, so not as much survivability, but it's not like they need it when Chimes and Chuckles just moves all the way up to wipe out Team Nemesis.
Yeah, the Whale got no connections, but it got what it needed. Chimes doing it all by himself. That's 4 picks, and at this point, they're going to barely be able to touch. You know, they can still win 2 of the fights. Oh my gosh, barely getting there again, like an in-game finish. They do get, Dinks does get the invisible boundary up, and look at Stinkers just waiting for the ult. Look at 99%. There it is. Going to heal up, top off, take his time, and they're going up to now do the surprise hit. But Mace has ult. We have Stinkers with ult, and Mello finds him, Vicky. Wow.
Well, Mello was looking for him. They called him out earlier on, and now it's going to be that 1v1 duelist. But are you going to get the solo ult here? You leave him one before backing away. The repositioning works. The repositioning works. The follow-up. Amadian is forced to go all the way around and deal with Stinkers, but it literally pulled all the attention away from one team to deal with Stinkers.
Man, the confidence in Mello to be hit with the ult and be like, I still got this. Like, that's crazy work. Absolute wild as Dreamland now with a dominating exclamation point on a team that looked so clean in that upper bracket. We've seen Nemesis do reverse sweeps before. It could happen. Right now, though, it's all Dreamland, who this team has put together a roster that can truly make a run in this thing. Not only the MRC, but Ignite as they have their visions for bigger and better plans as well. Sham getting that MVP, and yeah, it's weird seeing fire around Namor being the king of the sea and all. But what a great finish from Dreamland.
He's literally setting a fire under the butt with the way that they've been playing. Literally on point here. And Dreamland, I mean, basically one game away from really going the distance with the way that they've been playing thus far. Chime and Chuckles together between the Hulk and No More. Look at this, 15,000 damage output. Then you have Stinkers being able to be flexible too. You see the 16k damage before we saw that last minute swap up to the Doctor Strange just to recontest just in case here. But even on the other side, I mean, it was pretty even back and forth until you have to deal with the Gamma Squids, because Chime with those 15 final hits hurt.
Yeah, listen, we've seen Javori, we've seen Valentina, Mace. Stinkers and Chime, though, together as this kind of wombo combo of duelists has been the difference for what was this old roster into what they are now. And then Chuckles also, love this guy's hero pool. Can really swap to what's needed. I mean, he matched Krasman's Hulk immediately and did a pretty good dang job at it, right? 9 final hits. Love to see the stats there. The healing wasn't even that crazy between the two teams. Didn't need to be. Got a shout out, by the way, the Peter Parker sighting that we always get for about 1 millisecond to touch point. But no Spider-Man right now in this meta.
No desperate attempts, at least, to be able to contest and stay contested here. But I really like the series that we've had thus far. If anything, we had such a close series in our last games. Now I'm expecting this to go to distance too, even despite Dreamland having such an incredible performance and only being 1 map away from continuing on through the bracket.
I mean, yeah, it's how you show up that day, and that day is today, right? And these two teams very close in talent. We've highlighted this a couple of times. I think, you know, they could continue to play and the results would vary, but right now it's looking firmly like Dreamland is going to be on top. But yeah, like you said, this could flip just like that. We know what Nemesis is capable of, and a lot of that is going to be done in the pick and ban phase. Right now, 2-0, Vicky, 2-0. You know what that means? We have ourselves a quick little break we're going to take before we get to match number 3 before these two teams. And so we will be going into that here momentarily. Before we head to that, I just want to ask you, Vicky, right now, who would be the player of this match between the two teams? Who's like the one MVP?
I feel like Mace really stands out to me, but I got to give it to Chime. I got to give it to Chime. They got to do something about the No More Hulk. I mean, I'm expecting either a No More ban or Hulk ban on the other side here, because honestly, Chuckles and Chime were a problem, but Chime has been a highlight player for me and is an unfamiliar player that I'm actually able to see like pop off here with this team up.
Love to hear it. Stinkers for me. This next match won't be a stinker. We're going to match number 3 here in a moment after this quick break.
Hello. go.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3. We now have Dreamland up to Vicky, but if there's any team, I mean, there's a couple teams, but if there's one team in particular that I think can get the job done, you just alluded to it. Nemesis, listen, back against the wall, that gives them enough support to go out swinging. I like Nemesis to at least put up a big fight here on round 3 between these two teams as we head to Midtown.
Yeah, I'm excited because, we talk about, new players coming through, stinkers putting a highlight to things, the Gamma Squids really highlighting Dreamland with Chime and Chuckles, but can they chuckle their way to victory? They still need one more map to go to be your winners to go through the bracket, but we've seen these type of comebacks before, Cozy, when it comes to Team Nemesis.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, seriously, if you guys are just now seeing Team Nem, then I get it if you don't have the confidence of what has been a pretty dominant performance from Dreamland behind the hands of the DPS that they do have. But yeah, Team Nem is definitely got the same talent on their side. Same bands go around. We see Nemesis get rid of Stinkers to Sidelock, and we also get Cloak and Dagger out. So we're going to match the same. Mantis being protected there from Dreamland. Like the setup they had with the Mantis last time. And so, again, don't fix it if it's not broken there. And we've got the save yet again to Human Torch. And this is a much better map, Vicky, than Clintar is for the Torch.
Yeah, definitely agree, because you have a lot more space to hide behind the buildings to get out of the line of sight of where you currently see down below, but also to help move around and then continuously be a threat. That little high ground too, once you get to that second checkpoint, you can still play behind that one big wall where there's a health pack on the left side just to get out of the range.
Absolutely. Magneto ban, we're seeing very similar bans from the last map. Obviously went in favor of Dreamland last time. Ultron to follow, which, you know, Ultron, Medium plays a very good Ultron at that. So that's, you know, tip of the cap to them. Obviously, Punisher has kind of been their default, if not. But we'll have to see if we maintain. It would be, yeah, okay, Phoenix here into what was the last time, I believe, an Emma Frost save.
And then the fact that they still lean into the Magneto ban while the safety pick over onto the Luna. So Loki is still not banned yet, which means we still have 24 seconds of immortality available up for grabs, unless that is going to be these last bans that we'll lean into, as well as the Emma Frost.
Last ban is going to Loki, so they save it, but they don't want it, and I respect it. Team Nemesis getting rid of Loki on that side of things, and you know, you can't have Loki with the Manta save too. The damage boost on the clones just gets straight ridiculous. Last ban here for them, and I would say there's a couple routes they could go. We've seen teams go for like yeah, there it is. Wow, they're targeting a Median pretty hard here. Ultron goes down as well as Punisher. They're like, all right, show us how flexible you really are.
Ooh, that's gonna be rough here, and all eyes too on Kraz to see if you could lean into that flexibility, being on that group that we've seen time and time again. Ricky to match that against Valentina, looks like. So some swap ups already off the beginning if we're going to see that triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup come out from the gates.
Yeah, and again, we do have, yeah, that Moon Knight's going to be opening up plenty. A Median going on the Storm, which I like this a lot. You try to get that damage boost. We saw that not really work out for Noir there with the 762 Storm. When we were on Araco, but I like it on this map a lot more here. Mellow on Moon Knight is the sight to see, and oh my gosh, I mean, Moon Knight next season with the double moon blades, not to mention his Go-Go Power Rangers costume that he got, but like the double moon blade, Vic.
I'm not ready. Like, there's so much I'm looking forward to in season 4. I cannot wait to see how that's going to shake so much up, especially when it comes to this type of level of play at high level Marvel Rivals. And what that's gonna mean. What is it gonna do to the triple Vanguard, triple support we've been seeing this time and time again in the past, whether it be in the form of goats or in a different section, as we get started things with Dreamland being on the defense and Valentina Eve still sticking to that Invisible Woman. I'm not surprised there either.
Such a good player on Invisible Woman here, as Herbie spectates as the accessory on the waistband. In the wedding dress too. What a move. All right, we've got now Moon Knight going immediately for Valentina Eve. That's going to force the thing to go back. Chuckles, nice peel there to keep the quick health on Valentina. What reaction times. That's pro level play right there with the push from Valentina. The spectate show is all on Sue Storm now as the strategists are pushing back. What an insane angle that we're getting here now with Mello at the top there from Moon Knight.
I like being able to see that though right there. You could already tell Chime, main priority, getting rid of those onks as every rocket should, including those group walls. A very quick reaction there to deal with Mello because Mello's been putting down so much damage. He's got the hand of Khonshu. You can't double jump away, but you're at least out of the range and you take him down with you.
You have an Egyptian god raining down hell, and you still come out with the W in the trade. Beautiful stuff there. And they do get the pushback in here as we do change angles into Mace now, and I mean, what an opener. Mello obviously getting a little something going, but Chime bringing it back. That's exactly what you want. Mace now farming that ult 90%. They're going to be set up here as we do have the Hurricane opening up, the clouds, the skies. What kind of category we're going to have, Vicky?
Anything to just break through this wall of the triple Vanguard, the Doctor Strange thing, Emma Frost, and now the Sign of Seduction. If it isn't the Storm, it's the triple Eye of Agamotto landing on Dinks, Ricky, and Mello. All three go down, and Stinkers was your highlight player for a reason, Cozy.
There's no Stinkers could play any hero. I mean, goodness, this hero pool is insane. Playing it at such a high level, and you still have Mace and Chuckles to go. I like the approach. I think Amadian on Storm is their weak point because they do, you know, they did target ban him, so he is going into the deeper part of his pool there. Probably was going to go Punisher. We do now have, though, Mello up again with the hand of Khonshu. Has to land this one better than the first. Gonna ride the show there with Dinks. There goes the... Okay, this is the Wombo combo, the Groot. This is the bread and butter. And it does get one, make it two. This is going to give them some space, but they do get the res.
Yeah, they were actually playing very split because they knew even if it came, it didn't really have an answer to it. They didn't have any strategist ults online to deal with the onslaught of damage, including the Strangling Prison into the Wombo combo. But still, even being able to get that res wouldn't help you because Team Nemesis, they wiped the floor and finally start to see some progress on the court.
That was a really good hold, too. I mean, with a damage boost, Melophobia, Moon Knight, I was surprised how long they were able to last. Melo pushing up. Watch his ult charge, right? 40%. This thing's going to tick up before you can even count to 10. We've got the Hurricane coming down right into the Invisible Woman. They're going to try to stack the damage. Unable, though, to get the finish there as Ricky and Valentina stack the ults together. What a crazy beginning from the portal there. But Median does get Chuckles. That's a big pick into Mace. Okay, double Vanguard. Make it 3. It's a Cat 3 without the Hurricane.
Median with a quick little 3K out here. Dinks getting the finishing blow onto the Luna v Luna. Dreamland get wiped again, and Team Nemesis in the driver's seat. Kraz already getting set up, going up ahead, and it looked like Chuck was making that stop. I like this call too, because you had clobbering time, and it got absolutely nothing. As you had mentioned, Cozy, the double invisible boundary helping out both teams.
Absolutely. Here now we've got the Groot ult going in together with the hand of Khonshu. It's just so free. They get 3, make it 4. They're going to be able to push into this point with relative ease now, and that was just perfect timing. I mean, you could not have timed that better than coming from the spawn right into the prison. Now Mello pushing up. The aggression is all the way. He wants more. He's farming more. That's a great start for point 2.
Can you imagine being Jabori in that time and watching from his point of view? You activate the Luna Fate of both worlds, and then you get hit with the hand of Khonshu after already being stuck in the Strangling Prison and then getting hit with all the walls. It's just so much damage all at the same time as a Psionic Seduction from Maze comes out.
It's a rough life there to be a strategist sometimes in Rivals, as there's the Moonblade hitting the combo now. Median trying to find something for the top. I do like this change into Phoenix, especially in this part of the map here. And I also like Mello staying with the Moon Knight. I mean, you know, we typically see that only in the opening, but, you know, it's working really well here. And he does get the quick pick there on Valentina. That's going to be one of the bigger picks to get in this moment now. His eyes turn to Mace. Now, everybody going on it. You could land, if you want to, a hand of Contra here in moments, but they're going to instead go... Oh, Chime gets the hit.
Love how you do this one swap up from one Phoenix to another, and then Chime comes in from the sky, gets a 2K. Scatter still going crazy, though. This only leaves really Scatter and Kraz up and alive here from Team Nemesis. Just a matter of time with the way that Chime has been playing with these attack cancels, and then find Scatter Genji next.
Beautiful work there from Chime. Minute 18 seconds. This is definitely where you want to be if you are Dreamland. Chime just punching, using the old fire versus grass type. Charmander on top, pushing them back now. Mace to follow up top. We have Chuckles with the ult and Valentina. They got 2 strategist ults. They're going to use Chuckles to start here, putting the pressure on Krazman. Kraz does have his ult. There's the hand of Khonshu. Can they land this? This will open up things easily here, and they like what they've got. Stinkers gets the trade on Dinks. They're not having used much. There goes Vicky. Can they get it done?
The Median having that End Song Inferno, though. Kept the word with the Khonshu. They do try to jump right around it, too. Mello having to back away, and Kraz taking way too much of that damage. Even with the Median having that ultimate online to try to match that between Chime. Jabori is holding on to that fate of both worlds from Luna, so trying to see if they can force that out. Instead, being that nail in the coffin between Chime and a Median, still getting these trades.
Yeah, I'm shocked on how that combo just went. They just used everything and essentially didn't move an inch from it. Chime, Jabror using theirs. Chime has theirs on the ready, but Scatter and Mello somehow come around with 2, which was a pretty lopsided matchup there. Mello getting another. Oh, wow. That was a complete flip of the script that I did not expect, as it was looking all Dreamland there, but they do have plenty of time to reset. Dinks, though, having the show is going to be huge. Jabror just used theirs. Valentina's charging up. Right now, old favors to Nemesis. Vic?
Well, let's see if they can actually execute it, though, with overtime ticking away. This is going to be their final attempt to try to get to the second checkpoint. They cannot get off this point. Scared here for if a Psionic Seduction can just pull them all away from the cart, but that would be a huge play, as Mello's also getting very close to that Kraken impact.
Ace is capable of it. Chime gets 1. It being Ricky is a massive one. Valentina Eve throwing down both damage into the supports. Wow, Craftsman goes down. They have an invisible boundary now to match absolute ult farming here as the overtime clock is ticking. They are using this just to the wow. I mean, they could not have played this better.
It's the fact that you still have the Sound of Seduction and pulling everybody in from Mace, and Valentina Eagles right there with the insurance policy on the invisible boundary was just as on cue with what we were expecting going into that second checkpoint.
All right, well, if you like your backs against the wall, Nemesis, you really can't get more wall behind you than right now, right? This is for Dreamland to advance. Nemesis just, getting a decent push. Wouldn't call it, crazy. Stinkers now obviously seeing what Mello did, saying, yep, we're just going to do the same thing. Chuckles can play any Vanguard, and I can play any Duelist. Let's do it.
Oh, man. The one-on-one with the way that Mello's been playing, too. And it looks like we're seeing those swaps really come out. Scatter has been able to shine being on this Emma Frost, but there needs to be more that's being done. The triple Vanguard, triple Strategist just coming out of the gates if you need to, but you need to break through that choke originally like we saw with Mello being on that Moon Knight for the first 2 points.
Absolutely. As we look towards, Mace being on the Wolverine. Okay, no, we're just swapping some heroes around here. Having a little bit of fun. Look at all this poke. If they wanted to, they could go with the Iron Man, the Squirrel. They're like, you know what? Let's just get all the damage heavy heroes. Why not? Stinkers just showcasing, obviously the flexible hero pool we've been shouting out. But yeah, I like Nim's comp here. I think, obviously we've talked about how hard it is to get through that. Mello does play Emma. I've seen it rarely, but it does happen. And anytime you've got Mello on a Vanguard, again, backs against the wall.
And I was about to say, if you look at Dreamland's composition, you swap Jabora off of Strategist, it's going to look very similar to one of the bad quick match games that I've seen before in my time. As you can see, the Groot wall is just positioned right above the spawn room gates to deal in that extra damage that Kras has been very consistent about. That it's about wrapping around this next corner and Chime being on that score goal to break through that chokehold.
Valentina playing very well here. Just able to this is when you can tell someone just put so much time on a character and perfecting every little nuance. That is Invisible Woman at the moment now. Mace pushing forward, trying to get a choke grab, unable to grab Craftsman, but he goes down anyway with just a quick diamond form punch. That's going to force Team Nemesis to back up a tad. You do have the res coming to help, and with the quick follow-up, Stinks gets Dinks down. Say that 3 times fast, and you're going to be able to build a little bit of space.
I don't think it would be possible for me, Cozy, especially in the state that I'm in. And now seeing the Strangling Prison, it looks like now the Strangling Prison's got their breath. Mello now comes in, gets the roundhouse kicks, finds Chime. Despite the Squirrel Ultimate coming out, Team Nemesis are still able to hold back Dreamland.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. You still have Ricky, too, with Mello and Scatter's ult. So they actually have plenty to slow this down. Both support ults are online. And we're seeing some hero swap. Stinkers still obviously on the Moon Knight, going to try to get a huge hand of Khonshu. Perfectly could lay the circle in the circle with the invisible boundary if he so chooses. And right now, this is just a good stall.
Yeah, Kras also got frozen just briefly right there, and Jabori still has a Fate of Bolt roll. Talk about damage output as Valentina Eve gets the 3K, following up with the rest of Dreamland. That was between May Stinkers coming right back around, and they are looking on top.
Yeah, I mean, Chuckles and Stinkers just did exactly what we saw from Team Nim, right? We saw the old Groot into the hand of Khonshu. 2 minutes left here. Love the portal. This is going to stall a lot. They have to get them off the point again. And that could be enough to really take 2 minutes off the clock if they're able to survive this for a while. Dreamland used pretty much all their ults outside of Jabrori to get this point. So we'll see if they're able to trade here. Dinks does have that ult to stall even more so, maybe in the follow.
Seems like it at least stalls here with Dinks, like you mentioned, already having that answer. But Mello getting choke slams, gets kidnapped basically right behind the other side of that Groot wall. Nowhere to run. The Scion of Seduction in turn with the fate of both worlds. That's going to be matched between Dreamland and Team Nemesis to help out with that survivability. Only thing is that Valentina's about to get the invisible boundary, but then goes out by Ricky without being able to have it online. Something that Ricky may be having for this next fight if he can stay alive, because here comes Chime Time, Prime Time, as he comes in with the Omega Hurricane. Stinkers brought together, the hand of Khonshu delivering.
Rain in blue on the Olympi. The portal has been up as well, and so They're going to have to just narrowly touch. Craftsman is going to go to Captain America to try to get that slowed down a bit. Again, they used a lot. There's a minute left at this point. Scatter's got his ult, but man, look at this comp we're seeing out of Team Nim right now. What an absolute, mystery hero comp we're looking at, but you love to see it. Dings with the claps, trying to get the pick going. Does successfully take down Chuckles. That's going to be a big pick, opening things up and slowing down the ult farm, but Stinkers trades Melophobia and gets Jeff out of here. This is just chaos between the two teams. It's pick for pick.
That was so unfortunate from Chuckles because he was caught outside of the invisible boundary. I'm wondering if he got roundhouse kicked outside in that moment from the space that he was getting healed. But nonetheless, even better look for Team Nemesis on this defense. Another choke slam. It looks like take it to the skies for a reset. Talk about timing here. He waits it out, slams all the way down, tries to see if he can get something going, but it's at least the reset that he wanted in the first place.
Yeah, I love that. And this is honestly in favor right now of Team Nim. Even with the push they had to have everything going for them to get this defensive hold. But we have another hand of Conchu. It's got the job done twice. There's the moon. Just can't escape. Down goes Mello. Stinkers with the 2. Overtime clock ticking. And at this point, you're pushing the teams back all the way. Craftsman, though, is able to stay and at least keep this thing afloat. Chom getting 1, 2. They're going to most likely, get this point here. But that was a heck of a hold.
Jeez, that is Chime coming through again, serving up on their prime looks with the way that Phoenix is being put on display. With little to no time, they at least get that next checkpoint, but they don't really need to get it all the way to that second checkpoint, Cozy.
Yeah, 2 minutes, right? We're about the same area as what Team Nim had, and we saw the result of that one. Looking at the changes, we do have Stinkers going to Wolverine. I mean, They changed from the Groot and the Moon Knight to now Wolverine and Captain America. I think that might, it's a risky play, but I do understand the logic behind it here as Mace floating up top, dropping down, looking for an angle. They're just giving them free push with 1:50. This is quite the strategy.
I mean, for free, we'll take it at this point if you're going to give up that space here after they try to wrap around up on the high ground, the Sienna Seduction. But talk about timing, as Valentina was ready with the invisible boundary to answer right back. This completely negates Scatter and that Emma Frost ultimate, and now is going to build up more time into Ricky now trying to get that invisible boundary for this next choke.
Yeah, this is going to be the fights in the neutral. This is where games are lost and won. In this case, matches upper bracket chances. Mace trying to farm and get the ult rolling at 70% now in the invisible boundary. Diamond mode ready to go if needed, backing up. Great awareness here, and then Chime has done it so many times before. Looking for Ricky. Ricky trying to escape, can't get out of it. Kraz does trade with Mace at that, but this is everything coming out from both teams with 58 seconds.
Man, that third explosion is so on point when it comes to booting Invisible Woman out of that double jump just in case you catch her in the middle of the animation. And then you have to look behind you because you're so busy getting whiplashes like Captain America diving into your backline, taking out one strategist. Call it a duelist coming up next. And Valentina with a 2K is going crazy on the wedding skin Invisible Woman skin. And you can hear the pianos roaring in their ear.
Great play there. I would have wanted Valentina to save that ult. Definitely would have been nicer right here, but they may not even need it. 3.31 for them to advance and go on to the upper finals. Chime getting the 1, throwing down, going through the portal, getting 2. 0.38, Vicky. This is for it all here as Stinkers now trades with the Mady and gets them down. Chime getting another. Dreamland with the cap, and that is that.
I'm a Chime fan. It's time for some more Chime time because that was crazy there. What a look. A 3-0, by the way. I was not expecting a clean 3-0 from Dreamland against a very good team. I mean, both these teams being as good as they are, right? But the fact that it ended in a 3-0 after how many close games we saw today, Cozy?
They just look comfortable the whole time. I mean, seriously, Dreamland was locked in from start to finish, and again, just Chime and Stinkers. Hello, we see you're here. Mace and his hero pool has expanded so well. Chuckles too. Chuckles, great arrival, and Valentina has always been so great on this team. But man, the elevated play there, Jabroid, nice as always. This team is stacked.
Yeah, 7. final hits from Valentina, the few times we saw Valentina get the pulls right when somebody was won, was a beautiful 23 and 7, and then you still have the healing output alongside Jabori having nearly 40k healing output. Dinks and Ricky did fantastic on their own too, but the damage output from Chime and that Phoenix, and then you still have to look at Chuckles being on that Captain America, who made a few swaps, by the way. That was the way that they were able to get that payload to the finish line after distracting the backline too.
Yeah, I'm convinced that the Stinkers can play any hero at this point, and this would now sim Team Nemesis down to the lower bracket where they will be meeting Team Atlanta. We just saw them in what was the nail-biting finish, the not reverse sweep, but close to it there against Cafe Noir. So that's definitely two pretty stacked teams. Again, two Ignite teams. Going head-to-head for a little preview, but yeah, Dreamland very comfortably will be into that finals position.
That's nice. Going through that upper bracket, you have some room to breathe to see how the rest of the bracket is going to shape up. But seeing some of these highlights, Cozy, I mean, the 1-2 Scooby-Doo, the hand of Conchu right through the strangling prison. You love to see it, the survivability through the invisible boundary, and how strong Phoenix still remains here, even after the action that we saw at LAN.
Yeah, no, without question. I mean, we have called today pretty close outside those first two matches, and I have a gut feeling this next one will be as close as that. Hey, will we get a redemption tale? Can Nemesis battle through the lower bracket, go back up against Dreamland? We saw it. I mean, even though it was a pretty dominating performance, they did show up a good fight for a lot of these points and a lot of these matches. Or will it be Atlanta heading to those finals? I mean, I think both can show what it takes. We're going to go check out what will be our final matchup. And I expect a good one, Vicky. We're going to take a quick break, though. Before that, don't go anywhere. Rehydrate, grab a pizza, do what you need to do. We'll see you in just a second.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom.
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3. You guys have been with us all day today, and we've got another great one. We saw Nemesis fall up above, and we're about to find out who they'll play in this lower bracket. Shikigami has been an incredible team to watch through and through, and they go against Atlanta, who we just saw what they've done against Noir. So gonna be another great matchup between the two teams. It's been razor thin margins throughout all of this as we head into map number 1 and get straight to the action.
I mean, after the action that we just saw from Shikigami when they had played against their series versus Dubai Maja, and then the close series that we just had versus Noir and Atlanta, where Atlanta put on quite a performance, taking us all the way to a Game 5 situation, and we know who the problem has been for the last couple of series, Cozy. Phoenix, get her out of here, as the next ban is going to be on the torch. We see Ritas already hovering over that torch after what we already witnessed from Atlanta.
Yeah, get the OPs out of here, right, to get things kicked off. And Ritas plays an absolute crazy Star-Lord. We saw him on Ultron. We've seen him flex around plenty. Now we do have the save, and it is good old Kuna coming back there for Shikigami as that Adam Warlock, who we'd love to see. But this is Convoy, not Domination, but I still love the pick.
Okay, and then also means that Loki's still available, so I wouldn't be surprised if Loki ends up being one of the banned picks, as Mantis is actually that prioritized banned pick after leaving the Adam Warlock open for the safety pick.
Yep, we do have both strategists get banned very quickly here and go another save, and knowing what they do like to play. And Timber, again, was going crazy there with the Phoenix, but we have seen them being able to flex pretty well. Proto was that Luna Snow from time and time again, but able to flex. Wicca seems to be able to play anybody. Cloak and Dagger, though, is who they're going to pick to save there to give them some strategist options. Now they've got both Adam, Cloak. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they try to ban another strategist just to really limit the pool there for Atlanta.
What would it be here? You want to lean into maybe another strategist? Maybe a Vanguard too? Vanguards have been a problem here if you want to try to put that safety pick. Okay, so they're going to prioritize the Magneto, which still means that we'll probably have the Emma banned outright next, or if they want to try to lean into that team up.
Very interesting to see if we see Psylocke. I mean, because Psylocke has been another hero banned time and time again from, honestly, both these teams at different points in time. They're going to go with the Emma. That's a safe way to at least get the majority of that team up gone and away with. And I always love, you get the Magneto save, but then the Emma ban. So it's like they weren't even planning on that anyway here. Last ban belonging to Shikigami, they go with Wolverine. Very interesting to shut down anything that they might be able to see from them. SJW was going crazy on the Phoenix as well. Might they switch and adapt here into the Storm pick? Again, with them being on offense first, we've seen this time and time again to kind of get through what is the triple Vanguard. But I love Kuna on Adam Warlock for multiple reasons. You've got the Luna and Adam synergy as he now changes to Ultron, but you have that synergy with the res. They're swapping things up back and forth here with just seconds to go.
Oh man, see how this is going to be able to be rolled up, but I'm expecting this to go the distance after what we already saw from both of these teams. I'm excited specifically for Atlanta after seeing Shikigami start things off on the defense of Araka, where we always see the triple Vanguard roll out, and with no Emma in sight, you don't have that power up, you don't have the team up, and then you get to see what the Ultron, Cloak and Dagger, as well as the Luna Snow does all together with no Loki in sight too.
You see the teams is set up as the heroes are about to clash. Pride has been playing out of their mind as well. Excited to see more from Ripken and the Crazy Pigs. Shikigami is the team that has won my heart here in this MRC as well. Atlanta, a bunch of two newcomers in terms of rosters, but players that we've known and seen here. lined up, ready to go as they push through here. We got the storm damage push with Regis here on Bucky. Don't think we've seen a lot of Winter Soldier from Regis thus far, but Timber getting things done immediately and shutting down the Regis action right away.
So then a little side-by-side, though, the trade-off as SJW is also able to get that pick onto Pride. Ripkin, though, is the next to fall in line. Naxri putting on an onslaught of damage here, as now they're going to try to back away, try to isolate the backline themselves. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but Proto does manage to at least get away in time.
Axry, I don't know about you, Vicky, but I feel like Axry has really like gotten better throughout the day almost. Like we have seen the first game, I wasn't really aware of their difference, and then we've just continued to see what they provide for this team. And when they're locked in, yeah, we're seeing the results happen now. If we look at ult charge, yes, Timber's gonna be pretty close to the Agamotto. Kuna is gonna switch over Proto as well to get that synergy, and look at Ripkin just always getting that pick on time. My God.
Yeah, but right out of the portal gates, like he had 1 second to turn around and then just got jumped. He got annihilated. Oh, unfortunate timing. If you're Regis, that looks like a horror movie from his point of view. As now Shikigami off of that one pick are going to be able to move off. The Eye of Agamotto is huge. And that's what they'll be yelling when they see everybody fall. 3 back-to-back. That is Atlanta getting wiped out.
Yeah, that was crazy. Atlanta has everything now, though, in terms of ult charge. Kuna getting close to that res. Proto as well. We actually saw Kuna play Adam on this map before, and they are just locked and loaded in terms of strategist ult. Pride to be able to stack on top of that. Ripkin doesn't even need to play as defensively with this ult, and we've seen that man connect things in mid-air multiple times, and so maybe get a Groot ult into the Magneto, double Vanguard. Nope, they're just going with the wall. That was okay. We are going to see Regis get something going. 3 picks out of nowhere, but there's the res. You get 4 picks, and it means nothing as Internal Bond keeps the team up. Vicky, that's heartbreaking, and he gets eliminated at the end.
Oh, no, you can't even go anywhere here at this point, man. Now you have the dance off here, the fate of both worlds. Eye of Agamotto did find Kuna and Pride. That's big as Kuna gets taken out. That's nice follow-up damage coming in from X-Ray, and Pride going down without being able to use the Strangling Prison.
Absolutely here now. Zero pushing and getting quick elims. SJW to boot as well, and you're seeing that offense now kind of click and come together. But great hold there from Shikigami to kind of get things rolling. Only a minute on the clock, about a minute on the dot once they get it to the point here. They're going to go and not push on the aggression. I like the play call here. Reset, reload. Actually now going to change up the hero. Potentially they went in there, but I don't think they're coming out anew. Nope. Timber now trading with Prince as the battle pushes forward.
They will be able to have the Eye of Agamotto looking at Shikigami. Nice little stun onto Ripkin, but no follow-up potential. So as you can feel, the Regis Psylocke now just trying to pepper in some more of that damage, but it's the Omega Hurricane to answer back. Proto did get frozen right on time, trying to play patty cake. Keeping everybody alive is not going to be enough when all the strategists have been wiped out from the table. Prince with the follow-up damage here, as well as Zero Meta being the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that was momentum speaking volumes, right? I mean, just absolute thunderous applause as they push through there easily. And we got ourselves the Psylocke Regis, who has shown just about every hero. And we are now seeing him on the Psylocke. Didn't get to see that all that much on the last matchup. Is going to see if he can find any quick eliminations there. Gamma Shield to keep Prince in this thing as they make their way up the hill. Kuna getting close to the res. We do have a Turtle Bond coming from Wick at any moment. That's probably going to be the first thing we see from Shikigami in terms of ult here. But it's going to start with Dance Execution, and that is going to trigger the Internal Bond.
And that was trying to basically gate them back right behind Regis too. But Zero Meta also having the fate of both worlds keeps everybody in Atlanta alive just to try to re-engage. Look at SJW, that whale's about to be on board, and that could be a follow-up as Regis gets good up, but then they have to look up to the skies as Timber with the Kraken impact lands it down. 4 members left. Actually, literally turning into Bruce Banner, gets set right back to the spawn room gates.
I mean, yeah, that was such perfection there. We saw Timber do that before, but the res, I mean, they have everything they need for this next part of the fight. We have a minute and 54 happen. SJW does have that whale. We'll see if they combine it, but while Prince getting Timber down will at least open up the floodgates here to get past this hard choke point. Today, we haven't seen much difficulty getting through here, but I can assure you it's one of the tougher parts of the map to get there as Prince now pushes through. We've got the Hulk ult that's going to get Proto out here. Then Rip, then Kuna the Wicca, and Kuna being the big one because that's the res ult gone.
Oh man, actually with that follow-up, slapping everybody back. Shikigami, their win condition, Kuna having that res, they're not really able to lean into it as we saw in their previous series with Dubai Matcha. They haven't really been able to stop this cart whatsoever as they just keep it going, and Redis is waiting with the dance of the butterfly.
Ripken here, known for his quick picks and eliminations. Redis is going with that dance execution as you called out, but the team is pushed together. They've got the bubble and they've got the teamwork to ensure nobody falls down there. Great coordination there, and then a quick swift bullet is going to take down Redis there. Psylocke the X-Men taking a quick rest and reset to the respawn room. Now pushing forward, we do have Wicca in Ripken with the ults to at least give this team some more defensive effort now. Timber has done it once, done it twice. He's 10% from maybe doing it 3 times there with the Kraken impact.
Ooh, but a nice little snipe once again from SJW just shuts down Kuna, looking to see if he could try to restabilize after getting that res as he comes right back in. Nice little freeze onto Wicca before backing away after using that Eternal Bond too, and it's going to be Atlanta looking to try to re-engage after losing out on Silent Blaze.
Ooh. The 1-2 quick pop not only resets the healing, but also gets the elimination to boot, breaks the mag shield. Kuna firing on all cylinders, and he gets a quick headshot there on Redis, at least pushing them back for the moment, and he is aware of them, right? That's half the battle, being aware of the Psylocke behind you, keeping his eyes not only on his team, but right there, he does get strangled in prison. Here comes the whale, but the show is on, and it gets 2. Proto and Kuna, the 2 most important ones, Vicky, as the team wipe is underway.
Oh, the physical pain you feel right when you press the Fate of Both Worlds button, and then you get wombo comboed, strangling, prisoned into a gigantic whale hurtled over your head. SJW with these swap-ups between SJW and X-Ray after that first checkpoint that they got. This has just been dominating with these Gamma Squids.
Yeah, great damage boost there to get the full wipe. Now you have Prince backing in with his team using the portal, but 55 seconds. That's the right time to do it. Dance execution bubble. At least it's going to force the bubble out. And it also gets Wicca. That is a massive pick there for the team here as Redis getting it done. Kuna goes down 2. Atlanta looking great here for the quick cap and full cap if they can get it done. We also have X3 and Redis. Oh man, this is all Atlanta at the moment.
I mean, with the way that SJW is playing with Namor, is it Atlanta or Atlantis? Because he is drowning everybody with the way that Shikigami is struggling to find their footing. But even with the res, Kuna comes in and SJW still claims heads, but nobody is left to contend the point.
SJW, we saw what they could do on the Omega level X-Men in Phoenix. Well, doing it again with another of Namor. Great job there. Happy to see it, but my goodness, Shikigami, they can do it just as well. We'll see if they'll be able to get the job done. Now on the offense side of things, but wow, you couldn't ask for a better opening to this lower bracket matchup.
Man, a lot going on there at the very end, but I really want to highlight those swap-ups mid-fight specifically, even if it didn't work out the very beginning, whether it be the Storm to break out the chokehold of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist here, or even finding these one-off picks. Now we get to see how Shikigami do this time around on the attack.
Absolutely, here as they set up, we'll see kind of what approach they go with, right? We've seen plenty from both teams. They are going to go with Ripken into the RIP master himself, Jake, or is it Mark? It is Moon Knight. And, you know, I like this pick up here. Timber going with the Bucky is fine. You know, they're trying to get the wombo combo either with Moon Knight or the Kraken Impact. Pride, we have seen farm ult in a matter of seconds. So we're about to see it yet again. 23 seconds is what was left on the clock for Atlanta. We'll see if Shikigami can make it better.
4, 3,
Get it going here. Wouldn't expect anything less from our teams that have had to fight so many other teams just to get here in this bracket in our another season of MRC. And Pride opening things up, being on this group. Look at all these wall placements to isolate Prince. Wicca with the Terror Cape is going to be able to get that damage amplification here over to the other side. Shikigami, Timber also getting frozen from the other side thanks to zero meta. But Atlanta backing away, but Prince had made a desperate swap up, Cozy. We are seeing the Spider-Man.
I saw it, and I was like holding my I was like, I have to say something about Peter Parker. He's here. JJ's going crazy. There's a Spider-Man sighting, and then now it's gone. What? I swear, if he switches off after that, he does.
Of course.
So quick. It's just a blink of an eye before Peter Parker's already gone and going to Captain America instead. So great opening there. Here comes the portal yet again. I feel like it's always at the same spot there, used for kind of a defensive approach if needed. Kuna on the storm, looking for some quick picks on the Psylocke there. Prince going down quickly in health, but staying alive. We have Timber. Wow, beautiful hit there to get the reset, and it's mainly just to get with his team. That was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, at least getting right back to this team and not give the opportunity to get picked off, especially with the ult economy that we're currently seeing from Shikigami. The way that Timber is moving all the way up to create more of that space here, while Zero Meta is able to find Kuna, Wicca going out as well. Lots of ultimates on board. The Eternal Bomb, but with Shikigami losing out on 3, Proto going out was huge, unable to use the Fate of both worlds.
Yeah, Atlanta steadfast there in their defensive efforts. They have, though, both combos they're looking for. I mean, obviously the Moon Knight here is going to be the one that they really want. Zero Meta, though, does have to show, which should keep things afloat for a while. But Ritas, can they get a pick to open things up here? We've got the show on the other side. I mean, Shikigami has really plenty of firepower here to get the remainder of this point. They just can't get that early pick that Ritas is going to look for.
Oh man, you know, you have the clap here to keep them alive, and now you activate the Fate of both worlds, both sides, but it's going to be the hand of Contra that you have to look out for. The Strangling Prison bringing everybody together with the Wombo combo. They follow up, Timber gets Prince, and that's going to be a wipe here from Atlanta.
Oh my gosh, he throws the group bomb mid-dash to take down Ritas, and just like that, they're going to be getting 0.1. Clean 0.1 there as... Oh... Okay, Cap. Nope. Yeah. Oh, that's a bummer, right? I mean, how many times have you been there, Vicky, when it's like, okay, I think I can stall this point, and you're just a millisecond too late, and you wasted the ult.
It's always the worst feelings, to the point where now you want to be way more reserved if you see if it's a losing matchup and you have nobody else to recontest with you. In that case, that's what just happened here, except they did burn out on the ult, and Kuna now coming in does have the Omega Hurricane to clear through this next choke.
Yes, now Kuna feeling the wrath of the goddess. We've got the skies opening up. Will it be the respawn room with the Cat 5? SJW, though. 1, 2. Blessings of the Deep to make it 3 with the... Oh, my gosh. What a beautiful finish there. The duel is getting it done.
I mean, they're finding these one-off like picks, right? And it's one by one. It's a very staggered lineup that we're currently seeing with Atlanta coming out on top with another team fight. But it's slow and continuously is ongoing right now. And Shikigami can't really find that momentum right back.
SJW proving he can play it all, whether it's Phoenix or Phoenix Namor, as we've seen now 2 maps in a row. Namor really deliver. And you don't want to go in that room when you have Squids holding down the corner there. Rita's just trying to see if he can get S. This is great. Love the quick little matchup there between the two. Akuna, for that matter, not Ritas. Now we've got Eternal Bond going down. The whale is ready. Throw up Giganto. Will we see it come down with the Groot ult? Yes, it is. Here it comes. No connection. We were blinded as well from the Terror Cape. Unfortunate spectator-wise, but no connection there.
I mean, we have to be in the point of view of the players. You have to feel what it means to be in these high-pressure situations. We've all been there in SJW. I mean, I don't know if I've been in the position that SJW is in exactly right now, but seeing the onslaught of pressure that we're currently seeing from him and just these tridents has just been on another level.
Absolutely. Here again, we've got 2 minutes, 2 seconds on the clock. Little ice ball flies by SJW. They're going to be taking the high ground now, seeing if that is going to pay off a different result. We've got now pushing forward. You have Prince with theirs. The show's ready to go. But again, Kuna's going to have to nail this if they can get a pick or at least try to bait out maybe Zero Meta's ult, get something going for the team here. But SJW just feels like he has this whole zone on lockdown.
It's hard when you're stuck out here on the high ground and you still have like that split positioning here between high to low. Dance of Butterflies was trying. Pride in the back though finds Ritas before he could even get his own Dance of Butterfly. Kuna gets right back to the rest of Shikigami in their safe open arms. And with a Magneto that low, Meteor M, he keeps himself alive thanks to some help here. Zero Meta pushes everybody back up. Shikigami with Proto 2. Meteor M fails to hit its mark at SJW even though he unleashes the whales, falls incredibly low and cannot get back to Atlanta.
Yeah, great job for Magneto staying alive through that and just the supports keeping them up. Kuna with a nice elimination as well, farming that ult, trying to get some pressure in the back end here. But Pride has another, and there it is, Strangle in Prison. They use it to get Meta out, which is a big pick at this point. The cap going to Shikigami, 4.58 on it. Oh, but we do have the pick from Hulk, which is huge. And they're going to bring the team back. Kuna, though, with the quick elimination. Timber to trade. It's back and forth here, Vicky. It could be anybody's fight. Yeah, man, you can tell both teams want this so bad.
Man,
oh
the
my
fact that they were
God.
just fixated on Rico Well Zero meta. Clap, an entourage, it looks like. With the way that you were able to get, what, a 2-3K real quick before making this quick swap up, because now you got less than 20 seconds, it looks like, on the board to get that next checkpoint.
No, I mean, Lady Gaga going crazy. The applause. 3 in a row. Insanity now as we've got 9 seconds on the clock. Final countdown. We'll see if they can get it going. We've got Atlanta. Prince is on the cap. Reedus with the Dance Dance execution again. Monster Hulk is out and frozen. Beautiful job to sustain that a little bit. Oh my, Reedus with the Dance Dance gets 2. That's a huge defensive stop. SJW to follow. This is looking like Atlanta's to win. What a great defensive effort.
And then just drowning the opposition at this point, too, because Reedus alongside SJW put into position. They are a very scary duelistic duo right now.
Man, this is a fun match. I mean, I got to say, between these two elite teams, seeing the playmakers try to do it all for their team, and Reedus does just that as we see Doom 2099 kind of make his way there through. What a crazy final screen. Love that. And of course, it's SJW. Namor, we got to get this guy a highlight intro. Come on now, the standard one. You're gonna pull that off with a Namor and hit us with the standard MVP. But yeah, Atlanta picking up where they left off. The reverse sweep into, well, almost reverse sweep into what they're showcasing now. 37,000 damage from SJW. That'll get the job done.
Oh my, 22 final, I mean 53-7. He was having a ball, and then you still have to watch behind you because Reedus is still able to have the impact that Reedus had. 45-9, 15 final hits, as well as almost 30,000 damage done. Then you have to look on the other side, right? What are the strategists dealing with here? They still were healing for so long. Their upkeep was still there. Proto only going down 9 times, but Wicca was isolated a few times like we just saw at the very end of that last game.
Yeah, I've seen better games from Ripken. Started out very well. Good damage, right? But the limbs not quite matching what we've seen. X-Ray 2 just, I mean, it's crazy. Zero Meta's got 11 eliminations. I mean, 3 of those from one clap, as we did witness. But, you know, kind of everybody sharing the pie together there. Great job from all around. I'm not upset if I am, you know, Shikigami. I think you guys did play a very good map. You just kind of have to reset. We know what Kuna and Timber can do, and led by Pride and Ripken. This team has what it takes to get the W. But as we take a look here at the highlight reels, it just came down to a couple old matchups, and that's all it takes sometimes for it to not go their way, guys. And so definitely the matchup what we'd expect to see between these two lower bracket demons. Excited to see more.
I feel like just seeing the timing on trying to punish Proto, having that Fate of Both Worlds a few times, just the follow-up damage output every single time, that was scary. And it also forces your Luna to play a lot safer there. And we saw the answer between SJW having that Namor follow-up, the Strangling Prison, the Wombo combo. It was just so much damage output at one point.
Yeah, I mean, without question. And we continue to see Namor kind of make this appearance and be such a steadfast hero and clutch at times. And SJ, listen, get rid of the Phoenix, fine. I'm going to go to the Namor. So now it's like if you're looking at the pick ban phase, you try to get rid of potentially both. That team up so strong. Hero pool, though, is so wide, especially when you get to this level of talent. We saw this at Ignite at LAN, Vicky, that you can ban who you want, but at the end of the day, these players are going to find heroes that work for them because they're that talented.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now being able to see this at the highest level too, and seeing what these players have to work around with, and being not only flexible, but accommodating to the different ban system, right? It is nice to know and always to remind the audience that this is not like the MRI bans. These are universal bans. So if you feel like your team is lacking in something that the other team is doing way better on, instead of just getting diffed, just take it off the board. And I feel like at that point, there was a problem there with Namor and Hulk, and I'd be surprised if one of the two are not banned.
Yep, Atlanta is going to go and open up with that Phoenix ban. So SJW, they're like, you know what? The Namor worked out just fine. Let's get rid of what worked for us last time. Luna with the save. I like it on this particular map going into Central Park. And then we've got, yet again, the Adam Warlock save for Kuna. I think it was working. I don't think it just didn't go their way that time around, right? But we saw what Kuna could do earlier At Central Park, though, this map, I mean, I'd be shocked to see, obviously, Human Torch is off the table right away. See what other heroes they go for. Loki banned as well.
Gonna go with the side-by-side. Very similar to what we honestly saw from the very first map. Even the Mantis band being off, as wondering what the next save is going to be here. We're going to try to prioritize a Vanguard like we saw before. We saw the prioritization over on the Magneto, whereas we saw the ban onto the Emma Frost. Or do we want to swap that?
The Psylocke save does tell a lot of the story. I think they're definitely comfortable with what they had there. Regis was just absolutely feasting there on the X-Men Psylocke. Love Psylocke. Love Psylocke. Got a recent lore. Just enjoy the ladder climb and what she can do, both going behind the team and going with the burst combos, but just tank busting up front too. Hero does it all, and that's even when they take a second of their silence away, but she's going to lose a bit of her bite coming season 4. Emma Frost is going to be protected. That's a wild save with Psylocke being saved on the other side. It's like, okay, they just want to put the talent to the talent here. Hulk is going to get banned, though.
I'm not surprised. I was wondering. It's one or the other. You only have so many bans. It's difficult to try to target what the problem's been, but I feel like that was the #1 spotlight that could easily be caught here. So no Hulk, which means you won't have the Namor follow-up too, and it's going to be the Ultron ban on the other side. So at least you have to protect on Adam, but you won't have the Mantis, you won't have the Ultron, and you won't have the Loki.
Absolutely. Now, and looking as these teams lock in, ready to go, yeah, okay, we're going to see a very similar... honestly, if I'm Atlanta, I'm not changing up much here. Sometimes it's going to be a little weird on the defensive approach. I love that SJW. It's like, I don't need a Hulk. We'll be fine. We've got the Groot combo. We can go with that. The Rocket Raccoon is super clutch here, obviously just allowing for any early picks and mistakes. Rita's still going to the Wolverine instead of the Psylocke.
Okay, trying to change things up, maybe it looks like here. We have to see what we get started on the defense for Atlanta first, but they are looking on point. Talk about the aggression, too, from Zero Meta, really helping out alongside Silent Blaze and making these adjustments. Because Zero Meta, I feel like being on the Lumina, we saw so many freezes and follow-ups.
Absolutely. Now, if you guys want to know, PXG stands for Phoenix Guard, just in case Atlanta Phoenix Guard. Ready now as they are on the defense. Shikigami on the offensive things, and we already have them just eager, ready to go. It's going to be the swift select there to the Adam Warlock. Get that team up going with Proto. Wicca, triple strategist approach. Timber in the tree of pride. Let's see if Shikigami can get a nice offense going.
Already trying to take a little cheeky position here to get a little snipe going. Lands on some of the damage. Takes care of those squids just as quickly, by the way. That's the efficiency I love to see, but not surprised, especially looking at how Kuna has been playing today. And the whole goal here is to try to get more of this poke pressure going just to break through the defense through this next choke.
All right, now we've got the team here looking so coordinated. I mean, just absolute great effort from Shikigami. Staying together, seeing with the Soul Bond if they can get early picks, early surprises now. Timber trying to look to get that service achieved for the team now. Throwing down double energy and trying to get himself reloaded, relocked. Now looking for some type of a pick. Regis on the hunt, on the prowl. This is his map. He does find the prey. Kidnapped, munched up, sliced out. It's going to be Pride going down to the quick Wolverine. Passive is popped, though. Damage is heavy. Trying to stay alive. Regis slashing, dashing, looking for something here. And oh my goodness, what a great strangling in prison. Fast and early, but unable to get anything with the kidnap, though. Vicky does find the Emma and the prize from the claw machine, but still no result.
Ripken is hugging this Eternal Bond. Save me, help me, as Ripken gets right back up to health, with the same cannot be said about Kuna. We have to see if Kuna can get right back into the action if they have the opportunity, because they were so close to the res, and they do pull it up right now, but the Psionic Seduction to be met with Ripken looking at Atlanta. Dance off between Zero Meta. They did lose out on that Cloak and Dagger early after the Eternal Bond was already used up, and a nice blockade forcing the isolation as Pride walks away with that 1 KO.
Yeah, that's huge there for the team. Shikigami Looks to get the cat. The portal is coming in. Of course, expect the abracadabra here now. Kuna trying to get the 1v1. Does silence the meta there. Taking that down. Timber to follow. So, yes, you are going to get a touch of the magic, but it is going to be a lot of heroes out for the count. Can that portal stay alive for the strategist to hop back in? Luna is just moments away. You see her. She does make it in. That is clutch timing, but not before Wicca finds 2 to finish the camp.
Ooh, something wicked this way comes. The way that Wicca now is going to be able to dance around the rest of Atlanta to keep the Shikigami alive. And we'll have the Eternal Bond coming in next, which they may need, considering that X-Ray is going to be able to have that Groot strangling prison up next.
Now, something that I don't know if people are aware of. Atlanta, Phoenix Guard here, they used to be heavy console players. In fact, they come from that as a team and as a unit. So super cool to see them put this together here for the run that they're on at the moment, though, as Shikigami is making their way through with the first part of the map now. We do have Entangled Prison getting the 1, the 2, the 3. Wicca getting something through that, but not enough. Kuna does get the insta-res, though. That's going to help Shikigami keep this offensive effort on absolute maximum blast. Now we've got the Kraken impact going off, and Prince saying no, sir. Wow, midair.
Talk about holding on to that Eternal Bond for the right time, but avoids the Meteor M, so way worth it here. Avoiding that away from Prince, and if you're Wicca, you get to see the rest of Shikigami get back up to health, and Proto moving back in with the Luna Snow Fade of both worlds for this next engagement. The Sign of Seduction, though, as Atlanta try to get out of the line of sight, they have the Groot walls to hide right behind, too.
Regis has got the Berserker Rampage. Proto with the dance as well. We're going to have a match up here with both strategists ready to go. The freeze on Silent is going to slow things down a bit here. A nice effort from Prince, just really holding the line and going aggressive when they need to there. Show going up, Blaze as well. They're matching strategist ult for strategist ult now. Coating the field with purple of protection now. Kuna going down. That's a massive pick, but we do get the Pride going in, and wow, just like that, Shikigami gets a quick wipe.
Wow, we were seeing the restabilization at 1.2, but it did look like Regis had tried to isolate Pride before diving down with the Wolverine ult last stand, and then Pride stayed alive thanks to sustainability between Wicca, Proto, and Kuna, and then answered back with the Strangling Prison.
I mean, again, I feel like we've said it all day, Vicky, but the talent here is just so close to one another. Could go either way. Who's going to show up when it matters most now? Timber getting and not letting up any bit of aggression, just going all the way in. Nice claw, but even better protect there from the Magneto, getting somebody in, protecting him. Actually now throwing up from the top rope in the wall. What an absolute beauty.
Oh no! I mean, if you're X-Ray, you have never seen anything more beautiful than some standing ducks just waiting to get hit by the Penta. A 5K in X-Ray's favor here, just wiping out the rest of Shikigami and holding them back.
I mean, you got to believe in yourself there at that moment. I'm going to hit these walls easily as they do set up the walls as well for the trap. Love Groot traps. Always fun to see. The other teams do expect it. But, I mean, look, you can see it right there, Like, okay, get rid of that thing. We don't need to get damaged farm as now. Wow, fighting him in the shadows, blinded by the light, still pulls out a quick pick on Regis. That was unexpected now, as we've got SJW going up with the Kraken impact. This is chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the Eternal Bonds are behind him, and then he thinks he's safe, and then uses the Kraken Impact to get out. Talk about another Magneto bubble save right there just to allow SJW to come right back, but it's not going to last long enough to avoid the Psionic Seduction. Goodbye, Zero Meta. That's going to be another environmental KO, and that's going to be Ripken with the kick.
Looking locked in here. Looking logged in, Ripken and Shikigami to join them. Atlanta now, they do have Regis' ult to get something. There's not going to be a lot of protection here. Kuna does have the res, so maybe they allow it. Oh, okay, you do have a show as well, and so Fate of Both Worlds going to come in handy here when needed. Wow, SJW with an insane neutral trade. Very unexpected, but there's Kuna right on time. That's why we love the Adam Warlock. He is in the distance to res them all, though. Trying to find them up top, unable to do so, and, you know, kind of use those ults up. Good patience from Kuna.
You know, when that Adam Warlock comes in clutch, that's when that clutch res really changes the tides. We've seen it time and time again. And now Timber drops down with the Kraken impact. Now you have the Eternal Bond to try to answer that to just keep them all alive. And SJW does try to do something very similar. The Strangling Prison, though, brings everyone together. They try to kite away. Another Groot wall right in front of them. Looks like it could have blocked it as the Meteor M now comes all the way up.
3.24. 3.24, Vicky, and there it is. We've got the seduction happening, trying to find their targets. Ripken is going to get, wow, 4 of them. Absolute beautiful, and that's going to restrict a lot of it. But now SJW with the quick law. Oh, okay, control, alt, delete, goes Pride. Now Kuna to follow, Wick up. Wow. Look how quick is it? Couldn't even commentate that fast, Vicky.
I love how Ripken, by the way, does not go down with a fight. Gets an environmental KO again and looks at SJW and then jumps off the map. Says, "I want none of that."
Peace out. Yeah, SJW just slamming the keys there. Great job. My goodness. And you know, I was looking to see if any of them are still played on controller. Crazy to see that they've swapped all the way to keyboards for a lot of this transition to PC. SJW using the tail to hide. Look at this payload environment. Oh, doesn't nail the claw. Wish he had that one back, though. We look at the ults, though, Vicky. You do have the Galactic Legend, and it is on. It is ready, and he gets Timber, who just got their ult online.
Oh my, the timing on that, and there's no answer to deal with this. What do you have to deal with Regis being in that legendary? Ripken still is finding these picks, but none of your teammates are here to help back you up. Overtime ticking away, and nobody from Shikigami could put one toe back on that squirrel.
Cements it. I'm an SJW fan. It's done. It's locked. I'm pretty sure SJW was the one that kicked Coach off the edge on that Araco map whenever we saw Noir, and now we're seeing the Namor. We're also seeing what he's able to do here. I mean, just a little bit of everything. Absolute beauty there. Whether it's Namor, the Kraken impact, makes an impact. And we are on now. Swapping sides. We'll see if Atlanta can do and match that on offense.
Yeah, are we going to see something similar with that Triple Vanguard? I always leave it up because I feel like we've been seeing very flexible just highlights and strengths of a lot of these teams, or they're not really trying to fall under, you know, what everybody else is doing, just leaning into their strengths. And Atlanta right now has just really kept me entertained throughout the course of the day. Looks like they're going to be having at least the rocket to get some of these early shields going before maybe seeing a swap up like we've been seeing from the other side, as Shikigami will be now swapped over to the defense.
And you can see controllers right here. Silent Blaze, one of the few that did not switch over to the keys, and we're seeing more and more of this, right? TTK, Smash, you know, a lot of great players. Look at it, you know, I like to see it even at the high level play, and we'll see how effective. I mean, TTK making all the way to well into Ignite, right? So you can get it done whether you're on the sticks or on the keys. But here we go. We've got Atlanta offense ready to rock and roll, and see how they approach this. 2 Wolverines trying to counter this Groot action we've been seeing.
Get to see even more kidnaps. Looks absolutely hilarious once that execution is pulled off, but it's also about making sure you have your walls placed up in time to prevent any sort of safety. Silent Blaze is going to be in the back together with Zero Meta, while Shikigami holding that next choke, but you have to look up above, and there's Kuna being on the Wolverine, just trying to find the first victim.
Yeah, great call out here as Silent Blaze keeping everybody nice and healthy for the first bit of attack. But we have a kidnap coming from literally the stars in the sky there. And Timber is going to get that finish off on Araxi into Regis. Wow, great 2 picks to slow down everything. Shikigami looking really good here on their first defensive hold.
Fully building up into these ultimates too. Timber very close already to that Kraken impact. He is dealing damage. Atlanta feeling it just a little bit before going down mid and still having teeth their eyes up above. Skuna is waiting for the opportunity, but the Eternal Bond that was charged up just as quickly allows Silent Blaze and the rest of Atlanta to move up. No kidnap here, and Pride does have that strangling prison as the shutdown comes out from Regis.
I just saw Kuna's health go to 0 and then to the passive and to 0 so fast I could barely process. I mean, that was so much damage out at once. Regis at the helm of a lot of it. Does trade though. Timber taking down Regis. You got the choke, the push, the finish. Prince, SJ, Zero, all getting this offensive effort. And to get this point, there's a tick left. Oh my, can they stay on? Ripken goes down. You still have a little bit of a touch. The portal helping a lot here. They don't want to use a lot of the ults, you can tell, but they are going to pop the show because the Eternal Bond came out. They're forced to. The strangling prison to go with it. You might as well use what you've got. You have 2 minutes on the clock, but hey, if you use it, got it. And they're forced to be pushed back a bit here, Vic.
At least, though, this was smart from Atlanta because realizing that the Eternal Bond forced out their own Fate of Both Worlds actually had used the Strangling Prison to force out the Fate of Both Worlds from Crota. And this works things out because look at Zero Meta's positioning here. With Atlanta being on the attack, they have to try to kite away. Seeing Pride going down now next. And Shikigami trying to plant their feet right back onto this point. Timber on fire, still finding these raw hits.
There's the point, though, is going to be finished. And really close there. I mean, it only took a little bit of off position to go ahead and finish that cap up. These holes have been absolutely disgusting from Timber and SJW. Near mirror match here now as we have the up, the down, the Berserker Rampage. Regis is going to take down not one, but two. Prince make it 3, make it 4, all the way to 5. Can we get an ace? Yes. Yes, sir, we can.
Sheesh, it's a wipe here. Atlanta now move all the way up. Talk about momentum now swaying in Atlanta's favor. And yeah, we knew the point was it was inevitable. They were starting to trickle in. They got it moving here. And now this position that you're currently seeing Prince take is just so that way he could build up into that beam. He wants to have some extra damage before wrapping around that next choke corner that's right behind him.
Absolutely, Prince now pushing forward. Trying to farm that energy charge. Another great once again, Prince going to Diamond Forward, trying to get into the bubble. Great setup there with only 18 health. Now going back to full. That's what the difference is when it comes to a great hold or not. SJW has the Kraken Impact. You've got the Groot ult ready to go. Not going to capitalize on it. Going to wait to get the team going through Pride. Now you're going to have the respawn with Actuary into the Kraken Impact. It's slicing, it's dicing. It is looking like absolute chaos out here, Vicky. And to go down, what was that?
I mean, that was even with the timing between Silent Blaze and Zero Meta cycling through the Fate of Both Worlds and the Eternal Bond. Now you have the Legendary from Regis here and nobody from Shikigami to counter that except for them managing to go inside that side room and not be out in the open just to get picked out by Regis, and Regis pays for it instead.
Wow, sensational. We've got now, at this point, the team Timber finding Zero Meta. They're Meta way downtown. Where the heck are you, Meta? Just down there in the castle of the defense. But we've got now Shikigami Kuna looking to see if he can get maybe a kidnap to open things up. Prince does have the, oh my goodness, Prince had an ultimate, not gonna be able to use it. Completely pulled out of position, destroyed by Timber. Going 1 to 2. Let's see if we get 3.
Now seeing here, just a finishing blow right behind him as Wicca, after seeing that turn 1, is going to be able to do just enough damage onto Regis. Again, slamming it down here, forcing Shikigami now to hold forward while looking at Atlanta in their faces, but they still have a minute, 45 seconds on the clock, Cozy. You can't sleep just yet because Atlanta, they have a few ultimates coming up online soon.
Ultimates indeed now. Looking at what they do have with a minute and 33. Shikigami now, Proda at 71. Wicca being close to it. Here comes Prince. Does get the elim on Pride. That's going to be a big Vanguard on Vanguard now. Eternal Bond keeping this team alive a bit more. Kuna Timber make it 2, and that is going to be a huge defensive effort. Now, keep in mind, minute and 15 left. Don't want to use everything. They've got Pride, though, and Timber building up. That could be enough to finish the push. They have 2 fights to probably win here with only a minute. This is a great defensive effort from Shikigami.
Oh man, this is hard if you're Atlanta too. I mean, going down to the wire, you have the group hug, but then you get a kidnap. Kuna sets things up for Shikigami with now less than a minute on the clock. That's 2 picks off the table for Atlanta, and that could have built into Regis' ultimate there with the Wolverine, with that last stand, and now another head on the board from Timber. Less than 35 seconds for this re-engagement.
Oh my goodness. I mean, everything's available. The ults are here, but you got to be alive to use them, Vicky. That's at least how I think Rivals works. Now we've got Rhoda throwing up and getting an early pick again on Prince. You gotta be alive to use these ults, Vicky. They are just not able to get through the spawn. Shikigami getting pick after pick, stagger after stagger. Atlanta Phoenix Guard has to reset. We've got 13 seconds left, and this is about this. You want a Michael Bay special? This is about to be it.
I'm honestly appalled too. I mean, the Prince being called out like this is SJW taken out before he can touch his feet on the ground from a Kraken impact. Regis, though, like a torpedo, gets hurled down, finds a double pick, and I mean, Cozy, you were talking about having everything in the arsenal. Atlanta just blew up Shikigami, literally.
Yeah. SJW eliminated in mere seconds. Doesn't matter. Regis gets a 4 drop on the Berserker Rampage. They do have to win 2, though, in a row, is what I did say. And listen, Shikigami still has everything, but what the heck did we just see now with the blocks there from the walls? Love to see it. Here goes, though. Everything left in the tank from Shikigami. Fire on all cylinders. Everybody seduced. Prince going up, slamming down. He needs this connection. Oh, my God!
Oh! The disco ball above the double dancing Luna. The Meteor M keeps the dance club going for Atlanta after they get the second checkpoint with literally no time.
My voice is gonna be a gonzo after that one. That was the old Prince Spaceball special. Good sir. Talk about clutch in the veins. My goodness, we have 1 minute and 8 seconds. Still not a lot of time, and they used a lot. Kuna's got the ult, but Ritas, we saw, just did it by himself, and he's 30% to do so.
Only 60 seconds left.
Man, I'm still recovering after that one.
Dude? What the hell, dude? That was
the fact that all of that just happened within 30 seconds, too. I mean, chef's kiss. Now you have a kidnap happening in your backline. Zero Meta says, "Ayúdame," as he gets the final hit headshot onto Kuna. Luna Snow, Luna bites as now Kuna goes out, but we'll be able to re-engage and we'll have that Wolverine ultimate for the next fight.
If Atlanta wins this, it's so crazy. Shikigami got so many picks, had absolutely 5 times to win this. Zero Meta clapping the hands now as pushing forward. We do have Blaze coating the ground of protection with the Eternal Bond. Ritas, though, look for that player. Okay, well, we found Kuna, but we got to find the other Wolverine here. He does get the pick on the group. That's going to be huge. SJW gets the pick as well. Look at this. Environmental eliminations are insane. It's forcing the Magneto ult. Vicky, what are we watching?
Dude, you can't take me out. He came in flying like he had a second life to come through with that Meteor M. And now Timber with the 99 wood cutting again and again. Let me see that 4K real quick. Gets the sun and gets the finishing blow. He goes out, but there's nobody left to touch the point.
Yo, that was such... Dude, was that the grand finals, man? What was that? That was insane. The last matchups, the points, the absolute hero moments, right? Like the superhero landings of man, I'm impressed. I love that. And then we get the most calm MVP screen. Just the old Bucky sitting on the chair after getting a 5-piece. Like there's nothing to it. I'm stunned.
That was honestly like not funny exactly, just the amount of things that just played out for the last minute specifically of that game was just like chef's kiss Marvel Rivals in a nutshell. And it was crazy to see it play out here where there's high stakes. Timber came through with 24 final hits. That cracking impact.
Look at these stats. I mean, insanity. The rim's still shaking, even though it's a loss from Prince's just absolute meteor slam. The tank play, the Vanguard play could not have been more elite. Blown away. And Timber, 24, I think that'll get the job done. I'm pretty sure you did your job to get that win and keep Shikigami in this thing 1-1 now. Oh, man, I'm into 10. I'm absolutely pumped here between the two. Love to see it.
I mean, I'm also just, it's crazy because these are resets, by the way, without Loki clones. I think that's another highlight here because Loki was banned, right? So these are Kraken Impact resets without the clones allowing you to extend that reset. So we saw a beautiful performance over the course of this series alone, but it's the back and forth. I mean, the fact that that was just game 2 alone is crazy.
Yeah, can we match those picks and bans again? Because I would love to see that exact same hero lineup. You know, the Kuna on Adam is not quite working against Atlanta. I will say that. You know, we've seen it work a lot. The Wolf pick was a bit better, from what I can tell from the two. But either way, it's kind of a game of back and forth, a little rock, paper, scissors at times. But rock, paper, and giant Meteor M to show what they are made of. It's been elite play, though, through and through. SJW, the duelist play, I love it all. I'm so excited for more. And Prince just going crazy.
I'm still thinking back on this desperation to stay alive on so many occasions, like whether it's using the Meteor M to lift themselves up after being thrown off the map, into avoiding getting environmental KO'd, into
From
then
the grave,
landing a Meteor M. Like, dude, he ain't going down without a fight. He came in swinging, and he was not gonna go down. That was awesome. That was chef's kiss, and also shows the creativity of what these players are thinking about as quickly as they are while the action is playing out.
Well, yeah, we're like, where's Reedus? Then it goes to Kuna, who goes down the pit, and we're like, okay, the Magneto's going, and then like, yeah, that was out of like, I swear I swear I saw that in the X-Men's in the 2000s there, that exact scene. If not, Kevin Feige scripted. We got round 3. We're going right to the action for you guys, and it's, oh my gosh, we haven't seen Idrisil at all today.
Oh, you're right, actually. And which is crazy, too, because the last time I was on here with Dogman, we casted, it felt like just only Yggdrasil.
Absolutely. I feel like this map is often picked from the players. They love it. And we have another Spider-Man sighting, by the way. Just briefly. Just there in the select screen. Not so much other than that. We do have, again, Jean Grey. Human Torch, the fire is being extinguished right off the bat.
I love how you get to highlight the Spider-Man. You know we ain't ever going to see that. Adam Warlock is going to get protected. And I'm wondering over on the other side, are we still going to see, you know, strategy? Okay, I was going to say either a strategist protection here, or are they still going to lean into the same thing that we've already been seeing? And it does look like that if the next man's going to end up being Mantis too.
Yeah, because we had, what, Mantis and Loki at this point in time. There's Mantis. Let's see if we get the same result on the other side of things. The one thing that's left alive right now is the Psylocke, right? Remember, Psylocke was one of the big differences there for Reedus. It is going to be the Loki, so we're matched here. This save is going to be interesting. I believe it was going to be Emma. Emma was saved at this time around last time. Okay, we are following the same script, folks.
That means if the other side here, are we going to see the Psylocke, or are we going to see a ban here onto the Magneto? Emma Frost skating by means that you're either not going to see Magneto or Psylocke, and with the safety pick over on the Psylocke, that means that we will not be seeing the Magneto next. Yeah,
there's no shot. Magneto makes it, but we are going to see... I mean, man, what Psylocke can do here is just so insane with the Emma team up. So right away, I'm going to be a little bit scared. I mean, we definitely know Reedus on Psylocke can go crazy. I mean, Reedus on anybody, but Psylocke especially there. Ultron gonna be banned. This has got to be Magneto, you would think, but maybe they want to play, you know, maybe they have the confidence in what they do have, but I would not want to give Prince. Okay, they go, okay.
Oh, wow.
We got the full team up.
Hey, again, this is the difference between the universal bans, right, and the target bans, and this allows both teams to really lean into those strengths. And who will do it better? Are we going to see a counter to that? Sometimes you could try to bait it out at the very beginning, try to take over, and already start off your momentum very early on in this next game. And it being tied 1-1 apiece, this game 3 could determine a lot.
Yeah, this is yet another triple Vanguard start that we typically see on map to map, and so that you may be wondering why we're not seeing the Psylocke and whatnot, but you let this first point kind of resolve itself, then you'll see the team up that we're expected here. Timber on the I love how we always see a duelist play that rocket role. It just makes the most sense with kind of who you have left and what they can play. Prince now, not Magneto quite yet. We're going to go with the Groot that he's been rocking, but the guy can play anything we've seen thus far. Reedus is going to go on Wolverine to start things out. I like that. They know they're going to be going up against Pride, who's been playing a good amount of Groot in all these matches. And then the Rifkin on Emma.
The fact that, you know, they banned out Phoenix first and foremost knows that you don't get that team up, but Wolverine still as strong as he is, especially on this map and getting these kidnaps when you could expect that triple Vanguard. There's Reedus coming out of the gates, already looking for that first victim right down below.
SJW flying in the sky as Storm with the damage boost on top of the Terror Cape,
nice.
And you combine the two and it auto deletes tanks, right? But then you've got the res bringing them back up into the fight, but you can only get one of the two. Pride to fall now, taking the long walk back. Ripkin to join, and that is going to be about a 2-minute walk for them to even get there. Wicked though does try to delay a little bit of the inevitable, but nope, the whole team is taking the old walk of shame.
Yeah, I was about to say the slow walk of shame, especially when you don't really have much mobility to work with before Kuna had then fallen right afterwards. But it's a nice early wipe for Atlanta to just swap what we just saw from that last game.
Yeah, that was like, felt like zero effort. Oh, okay, they got the portal. They still got the portal up their sleeve. We'll see if it makes the difference here. Going into it, jumping down to Ripkin, taking a quick change from Emma into the Strange to try to get their team a little bit of momentum. They do, in fact, get the pick. Okay, Prince going down, kind of caught behind the guard there. SJW throwing down the Hurricane. Skies open up, throwing it down. We got a cat. One cat just a cat one. Just a light little breeze, but does get the job done. Getting a raccoon out is a big one.
Yeah, you know, the Hurricane Society, they got whiff of it, and Wicca was ready with the Eternal Bond 2 weeks in advance just to help out everybody else. But a nice screw ultimate from Prince. It caught 3, and it also cost Pride their life here. Another KO comes in after the kidnap, and now the Eye of Agamotto, hurled all the way forward, only finds Prince in the equation.
Clover time going up. Silent getting... Wow, okay. Atlanta picking up right where they left off. You do have the quick res, but... not going to do much here as the reset is going to have to happen. 2 minutes left. They are going to get another touch on the point. Obviously, don't have a portal to do so. So you got to win 3 fights typically in Yggdrasil to get the full cap. Very hard point to get in some regard. But we do now have Shikigami getting back into it. Pride's going to be able to set up a little something, but they don't have any follow-up for the imprisonment, right? So just going to have to be a lot of team coordination here if they want to get any picks happening. Terror Cape out. SJW uncomfortable. And wow, Ripkin with the pick.
Oh, that was so worth it. I was a little worried because Wicca had to put themselves out of position just to get that Terror Cape out, but Wicca was able to get fully up to help and still able to find that pick onto SJW. This flips the script, though.
Yeah,
you saw how easy it was for Atlanta to get that first initial team wipe. Now look at how the script has flipped in terms of Shikigami re-engaging after that first initial portal play.
Yeah, hello neutral, right? Like that just felt like it was like that was the least dramatic. After all the fights we just had, that was the least climatic. Like there was just nothing outside of Terror Cape and a quick pick. Now we do have Ritas getting the Ripkin elimination. Okay, yep, we're just gonna dial it up to 11 once again. Can barely shout it because I expected at this point now as Atlanta gets held 3 different fights in, but does ultimately get the point, getting a whole 3 minutes back on the clock.
Man, having so much of that extra time now back, and before they're going to be able to move all the way up, you have got to look at Shikigami and what they have in the arsenal, right? Wicca has the Eternal Bond to keep everybody up, but then you have to keep your eye on Prince and that Meteor M. Meanwhile, Proto also is there for the insurance policy in case something goes down with Wicca, and Pride also with the Strangling Prison.
Just look at, I mean, how fast he can execute these combos, trying to get something rolling. Oh, we did have a claw, but instead it was going to be, I believe it was broken up by a choke down instead. That was interesting. As now they're trying to go for yet again the Storm and shut down Kuna. The show is up. The Meteor M is going to be thrown down. Can we get another big one? It's not going to connect this time around. And a lot is being used, Vicky, but not a lot of results thus far.
I was wondering, no one was looking at SJW, who was just getting away with just snapping on heads in the sky before forcing them to back away. Here's that Meteor M to try to counteract that Eternal Bomb that we were talking about, but nice play around the edge of the bridge to play off of that extra cover.
How did Prince even know that was coming? Like what? Like it was like that was such a good Meteor M, and Prince still like had it ready for the shield. That was gonna be a team wipe. That doesn't look like that anymore. Now Timber, okay. Timber showing again just the aim labs that he is right now, just getting it completely beautiful spray and getting the defense now holding strong. Minute and 55, reset happening, but Shikigami is definitely in favor here of the ult. So Ritas though, Ritas has made the swap to Psylocke.
Trying to see if they could break through this hole, because at the moment, Shikigami, they got a lot, and Wicca's about to get that Eternal Bond, but by the time that Eternal Bond comes out, Proto will be able to also cycle through that Fate of Both Worlds, as now the dance evolution that you talked about before, cutting it short onto Kuna, who could have gotten even more out of the Omega Hurricane.
Like the awareness there of that hurricane, and like, okay, I'm gonna wait a second and then just completely eliminate the Storm from the battle. Look at and Ritas is just one-man wrecking crew here on Psylocke. Absolute crazy demon. The block with the fan was not there. We're seeing why it's so important. Timber going down as well. The Meteor M not going to connect, and at this point it is looking like Ritas is going to be able to hold a lot of the effort of Shikigami back. Kuna though does get the pick on SJW. That is going to help slow them down a tad bit, Vicky, but oh boy.
For now, Ritas will be able to come right back in with another dance of butterflies, and it is executed right on time, right behind Shikigami here. It does enough of that pressure, but at least it forces out Proto and the Fate of Both Worlds, setting Timber up to hold forward here, but they at least won't have the Fate of Both Worlds going up for this next fight, and now they're down to less than 35 seconds.
Yeah, they used a lot there. 29 seconds, but I mean, you're talking at least 2 fights for them to get through. So they're going to get their ults back for at least the second one, Vic. which may be the game plan overall. Maybe they can get away with getting the first one down. Ripken is charging up fast there, Pride to follow. And really nothing for Phoenix Guard's side either for Atlanta.
If anything, they have zero meta right now just to help them out and could set up the final judgment from SJW to completely clear the next lane. Zero meta moves all the way up, but SJW doesn't have it yet, and they needed to do this right now with overtime ticking away. Desperate times call for desperate measures as another Terror Cape finds Wicca. Prince close to that meter M, and SJW does have that final judgment ready to go, as well as actually holding forward.
Wow. I mean, Silent hits two. Yeah, first of all, Regis is just so wild no matter the hero. Wolverine, Psylocke, you name it. Eliminations are happening. Again, though, you are going to get 2 fights happening. This is a little bit of an easier point to try to hold it back. I'd be surprised if no one can touch. They got 3 different angles to take the approach from Prince, and we've got actually trying to hold it strong. It's going to be okay. We're going to have Kuna trying to touch there, but it's going to be the dance, taking down Wicca. Oh my god.
No way. No way. A Meteor and double KO on the strategist was insane. The Magnetos are popping off, but the double strategist Ripken just ate a 4K.
Jaw left open. Like It's like
it's
Prince.
a good thing they don't have like caster like reactions, because I feel like we would look so goofy.
We look ridiculous right now. 9 hours into it. I mean, that he saw what Prince did. He's like, all right, listen, I can't have that. I can't have that be the only thing on the feed. What an absolute spaceball slam dunk special, and a huge hold, a massive hold that looked like it was all adrenaline there. And now they've got their time to shine. Shikigami, seeing if they can take this point. I'm speechless.
I'm just thinking about like, how do you think Ripken is in the comms right now? Like he's probably, I got it like that. I'm kind of schnice with it. That was crazy. And then making the swap up now, seeing Shikigami in the driver's seat. Can they take this home though with having such a huge impact with the Meteor M like that?
Yeah, look at Timber's just frozen. He's busy making like an X clip there on Twitter just to throw down what just happened from Ripken. And Ripken has hit a couple of those today. I know it seems like 5 days ago, but early in map 1, Vicky, we saw him nail that in the air ult earlier, and then he got 2 in a row with Star-Lord and Ultron. Like, he's been nailing these all day, but none as important as right then.
Somebody who's picked up Magneto within the start of this season, it's really cool to also see the timing between Ripken and Prince. They've been able to time their bubbles so well throughout the course while they're Magneto, but no Magneto here between both those 2 players. Ripken on the Wolverine, Prince on the Groot. Nice little stun onto SJW, managed to get away. It looks like as Ripken is just trying to slice in his face before backing away because of these Groot walls.
Yeah, that window all the much tighter too with Magneto now that the shield health went down this season just a tad. You got to nail the timing on it. Wow, though, we are going to have a very quick, fast defense here. You can tell this team is mad they didn't get that second point now. Triple Vanguard and triple pressure. Terror Cape is on, going to do a little bit of melting and blinding for now as Shikigami has got to reset.
Just getting all that damage in too. Looking actually already at 100 with that beam. Before backing away, another nice bubble just to set him up. Up in the high ground here too, with Regis now calling in the see ya. Everybody's forced to back away. Look at this damage output. Ripken falling incredibly low, forced to back away here too, but they're playing off that middle console nicely.
That amplifier just saved that team because they were so low on health, but Regis able to keep them alive, even from the Rocket Raccoon. The man's making the difference. Here comes the final judgment. Timber, Wicca going out with the eternal bond. Pro to follow. They've got everything ready. Ripken is going to go down, though. That's rough now. The charge up, the slam down. Timber taking down SJW, followed by... Okay, so they do get the wipes that they need here. Looking great. Now, keep in mind, an easy portal back is going to make this yet another fight, but this is what you want to see from Shikigami.
We talk about Timber avoiding that Meteor M that was almost like point blank in his face, and he still he stopped shooting so he could have that extra mobility to scoot away to the left to avoid it too.
That was like Punisher show level of plot armor, like that, you know, the hero's not going to go down. He's like, I'm going to stand in the face of justice to deliver the silence in the final judgment. Here comes the portal down and out. Kuna raining down from the top. They do have Ripken here, a Berserker Rampage. He could make a statement. Pride also with the Strangler Prison could be huge.
I mean, the final judgment's almost on board, but he won't get it this time around because Prince had And well, actually comes in off the portal play and off a 3K. Prince to follow up with the Vanguard lineup from Atlanta just wiped out Shikigami.
It's so crazy. But I thought that was the Berserker Rampage, and I look and it's just a pop. That, by the way, got a cooldown reduction coming up here in the next season. Hello, Axery, who can just play any hero at this point. We've seen as well in the Vanguard department. Regis farming that ult charge to 85, 86, 90. This is going to make a big difference. Executioner going out yet again. Timber, does he have the plot armor? Regis trying to find the answer. They're hiding indoors. And how does he know he's back there? How did he even absolutely have that awareness? Crazy job. Pushing them in and forward. Timber does get Regis out. Wow, clean. Just clean execution, Biggie.
I'm loving these follow-ups too. You know, sometimes you just gotta spray and pray and then it'll lock in right when you need it, just to look right behind you, behind whatever cover you think there is, as Proto tries to jump away like a grasshopper before popping. The fate of both worlds, strangling Prison, bringing everybody together at the hands of Prince, but they're trying to stay alive thanks to Proto calling that out before it was activated. Timber now finding Prince, and now the number advantage is still in favor of Shikigami.
Timber's still alive. Like, what is happening, dude? He just survived. Okay, there he goes. He survived like the Psylocke goal. I'm like, this man can't keep getting away with it. Now this Venom is crazy. Ripken, though, again, being that difference maker. Don't know if they needed the storm, but they have it. And hey, there he is. There's Spider-Man in and out. And it's always Prince for just a quick second.
I actually didn't even get to see him because he disappeared when the Omega Hurricane came out, and it was like he just got caught in the whirlwind. Yeah. Literally,
just 2 frames.
In that 2 seconds, though, he swaps right back over to the Magneto, and not a lot of space left here for Shikigami to close in this gap.
Great power comes just great death. Fast death at that, too. Ripken. They've got 2 minutes 25. This is less than they had Atlanta when pushing forward, but I do like the ult economy here. Actually going in for the quick abyss, and goodbye, Kuna. You are now belonging to the symbiote as they are swallowed up.
Man, that was beautiful. Also calling out like how low he was before diving down with the tether, before coming right back around. Damage output from Atlanta. Another wipeout here from Shikigami here, as Atlanta get to now put themselves in position and still build up into these ultimates.
Yeah, that was as good as a neutral fight as you can have. Regis at 76, something to watch out for. Kraken Impact shortly to follow. You are somewhat away. If they can maybe get a 0 pick, that'd be big for the team. They do have Proto to push that aggression, Vicky. Gonna be close.
And how back and forth has been, even though we've seen some more of these explosive fights. Dance the butterflies, but it's the final judgment that's activated first. Proto is going to set up Timber, but this is just going to be the indicator that Atlanta is going to be nowhere in sight. Where are they going to like?
Each other. They're looking
can't
for
find
each other.
anyone.
Oh my gosh. All right, here comes the dance of the butterflies. Okay, goodbye. Kuna deleted once again from the video game. See you later. Timber, though, going crazy, taking out SJW. That's going to shut down the Kraken Impact. That was certainly making the impact there, but they don't need it, Vicky.
Yep, and they don't need the dance of butterflies, it looks like, too, because it was just enough pressure to be able to find Proto in the back, get another pick right on top of it between Timber, and now the rest of Shikigami are going to have to go in for a reset because they got less than a minute on the board. Atlanta still finding these picks.
Yeah, I mean, the Kraken Impact didn't even need to finish the first syllable, and it just erased half the team there with the Dance of the Butterfly combo. Actually does have the Abyss to get a lot of pressure on this team, which is going to force probably at least the bubble out, which is going to be great for Wicca, or for their team against Wicca here now. SJW trying to get something rolling for the team. Farm up as quick as possible. Ripken, though, he did it last time. Meteor him on the ready.
Well, no Kraken Impact, but you could come right back in a contest.
Oh my god.
I mean, you were wondering what doesn't actually play, right? I mean, apparently here on this one, it's right on time, and SJW gets another 2 pick. There's not going to be anybody left from Shikigami to even contest as the portal play comes out with the last 2 seconds, and then the Terror Cape to just completely delete anybody that comes out on the other side.
Not even letting them play the video game. What was that auto delete? Actually has played every Vanguard thus far. Ripken, can he get another big one? Not at all. We do have Eternal Bond coming out. They somehow are still in this, which is kind of crazy after the 2 picks there, Vic. Regis getting the 1. Wicca going down. The group all combo together. That's all they're going to need. It was the last desperation, but this is going to be Atlanta's great defensive effort. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was so unfortunate that Wicca was the first to go out there, because if Wicca stayed alive, they could have at least stayed alive with the Eternal Bond through the strangling prison. But back and forth as it goes, we also saw some explosive moments thus far here too, with just the third game done and dusted.
Axe-Ray can do it all. I mean, that is absolute crazy as we get a quick peek there on Eddie Brock. But I mean, I'm so impressed. They only needed that Venomal to pretty much clinch that game up, right? Of course, the Bucky opening was absolutely disgusting as well. Shikigami going down 1 now on this very close matchup, guys, and looking across the board, you know, Timber didn't get his 55 eliminations like last time, so going to be tough there to not be able to match that effort. But wow, look at just the share of final hits from Atlanta.
Wow. Yeah, not 16, 13. Everyone eats. Everyone literally eating out here too. I mean, we didn't see the amount of final hits that we saw with the Luna like we saw in the last game, which I believe it was like 11 or so, but it was still crazy. But look at the healing impact here. Zero meta with 54k, still was able to follow up with these freezes. We got to see that side by side between SJW and Redis, who has a pretty expansive hero pool, it looks like. And that's something else that needs to be discussed about, because it's the flexibility that we keep seeing from these different teams.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to say so far, I mean, Ripkin's got a lot as well, but I don't know if we've seen in this tournament this much team flexibility. Dreamland was pretty good with what they could flex into, but between Axe-Ray and Prince, I've seen them play just about any Vanguard to like the highest level. SJW and Redis can play any duelist at this point, and we've seen it with the Phoenix. Like, this team is going to be special. Whether they make it through Shikigami here or not in Ignite, I'm excited to see what apparently this console team can put together. It's awesome, man. They do such a great job so far. Shikigami, though, is not going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this is gonna play out between Shikigami and Atlanta, because these are two really heavy hitting teams. But if anything, Cozy, if the bracket has shaped up to look like what we've already seen throughout the course of the day, not only has the meta been shifting, but the answers have been founded, right? There's always a solution, and it's even if it's playing to your strengths or it's unorthodox, there's been an answer here, and it's been from the teams that honestly have really come out.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm pretty surprised on how much the lack thereof mirror matches. I mean, we've seen pretty diverse team comps, you know. Again, the Spider-Man was showcased every now and then, but the level of play and just, I mean, what's so cool about this is we see when backs are against the wall in the group stage of Ignite, and just like how tight the expectations are, and being able to play with that much pressure. But it even exists here in the MRC, because this is where it all starts. And guys, you are seeing it right here, right now. We've got the day of what we just went through. And by the way, Atlanta reverse swept into Galactic there. We did not see that map. It was a reverse sweep. And now they're finding themselves where they are right now. Insanity, Vicky.
That's what I was wondering, because of course we didn't get to see it, but it went to game 5, and Intergalactic is made up of very talented players. So seeing how Atlanta has been playing thus far, and the fact that they were able to take out Intergalactic in that lower bracket, is a statement on its own.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, even with our time coming to a bit of a close here, I've got to say, Vicky, we have been treated to some spectacular matches. MRC too, like absolutely season 3 living up to the hype, because you're having a lot of teams from the Ignite series before come into it. You guys are now seeing down below the results are spoiled. Of course it would come down to a best. Of course it would come down to match number 5. Atlanta knocking out Shikigami from what we just saw. Honestly, it's like I could say I'm shocked, but that also means that Shikigami was able to at least come back a little bit, but the flexibility had been the best of it.
If anything, this is going to be a beautiful sneak peek on what to expect when the meta starts shaking up in Ignite. As we take a look at the updated results, thank you everybody for tuning into the MRC thus far. I cannot believe it's been already 3 seasons, Cozy. Time is truly flying by, but then seeing the way that these players have leveled up so quickly is something else.
8 hours strong, and we end with Team Nemesis versus Atlanta. Phoenix Guard to either see the rematch of Nemesis versus Dreamland, or this Atlanta team that does a reverse sweep and then almost another one to get to where they're at. I'd be happy with either plot line there. But before we jump into that, Vanguard Angela, guys, coming to the game in just about a short week, and that is definitely going to shake up everything, Vicky, when we get into season 4.
Everybody was asking for a flying Vanguard. You ask and you shall receive. Angela, she's looking scary cozy. I saw some sneak peeks. I can't wait to see what Angela does, and her damage output is also a little intimidating.
What do they put in the water in Asgard is what I have to say. Just absolutely yoked. I gotta hit the gym after this. My goodness. And again, Chrono Storm happening right now. I'll skip the gym and I'm just gonna go hit rivals because you get right now up to 2 times the tokens, and you get up to an extra 2,000, Vicky.
I love that. Get to actually cash that in case you're trying to save up for a skin that you've been waiting for, as well as the Chaos of the Wastelands, because you talk about skins, you talk about the action that we've been having thus far. I'm loving this Penny Parker skin, the Wasteland mech. Look at her. I love too. It's giving me just like that old school vibes of the animation, but I'm just really liking this skin. And if you're a Penny fan, you definitely want to be able to cop this.
Yeah, for sure. So fun to see. And if you're a Penny fan, you're going to love it too, because you are getting buffed up, ready to go for season 4 and all the action and more. But yeah, tomorrow I will be joined with Ira and Chip. We're going to be bringing down the lower bracket finals. Vicky will be going to the grand finals. And all I know is I'm pumped because you know from what you just spectated that the matchup's going to be great no matter what.
I can't wait to see how that's going to fare because there's such close competition. I mean, at this rate, we know that the matchup that we've seen thus far has been best of 5, but it is the grand finals, I do believe, is best of 7, and that could change everything.
Dreamland made it to the grand finals. We got the dream team back with Vicky and myself, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed all of today in the MRC season 3. Come back tomorrow. We've got an awesome lower bracket finals and the winner finals. You guys have a good one. Have a great one. Good luck out there rivaling, and we will see you tomorrow.